This is Audible.
Firewall by Andy McNab. Read by Paul Thornley. Chapter 1. Helsinki, Finland, Monday, 6th of December 1999. The Russians were serious players. If things didn't go as planned, Sergei said, I'd be lucky to be shot dead in the hotel lobby. If they captured me, I'd be taken to a remote bit of wasteland and have my stomach slit open. They'd pull my intestines out and leave me to watch them squirm around on my chest like a bucket of freshly caught eels for the 30 minutes it would take me to die. These things happen, he had explained, when you mess with the main men in ROC, Russian organised crime. But I didn't have a choice. I desperately needed the cash. What's it called again, Sergei? I mimed the disembowelment. Eyes staring straight ahead, he gave a brief, sombre smile and muttered, Viking's Revenge. It was just before 7 p.m, and it had already been dark for 3.5 hours. The air temperature had been well below freezing all day. It hadn't snowed for a while, but there was still a lot of the stuff about, ploughed to the sides of the roads. The two of us had been sitting very still for the best part of an hour. Until I'd just spoken, our breathing was the only sign of movement. We were parked 2 blocks away from the Intercontinental Hotel, using the shadows between the streetlights to conceal our presence in the dirty black Nissan 4x4. The rear seats were down flat to make it easier to bundle the target inside, complete with me wrapped round him like a wrestler to keep him there. The 4x4 was sterile. No prints and completely empty apart from the trauma pack lying on the folded seats. Our boy had to be delivered across the border alive, and a couple of litres of Ringer's solution might come in handy if this job turned into a gang fuck. Right now, it certainly had all the ingredients of one. I found myself hoping it wouldn't be me needing the infusion. It had been a while since I'd felt the need to pre-cannulate, making it quicker for me to replace any fluid from gunshot wounds, but today had just that feel about it. I'd brought a catheter from the UK, and it was already inserted into a vein under my left forearm, secured by tape and protected by tubigrip. Anticoagulant was preloaded inside the catheter's needle and chamber to stop the blood that filled it from clotting. Ringer solution isn't as good as plasma to replace blood loss. It's only a saline mix. But I didn't want anything plasma-based. Russian quality control was a contradiction in terms, and money was what I wanted to return to the UK with, not HIV. I'd spent enough time in Africa not treating anyone's gunshot wounds because of the risk of infection, and I wasn't about to let it happen now. We sat facing Manahaminti, 200 metres down the hill from our position. The boulevard was the main drag into the city centre, just 15 minutes walk away to the right. It carried a constant stream of slow, obedient traffic each side of the tram lines. Up here, it was like a different world. Low-level apartment blocks hugged each side of the quiet street, and an inverted V of white Christmas lights sparkled in almost every window. People walked past, straining under the weight of their shopping, crammed into large carrier bags with pictures of Holly and Santa. They didn't notice us as they headed home to their smart apartments. They were too busy keeping their footing on the icy pavements and their heads down against the wind that howled and buffeted the 4x4. The engine had been off all the time we'd been here, and it was like sitting in a fridge. Our breath billowed like low cloud as we waited. I kept visualizing how, when, and where I was going to do my stuff, and more importantly, what I was going to do if things got fucked up. Once the target has been selected, the basic sequence of a kidnap is nearly always the same. First comes reconnaissance, second abduction, third detention, fourth negotiation, fifth ransom payment, and finally release, though sometimes that doesn't happen. My job was to plan and implement the first 3 phases. The rest of the task was out of my hands. 3 members of the Loud Tie and Braces Brigade from a private bank had approached me in London. They'd been given my name by an ex-regiment mate who now worked for one of the big security companies, and who'd been nice enough to recommend me when this particular commission had been declined. Britain, they said to me as we sat at a window table in the roof bar of the Hilton, looking down onto the gardens of Buckingham Palace, is facing an explosion in Russian mafia-organised crime. London is a money-laundering haven. The ROC are moving as much as £20 billion through the city each year, and up to 200 of their senior players either live in Britain or visit regularly. The executives went on to say they'd discovered that millions had been channeled through Valentin Lebed's accounts at their bank in just 3 years. They didn't like that, and were none too keen on the thought of the boys with the blue flashing lights paying him a visit and seeing the name on all his paying-in slips. Their solution was to have Val lifted and taken to St. Petersburg, where, I presumed, they had either made arrangements to persuade him to move his account to a different bank, or to channel even more through them to make the risk more acceptable. Whichever, I didn't give a fuck, so long as I got paid. I looked over at Sergei. His eyes glinted as he stared at the traffic below us, and his Adam's apple moved as he swallowed. There wasn't anything left to say. We'd done enough talking during the 2-week build-up. It was now time to do. The Conference of European Council members was due to start in Helsinki in 2 days. Blue EU flags already lined the main roads, and large black convoys of Eurocrats drove around with motorcycle outriders, heading from pre-meeting to pre-meeting. The police had set up diversions to control the flow of traffic around the city, and orange reflective cones and barriers were springing up everywhere. I'd already had to change our escape routes twice because of it. Like all the high-class hotels, the Intercontinental was housing the exodus from Brussels. All the suits had been in the city since last week, wheeling and dealing, so that when the heads of state hit town, all they'd have to do was politely refuse Tony Blair's invitation to eat British beef at some dinner for the media, then leave. All very good. But for me, security around here was tighter than a duck's arse. Everything from sealed manholes to prevent bombs being planted to a heavy police presence on the streets. They would certainly have contingency plans for every possible event, especially armed attack. Sergei had a folding stock AK, a Russian automatic 7.62mm short assault rifle, under his feet. His cropped, thinning brown hair was covered by a dark blue woolen hat, and the old Soviet Army body armour he wore under his duvet jacket made him look like the Michelin Man. If Hollywood was looking for a Russian hardhead, Sergei would win the screen test every time. Late 40s, square jaw, high cheekbones and blue eyes that didn't just pierce, they chopped you into tiny pieces. The only reason he would never be a leading man was his badly pockmarked skin. Either he'd steered away from the Clearasil in his youth, or he'd been burned. I couldn't tell, and I didn't want to ask. He was a hard, reliable man, and one I felt it was okay to do business with, but he wasn't going to be on my Christmas card list. I had read about Sergei Lysenkov's freelance activities in intelligence service reports. He had been a member of Spetsnaz's Alpha Group, an elite of special forces officers within the KGB, who used to be deployed wherever Moscow's power was under threat or there were wars of expansion. When hardline heads of the KGB led the 1991 coup in Moscow, they ordered Alpha Group to kill Yeltsin as he held out in the Russian White House. But Sergei and his mates decided that enough was enough and that the politicos were all as bad as each other. They disobeyed the order. The coup failed, and when Yeltsin learned what had nearly happened, he took them under his direct command, cutting their power by turning them into his own bodyguards. Sergei decided to quit and make his experience and knowledge available to the highest bidder. And today, that was me. It had been easy enough to make contact. I just went to Moscow and asked a few security companies where I could find him. I needed Russians on the team because I needed to know how Russians think, how Russians do. And when I discovered that Valentin Lebed would be in Helsinki for 24 hours of R&R, and not in his fortress in St. Petersburg, Sergei was the only one who could organize vehicles, weapons, and the bribing of border guards in the time available. The people who'd briefed me on the job had done their homework well. Valentin Lebed, they were able to tell me, had been smart during the fall of communism. Unlike some of his gaucher colleagues, he didn't keep the designer labels on the sleeves of his new suit to show how much it had cost. His rise was brutal and meteoric. Within 2 years, he was one of the dozen heads of the mafiocracy who had made ROC so powerful around the world. Lebed's firm employed only ex-KGB agents overseas, using their skills and experience to run international crime like a military operation. Coming from dirt-poor beginnings as a farmer's son in Chechnya, he'd fought against the Russians in the mid-90s war. His fame was sealed after rallying his men by making them watch Braveheart time and time again as the Russians bombed them day after day. He even painted his face half blue when attacking. After the war, he'd had other ideas, all of them involving US dollars, and the place he'd chosen to realize them was St. Petersburg. Much of his money came from arms dealing, extortion, and a string of nightclubs he owned in Moscow and elsewhere, which served as fronts for prostitution rackets. Jewelry businesses he had acquired in Eastern Europe were used as a front to fence icons stolen from churches and museums. He also had bases in the United States, and was said to have brokered a deal to dump hundreds of tons of American toxic waste on his motherland. In the Far East, he'd even bought an airline, just so he could ship out heroin without administrative hassle. Within just a few years, according to the guys who'd briefed me, such activities were said to have netted him more than $200 million. 3 blocks the other side of the hotel, parked in a car that would be abandoned once this lift kicked off, were 2 more of the 6-man team. Carpenter and Nightmare were armed with 9mm mini Uzi machine guns, a very small version of the Uzi 9mm on harnesses under their overcoats, the same as the BG, bodyguards, we were going up against. They were good, reliable weapons, if a little heavy for their size. It was ironic, but Sergei had obtained the team's Uzis and old Spanish semi-automatic suppressed 7mm pistols from one of Valentin's own dealers. Carpenter and Nightmare weren't their real names, of course. Sergei, the only one who spoke English, had told me that was how they translated. And that was how he referred to them, just as well, as I couldn't have pronounced them in Russian anyway. Nightmare was living up to his name. He certainly wasn't the sharpest tool in Sergei's shed. Things needed to be demonstrated 20 or 30 times before he got the idea. There was a slight flatness to his face that, together with his constantly shifting eyes and the fact that he didn't seem too good at keeping food in his mouth, made him look a bit scary. Carpenter had a heroin habit that Sergei assured me would not affect his performance, but it certainly had during the build-up. He had lips that were constantly at work, as though he'd swallowed something and was trying to recapture the taste. Sergei told him that if he screwed up on the ground, he would personally kill him. Nightmare was like a big brother to Carpenter, and protected him when Sergei gripped him for messing up. But it seemed to me that Nightmare would be lost without him, that they needed each other. Sergei told me they'd been friends since they were teenagers. Nightmare's family had looked after Carpenter when his mother went down for life for killing her husband. She'd discovered he'd raped his own 17-year-old daughter. As if that wasn't enough, Sergei was his uncle, his father's brother. It was EastEnders Russian style, and the only thing I liked about it was that it made my own family seem normal. Carpenter and Nightmare would be in the hotel with me for the lift. Perhaps I could keep some control over them if I had them with me. The last 2 on the team I'd christened the Cray Twins, and they were in a green Toyota 4x4. I wasn't so worried about them. Unlike the other 2, they didn't have to be told what to do more than twice. They had the trigger on the target's 3 black Mercedes, which were about 2 k's away from the hotel. They also had folding stock AKs and AP armor-piercing rounds in their mags, and, like Sergei, they wore enough body armor to cripple a small horse. The target was well protected in the hotel, and his vehicles were securely parked underground so that no device, explosive from his enemies, or listening or surveillance from law enforcement could be placed. When they finally moved out to pick him up from the hotel with the rest of his BG, the Krays would follow. Carpenter and Nightmare would then take up their positions in the hotel along with me. Sergei, Reggie and Ronnie would take on the vehicles. The Krays were both ex-Alpha Group too, but unlike Sergei, they were far too good-looking to be straight. They'd been together since their time as young conscripts in Afghanistan, leaving after the previous Chechen War in the mid-90s, disillusioned with the leadership that had let them lose against the rebels. Both were in their mid-30s with dyed blonde hair, very clean-shaven and well-groomed. If they'd wanted a change of career, they could have become catalogue models. They had never been parted during their military career. As far as I could make out, all they wanted to do was kill Chechen rebels, and swap admiring glances. I knew I could trust Sergei, but I still wondered about his selection procedure. He obviously wanted to keep most of the wad I'd promised him and had decided not to bring the A-team. It was the most unprofessional job I'd ever been on, and I'd been on a few. Things had got so bad that I'd even taken to sleeping with my door barred and my weapon ready. If the team weren't complaining to him about my planning, Sergei said, they were moaning about who was earning what and how they might get ripped off when it came to payday. Carpenter was so homophobic he made Hitler look like a wet liberal, and it had taken as much effort keeping the two pairs away from each other as it had preparing for the job. I did my best to keep out of their way, and concentrated on dealing exclusively with Sergei. He was the one I had to keep happy, because he was the only one who could help me get the target into Russia. But they got me flapping. People were going to die today, and I didn't want to be one of them. I was with a scary crew against a scary target, with the whole of Western Europe's leadership due in town, bringing along enough security to take on China. This wasn't a good day out, but fuck it. Desperation makes people do desperate things. I blew out another cloud of breath. The digital display on the dash told me another 20 minutes had passed. Time for a radio check. Reaching into my inside jacket pocket, I felt for the send button on my very yellow Motorola handset, the sort that parents used to keep tabs on their kids on the ski slopes or in the shopping mall. All 6 of us had one, each connected to an earpiece which was hooked in place. With so many people using hands-free sets on their mobile phones, we wouldn't be conspicuous wandering around with them in. I pressed twice, the squelch sounding off in my ear, then checked with Sergei. He nodded. I was sending. Reggie and Ronnie replied with 2 squelches. Then Carpenter and Nightmare followed with 3. If I'd hit the send button and there was nothing from the Krays, Carpenter and Nightmare would have waited 30 seconds and replied anyway. We would have no option then but to close in on the target and wait for the mercs to arrive. Not good, as it exposed us 3 in the hotel and messed up coordination. There was radio silence for 2 reasons. 1, I couldn't speak the language, and 2, EU land security would be listening in. With any luck, a few clicks here and there wouldn't mean a thing. There were many other standby comms I could have used, mobile phones for instance, but everything had to be kept pretty basic for Nightmare and Carpenter. Anything else to remember and they would have blown up. The old principle of planning, keep it simple, stupid, rang true yet again. While Sergei had gone for the Michelin Man look, I was very much the businessman. Single-breasted suit, jacket 1 size up, dark grey overcoat, black woolen scarf and thin leather gloves, and the stress to match. Nightmare and Carpenter were dressed in the same style. All 3 of us were clean-shaven, hair washed and well-groomed. Detail counts. We had to move about the hotel without anyone giving us a second glance, looking as if we were part of the all-expenses-paid, outrageous salary Brussels gravy train. Across my lap, I even had today's edition of the Herald Tribune. My overcoat was doing a good job of concealing the body armour under my shirt. Sergei's might be as thick as the paving slabs outside the Kremlin, but mine consisted of just 12 paper-thin sheets of Kevlar. Not enough to stop one of Sergei's AP rounds, but enough to see off the mini Uzis that might soon be trying to hose me down. There was a pocket in the body armour for a ceramic plate to cover my chest area, but unlike Sergei, I couldn't wear one as it was far too bulky. Carpenter had refused to wear any at all because it wasn't manly. A nightmare had followed suit. Fucking mad. If I could have, I'd have covered myself from head to toe in the stuff. My feet were in all sorts of shit. With nothing on but thin socks and a pair of lace-up shoes, they were as cold as bags of frozen peas. I could no longer feel anything below my ankles, and had given up moving them around to generate heat. I was carrying a South African Z88, which looked like a 9mm Beretta, the sort of pistol Mel Gibson uses in the Lethal Weapon films. When the world banned weapons exports to South Africa during apartheid, the boys just set about making their own gear, and were now exporting more assault weapons and helicopters than the UK. I had 3 20-round extended mags, which meant an extra 2 inches hanging out of the pistol grip, looking as if it had partially fallen out. The 2 spares went into my left-hand overcoat pocket. If things went to plan, I wouldn't even be drawing down. The lift would be, silent and take less than a minute. The body armour was the lightest I'd dared wear, but even so it made it impossible to draw or sit down with a pistol placed where I would normally have had it, centre front, tucked down the front of my jeans or trousers in an internal holster. I wasn't feeling happy about my new weapon position. Now I had to be on the right-hand side of my trouser belt. I'd had to spend the last 2 weeks practicing and consciously reminding myself that the position had changed. Otherwise, I might go to draw down on someone and find my hand hitting Kevlar instead of a pistol grip. That was if I could get to it through all the layers of clothing. To be able to flick back the top layers quickly, I'd taped together some sockets from the set in the car and carried them in the right-hand pockets of both my coat and jacket. It was just one more thing making me feel uneasy. My only consolation was that this time tomorrow it would all be over. I'd get my money and never see these lunatics again. There was rustling as Sergei unwrapped a chocolate bar and started to throw it down his neck without offering me any. Not that I wanted it. I wasn't hungry, just worried. I sat there waiting, with the sound of Sergei's teeth mashing and jaws clicking as the wind whistled around the wagon. I sat and thought as he sucked his teeth clean. So far, Valentin had evaded the authorities, mainly because he had learned early on that it was good to have friends in powerful places and officials on the payroll. Key witnesses were routinely murdered before they could testify against him. Just a few months earlier, Sergei said, an American journalist who'd delved a bit too deeply into Val's business affairs was forced into hiding, with his family, after a phone call was intercepted in which Val was heard putting out a contract of $100,000, not just on the reporter's life, but also on those of his wife and child. It was for those who betrayed his trust, however, that the worst fate was reserved. 2 senior managers who oversaw his prostitution empire had been caught skimming a bit off the top at his Moscow brothels. Even though they'd fought alongside him in the Braveheart days and had been faithful lieutenants ever since. Val had had them taken out and staked to the earth on waste ground not far from Red Square, where he'd personally slit their bellies, pulled out their intestines, and waited patiently for them to die. The Vikings' revenge appeared to have done the trick. Ever since then, not a single ruble had gone astray from any of his tills. I heard 6 quick squelches in my earpiece. The 3 pickup Mercs were mobile towards the hotel. I replied with 2 squelches, Then heard another two from Nightmare and Carpenter, who should now be getting out of their car and heading for the hotel. All 6 of us knew it was time to start performing. Sergei didn't say a word, just nodded. He might speak English, but it had to be squeezed out of him. I nodded back, checking my weapon was still in position. I got out of the 4x4 and left Sergei staring downhill. Pulling up my coat collar to protect me from the wind, I headed in the opposite direction, away from the main. My route took me up the hill for 30 metres, then a right turn to the next T-junction. That put me on the road adjacent to the hotel and down to the main drag again. I could see the large grey concrete hotel in front of me on the left-hand side of the road. Just short of it were roadworks, surrounded by steel fencing. The cobblestones were up, and the pipes were being repaired. I didn't envy the poor bastards who had to finish the job in this weather. The noise from the main grew louder as I walked downhill. The Cray twins would be on it now, following the Mercs. Nightmare and Carpenter should be walking into the hotel from the opposite side, and Sergei would be positioning himself so that he'd be able to move in on the Mercs at the front of the hotel. I crossed the road, passing the hotel's rear service and car park entrance. 2 white Hilux delivery vans were parked up on the red asphalt. There was a glass door giving access to the hotel beyond the delivery bays, but you could only get through it by buzzing reception. And I didn't want to make myself any more conspicuous than I had to. Neither of the 2 loading bays was open. It was far too cold. I continued downhill, the hotel now obscured by a line of high conifers. Valentin Lebed's weakest point would be tonight, in Finland, in this hotel, before he left for the theatre. He was on his way to see Romeo and Juliet. The theatre was only across the road, a few 100 metres away to the left, but it was cold. He had always been a target for attack, and he was incredibly rich, so why walk? About 30 metres short of the main road, I hit the driveway from the Intercontinental's front entrance. It was a semicircle and one way. I turned left. In front of me, halfway down the concrete and glass building, was a large blue canopy to protect guests from the elements as they got in and out of their cars. The ground floor walls were glass, through which I could see the warm and cosy-looking interior. Small trees lined the driveway. They had lost their leaves and were now covered in white Christmas lights. The snow made them look as if they'd been sprinkled with icing sugar. I carried on past the illuminated reindeer that stood on the lawn between the driveway and main drag, which was about 30 metres down a gentle slope. The plan was simple. Nightmare and Carpenter were to kill the close BG that were protecting the target as he came from the lift, then cover me as I took the target towards the main doors. While this was happening, the Cray twins would have blocked off the rear of the Mercs with their 4x4. Sergei would block the front with the Nissan, and all 3 would be controlling the other BG and drivers with their AKs. Once outside, I'd head for the back of the Nissan, dragging the target with me. We'd both lie under a blanket, with my pistol rammed in his gob, while Sergei drove to the DOP, vehicle drop-off point, where the target would be switched to the boot of a changeover vehicle en route to the border. Meanwhile, Ronnie and Reggie would be giving the area the good news with CS gas before leaving in their Toyota, along with the other 2, to their DOP and changing vehicles. We'd all RV near the border and get into a truck that was rigged up with hidden compartments while Sergei drove us into Mother Russia. Then it was just a few hours to St. Petersburg and payday. Nice work if you can get it. I walked under the canopy and through the first set of automatic tinted glass and brass effect doors. Once past the second set, I was in. My face flushed from the downward blast of the heaters above the doorway. I knew the foyer area well. It had the air of an expensive, comfortable club. I hadn't seen any of the rooms, but they must have been stunning. In front of me, about 30 metres away and behind a group of very noisy and confused Japanese tourists surrounding a mountain of matching suitcases, was the reception desk. In the far right-hand corner was a corridor that led to the restaurant, toilets, and the all-important lifts. By now, Nightmare and Carpenter should be at the far end of the corridor, sitting by the restaurant entrance. From there they could keep trigger on the 3 lift doors. Immediately to my right, behind a dark, wood-panelled wall, was the Baltic Bar. To my left, efficient-looking bellboys were buzzing around a sprinkling of sofas, chairs and coffee tables. The lighting was subdued. I wished I'd just dropped in for a drink. I headed for one of the sofas, sitting down so that I was facing the Japanese confusion at reception to my half-right, with the corridor to the right of that and the brass effect lift doors in view. Like me, Nightmare and Carpenter had placed themselves out of sight of the video cameras that were covering the reception desk. I sat, spread out the trib on the coffee table, unbuttoned my overcoat and waited for the convoy of mercs to arrive. It was pointless worrying about anything now. There was only so much training and planning that can be done. I used to get worried when this feeling came over me, but now I understood it. Basically, I accepted that I was going to die, and anything beyond that was a bonus. Chapter 2. The Japanese weren't at all happy, and they didn't care who knew it. There must have been about 20 of them, all with video cameras round their necks. 3 minutes later, the headlights of the 3 mercs raked the ground floor windows. Reggie and Ronnie should have pulled up just short of the semicircular driveway where they'd be standing by. Sergei would be waiting to block their front. I waited for the inside set of sliding doors to open, keeping my head down, concentrating hard on my newspaper. In came the BG. 2 pairs of shiny Italian shoes and expensive black cashmere overcoats over black trousers. You always avoid eye contact, because they'll be looking for it. If your eyes lock, you're fucked. They'll know you aren't there to talk about the beef ban. I watched the 2 sets of heels make their way over to the far right of the foyer. They paused by the brass lift doors, now and again shielded by the Japanese as they went in pursuit of one very hassled hotel rep. The middle door slid open with a gentle ping. The shoes went in, and 2 more sets of shoes were refused entry. The doors closed, and the indicator light stopped at the ambassador suite. They were going to meet up with the other 2 BG who were already with Valentin, their principal, my target, my money. I got up, folding the trib into my coat pocket, and started to walk towards the main doors. As I moved past them, towards the leather-boothed, dark wood Baltic Bar, I could see 3 very clean black mercs on the other side of the glass, exhaust fumes condensing in the cold air, each with a driver waiting patiently at the wheel. The bar was half full, and not very smoky, considering the number of cigarettes I could see on the go. There were quite a few laptops open, and there was a general hubbub as suits talked shop over a beer or into their mobiles. Unbuttoning my suit jacket as I walked, but keeping my overcoat on to conceal the body armour, I made my way around the tables and leather Chesterfields towards the far door. I seated myself where I could see down the corridor to the 3 lift doors, set back slightly in the right-hand wall. Beyond them, and just out of sight, were the reception and foyer. At the other end of the corridor, Carpenter and Nightmare should be in position in the coffee area of the restaurant, with a clear view all the way down to the foyer. Under the table, I pulled at my right glove and eased my index finger through the cut in the leather. 5 long minutes went by as lifts came and went, but Val still hadn't made an appearance. 2 middle-aged couples emerged from the centre lift, dressed in furs and dinner jackets, looking as if they, too, were going to the theatre. It was now that I started to worry. The calm was over and the storm was about to begin. My heart was pumping big time. My body armour was wet with sweat, and my shirt collar was soaking it up from the back of my neck. Any minute now, someone was going to ask me if I was ill. I was sure of it. Mentally, I was still the same, but my body was telling me something different. About 20 seconds later, there was another ping. The two pairs of expensive Italian shoes emerged from the right-hand lift and stopped in the corridor for a second or two, each pair facing in a different direction. The overcoat of the BG facing towards me swirled open as he turned, then both moved towards the foyer, disappearing from view as quickly as they'd arrived. I knew their jackets and overcoats would be like mine, open to access their weapons. I moved my hand into my inside jacket pocket and gave the Motorola 6 clicks on the send button, hearing the squelch in my earpiece each time. Val would be down any minute now. Sergei, Reggie and Ronnie would now know that the target and BG were heading towards them. The two pairs of shoes were going to secure the foyer, probably by the main doors. It wouldn't be long now before everything kicked off, and the Japanese would really have something to complain about. Whatever these two BG did, we had them covered. If they stayed inside, it was Nightmare's and Carpenter's job to take them on once they'd sorted out the BG immediately around Val. Outside, it was down to the other three. We all waited, and I sweated as people around me laughed, hit keypads, and talked between mouthfuls of alcohol. There was a ping from the far right lift. Another two pairs of black patent leather shoes, dress suit trousers, complete with silk stripe under black overcoats. They stepped out on either side of a light grey cashmere coat and the smartest trousers of all, followed by a pair of very long, slim, well-toned black stockinged calves, topped off with the world's most luxuriant mink. Val's slapper, keeping him warm on those long, lonely nights away from his family. I had to be careful. There was always the possibility of someone you overlook during surveillance. The one who looks like the brother-in-law or secretary. Then, when you hit the target, they can prove very dangerous indeed. But not this one. She was definitely not part of the BG setup. They had turned right out of the lift without hesitating. I stood up slowly, waiting for my cue. I caught Carpenter's scary, dancing eye as he and Nightmare crossed the doorway, moving right to left, matching the purposeful strides of the BG. We'd rehearsed what was supposed to happen next so many times. It had to work, and there was no stopping this now. I turned left out of the door and fell in behind them as they drew their suppressed weapons. About 5 meters ahead of us, the backs and very wide shoulders of the BG pair flanked Val and the slapper as they moved towards the Japanese-filled foyer. We needed to close in on them fast, while they were still in the confines of the corridor. Once out in the foyer, the rest of Val's team would be able to see what was about to happen before the 4x4s could get into position. 3 more meters before we were on top of them. There was another ping, then a bright light from a lift interior as the doors opened and a middle-aged couple began to step out between us and the target. I moved to push them back. This was a contingency I had rehearsed with them many times. As I did so, Carpenter's right hand came up. Without taking his eyes off Val, he fired 3 or 4 suppressed rounds into the couple as he passed. I could hear the top slide on his weapon working back and forth inches from my face, and the dull thud of the rounds exiting the barrel. Shit! Her scream had turned the job noisy, and we hadn't even taken out the BG. The couple fell back into the lift, the woman taking all the rounds. Her white silk blouse red with blood. Fuck this guy. Slotting players was one thing, but real people meant big trouble. The two BG turned and started to draw down their weapons, but Carpenter and Nightmare had closed the gap and gave them both 2 rounds in the head from less than a foot away. They dropped without a sound. Nobody in the vicinity had noticed anything yet. They were too busy doing their own stuff, but they soon would. As the BG dropped, Carpenter should have moved on, but he continued firing down at the bodies. The BG were dead. He was wasting time. Behind me, the man in the lift cried out as he cradled his dying wife. I saw Carpenter's glazed eyes. He was high on whatever it was that he used to get through the long winters. Sergei would be busy tonight if we stayed alive, and he stuck to his promise. Fuck it. I'd kill this maniac myself before this got out of control. Keeping my eyes fixed on Carpenter's head as he fired yet another round into the BG, I shoved my right hand between my jacket and shirt towards my 88, my left palm pointing towards him, arm bent and ready to receive the weapon that would soon be in my grip. The screams from the lift were now muffled. I wasn't aware of anything else as I concentrated solely on Carpenter's head as he turned to fire into the other body on the floor. My fingers scraped against the body armor as I leaned forwards slightly from the hip and pushed my coat and jacket back as aggressively as I could. The weight of the metal sockets helped me to expose my weapon for the second I needed. Pushing the web of my right hand firmly down into the 88's pistol grip, I closed my lower 3 fingers and thumb around it as firmly as possible. Drawing the weapon, I started to insert my glove-free index finger into the trigger guard, making sure I could feel the steel of the trigger on the first pad. I pulled down on the safety catch with my thumb just before Carpenter fired his next round. There was the glint of brass as the working parts ejected the spent casing between us. As he tried to fire again, I could see the top slide being held back by the locking lever. He had run out of rounds. Jamming the 88 into my left hand, I punched forward and raised the weapon up in between my focus on his head, waiting for that nanosecond before the 88 came into view and I acquired the sight picture. Real life burst into my eardrums once again. It was Nightmare, shouting into his Motorola at the 4x4s to move in on the Mercs as he gripped Carpenter's arm, dragging him towards the foyer. I was now no more than 2 steps from Val. He was still looking at the bodies on the floor, taking in what he had just seen over the last 10 seconds. He went into survival mode, spinning round and looking back towards the restaurant, thinking that he could make his escape. We had eye to eye. He knew I was coming for him, and he knew it was too late to do much about it. Everything went into slow motion as I focused completely on his neck. It was pointless paying attention to anything else around me. There was fuck all I could do about it. I was now only 1 step away. He was expecting to get shot, and stood there waiting, accepting. There was nothing he could do. He must have known this would happen one day. I put the crook of my left arm around his neck, still moving forward so it jammed tight against his throat. He staggered backwards as I took another step, forcing his face upwards. I heard him gag. He was only 5'7", so quite easy to get a grip of. If it had been his companion, I might have had to get on the balls of my feet. The slapper in the mink didn't react at all. I expected her to scream, but she just stood off to one side, back to the wall, and watched. With the pistol in my right hand and still moving, I pushed my right arm behind his neck to complete the headlock, like a wrestler trying to get a better hold of his opponent. At once, he started fighting for oxygen. There was no way he wasn't coming with me. There was no need to check him for weapons. He didn't need one tonight. He was a businessman on his way to the theatre. I continued on towards the foyer. Val didn't like what I was doing to him. His back arched to try to take the weight of his body off his neck. I was in a semi-crouched position so I could carry his weight. I could feel the body armor he was wearing, disguised as a waistcoat. I concentrated on looking where we were going, towards the Russians shouting in the foyer and the suddenly silent Japanese. Nothing else mattered. 4 or 5 more seconds had elapsed, and the people inside the hotel could not only see what had happened, but had had time for it to sink in. It takes a while for a brain not used to processing this sort of information to say, "Yep, that's right. There are 2 dead men on the floor and others with submachine guns shouting and running around the foyer." Then, once one person starts becoming hysterical, they all do. I turned into the foyer, heading for the exit. Nightmare came into view by the main doors, doing his stuff to one of the BG, shouting and screaming in Russian and kicking his hands away from his body. I was 20-odd meters away from them. The Japanese followed everyone else's example, running for cover and hiding behind the sofas, dragging their loved ones with them. That was great. The more they flapped, the less they saw. A two-tone alarm started to drown out the screams, and I moved as fast as I could. Nightmare was there, checking my back as he covered the BG. Gripping tight, I pulled Val along. He snorted like a horse, fighting for breath. Through the windows, the blaze of headlights from the 3 Mercs lit Sergei's 4x4, which had the tailgate open, waiting for me and Val. Beyond the Mercs' roofs, I could see Reggie and Ronnie, AK butts unfolded and in the shoulder, muzzles pointing at the ground. Val's 3 drivers had already been dragged out of their seats and were face down on the tarmac. Carpenter was to the left of the convoy. He, too, had his weapon pointing down. He must have been covering the other BG. All 3 were blowing out steam like kettles. Sergei would be in the wagon, waiting for me to get out of this lunatic asylum. With 10 meters to go, World War III broke out. I heard a series of short bursts from a 9mm, the muzzle flashes bouncing off the windows like flashbulbs. It was Carpenter, giving the BG the best part of a mag. Then the shots were drowned out by the screaming in the foyer. It was like the sinking of the Titanic. I couldn't believe it. More muzzle flashes lit up the darkness outside, the heavier 7.62 reports from Reggie and Ronnie echoing through the building. The drivers must have gone for their weapons, thinking they were next. Nightmare was frozen to the spot, shaking with fear as he stood over the last BG. He stared at me, waiting for direction. I flicked a look at the BG. His eyes were switched on and waiting for a chance to get away from this gang fuck. There was nothing I could do for Nightmare. It was starting to flap big time. He would have to sort it out himself. There was no way I was going out the front door with a firefight in progress, especially as I didn't know the result. Turning back towards the corridor, I moved Val as quickly as I could, nearly falling over the concierge and a bellboy, who were down on the floor in the open, too paralyzed with fear to move. I got back to the corner of the corridor. The man was still sobbing over his wife in the lift. Her legs, in flesh-coloured tights and sensible shoes, protruded into the corridor as the doors opened and closed against them. The slapper was still there, well in control of herself. She just stood, watching, not even bothering to wipe the dropped BG's blood and membrane off her face. There was more hysteria as rounds starred the safety glass around the entrance. The BG had obviously seized his chance and got to his feet, firing as he went for freedom. Nightmare took the burst into his unprotected trunk and crumpled on top of 2 Japanese tourists who stayed where they were, too shocked to move. The BG started towards me, Mini Uzi in his right hand, its strap over his shoulder. What was he going to do? He couldn't open up on me without hitting his boss. Turning Val round to face his BG and protect me, I lifted my 88. I wasn't going to do much against his body armor, even if I could hit a moving target at 15 meters one-handed with a pistol. I had to wait until he was nearer. I fired at him from about 10 meters and kept on firing, aiming below center mass. It was pointless aiming at his head at that range. I'd emptied at least half of the 20-round mag, not knowing whether it was going to drop him or not, when I heard him scream, and he went down, his legs buckling. I didn't care where I'd hit him, just that I had. Dragging Val, I passed the reception, trying to avoid the video camera, and headed towards the shop. I was going it alone now, leaving the contact outside to sort itself out. The money was wrapped in my arms, and I wasn't about to give it up. I turned right, down a wide corridor, heading for the rear car park door. I knew where I needed to go. Time in reconnaissance is seldom wasted. Passing the conference rooms and business centre, I pulled Val along the thick piled carpet, both of us finding it difficult to breathe. Me from fear and physical exertion, him from strangulation. It was pointless checking behind me. I'd soon know if there was a drama. I'd get shot at. People cowered in doorways as they saw us coming. That suited me fine. Reaching the bottom of the corridor, I climbed 4 steps, then turned left and climbed 10 more. The inner car park door was held open by a fire extinguisher. I hit the crossbar of the second and burst out onto the red asphalt at the rear of the building. The cold took my breath away. I could hear the odd shout from one or two locals crazy enough to come out of their apartments to see what all the fuss was about. My breath was like a racehorse's on a winter gallop. I could hear Val moan. His nostrils were working overtime. There was a stretch of 20 metres or so to the road. All around me steam escaped from pipes and ventilation shafts, and generators hummed like ship's engines. If I got one of the service vehicles, I'd turn left downhill to the main, where the drone of traffic was coming from. After about 10 metres I could see the car park and loading bays. The only vehicle in sight was a small Hilux van. Fuck it. That would have to do. With the security lights exposing me to the spectators at their windows in the apartments across the street, I tried the door. It was locked. There were no passing vehicles to lift. The roadworks just up the hill had seen to that. There was no choice but to drag Val up the concrete stairs and onto the loading bay. Inside was what looked like a minicab office with a desk, phone and paperwork in piles. A woman in her mid-20s was standing talking hysterically in Finnish on the phone, her left hand waving in the air as if beating off a swarm of wasps. At first, she didn't recognize what was in front of her, until I shouted and pointed the 88. "The keys! Give me the vehicle keys, now!" She knew what I was saying. She dropped the phone, the other end still talking, and pointed at the desk. I grabbed them and ran back down the stairs to the van, Val clenching his teeth as he took the pain in his neck. It still wasn't worth checking around me. I knew I was being watched, and worrying about it wasn't going to make it stop. By now, the woman in the minicab office would be back on the phone, telling the world anyway. I ripped off the cardboard that was keeping the windscreen ice-free and opened the passenger door using my left hand. My right was on the weapon, and I needed to keep the exposed trigger finger from making any contact. I might need to move my arse, but not at the expense of leaving prints. "Get in! Get in!" He might not speak English, but with my pistol stuck into his neck, Val got the drift. Once I'd finished kicking him in, I climbed over on top of him, keeping the barrel of the pistol into his neck as I moved into the driver's seat and put the key in the ignition. Firing the engine, I threw it into gear. The tyres pounded the cobblestones as I drove downhill to the main, the demister on full. I could see the streetlights ahead, with the traffic cutting across from both directions. I got level with the hotel drive. The Nissan was missing. Maybe Sergei had got away. All the other vehicles were still there. Christmas lights had fallen off the trees and lay across the tarmac, amongst the scattering of empty brass cases. Bodies were strewn all over the ground. I couldn't tell who was who from this distance, though one of them had to be Reggie or Ronnie because the whole area was covered by a thin blanket of mist. One of their CS canisters must have got hit and was still spewing its contents into the wind. One of the drivers had nearly got away. His suited body was slumped by one of the small decorative trees just before the exit. Steam rose from the blood oozing from his gunshot wounds. It looked as if their armour wasn't designed to take AP rounds either. I passed by, suddenly thinking about the couple in the lift. Then, stopping at the junction with the main drag, I focused on what to do next. I turned right and merged with the traffic. Chapter 3. Flashing blue lights raced towards me as I headed in the direction of the city centre, nearly blinding me as they screamed past. At the second option I turned right, up the road where Sergei and I had waited in the Nissan. The 88 was in my right hand, still rammed into Val's neck, forcing me to change gear with my left and hold the wheel in position with my knees. The target was amazingly compliant. In fact, unless I was reading it wrong, his body language seemed to be saying, "No sweat. I'll just wait and see what happens next." The DOP was about 10 minutes away, and should have marked the end of Phase 1 and the beginning of Phase 2. The change of vehicles and a move to the truck service station from where we would all RV before moving over the border into Russia. Plan B was in action now. In the event of a gangfuck, we'd each make our own way back to the lakeside house where we'd been based for the last 2 weeks and wait for 24 hours. I was feeling very vulnerable and exposed without Sergei. I might have the money curled up in the footwell, but without help there was no way I was going to get it over the border. Sergei was the only one squared away with the world's most corrupt border guards, and he had been too switched on to tell anyone else how it was organised. I just knew that we were going in a truck adapted to conceal us all under the floor like IIs, illegal immigrants, which Sergei would drive. That was his insurance policy, and the reason I'd given him the least dangerous job on the operation. The road started to bend right, heading out of the city. I'd travelled this route to the DOP both physically and in my head tens of times. It went through residential areas with snow piled neatly at the sides of the wet roads, street lighting, and Christmas decorations reflecting off the gleaming cobblestones. From all around me came the sound of sirens, jolting me out of my pissed-off with all Russians mode. Blue lights flashed across a junction ahead of me. I took the next right, anything to get off the road and out of sight. I'd turned into a driveway leading to the rear of an apartment block. There was no lighting back there as I drove over to the far side and stopped under a covered parking space. Keeping the engine running, I sat with the weapon stuck in Val's neck as sirens screamed from all sides. Now what? No way was I going on foot. If spotted, the only way to escape would be to leave him. That wasn't an option. The money stayed with me. Fuck it. There was nothing I could do but brass it out. The longer I stayed there, the more police would be in the area looking for the van. What was more, they'd have time to throw cordons around the city before we got out. I needed to get to the DOP as soon as possible and detach myself from the hotel roadshow. Back on the road, I put my foot down. It was dodgy, but sometimes it's best not to think too much. 4 more minutes and I was level with the chain-link fence of the car park. Over to my right, towards the hotel, a low-flying helicopter lit up the sky with its night sun. The beam bounced around, searching the park and frozen lake on the other side of the main drag from the Intercontinental. Their reaction time had been excellent, which pissed me off even more. If it wasn't for them being on heightened alert because of the EU conference, they'd have taken a lot longer to get their act together. I moved towards the car park entrance. The streetlights illuminated the edge of the compound, so I could peer through the fence into the semi-darkness beyond, looking for anything unusual. Car parks are always the best place to lose a car. The downsides are that they're often monitored by video cameras, and there's a strong chance of finding some job's worth on the gate to take your cash. This one was free. No cameras, no staff, and not lit up, which was why Sergei and I had decided to use it. The other 4 were using a park and ride about 7 minutes away. At the moment, however, the slightest suspicious sign, like cars with no lights but engines running, would be enough to keep me driving past. Carrying on to the junction, I turned left, crossing tram lines, and drove towards the entrance. People had stopped on the street, and shop owners were standing in their doorways looking up at the heli with its light and noise, talking excitedly to each other. I kept my eyes on the car park. It looked less than half full. Shoppers would have binned it for the day. Any vehicles that were left were probably there to stay. I indicated left, relieving Val's neck of my 88 as I needed both hands to manoeuvre the hillocks across the road and into a parking space. I felt exposed, waiting for a gap in the traffic, yet resisted the temptation to jump across and risk hitting an oncoming car. A gap appeared, not before time, and as I drove under a height bar, it was as if I'd entered a new world, dark and safe. Driving a circuit to check the area, I ensured that the passenger side of the hillocks would face the row of vehicles where the Volvo saloon was parked. Valentin had all but disappeared into the shadow of the footwell. The heli was quartering the night sky, raking the ground with its night sun. The dark blue Volvo saloon was nosy parked, the boot sticking out. I stopped, making a T of the car and the hillocks. The only sounds were the band's engine ticking over and the heater on full blast. Val's shoes scraped across the ribbing of the rubber matting as he shifted position. It was almost peaceful until more sirens erupted. Way over on the other side of the car park, an interior light came on as somebody got into his car. The engine didn't start up. He was probably sitting in the driver's seat, watching the heli. I waited. Now that my ears had adjusted to the new, safer environment, I could make out the metallic rumble of a tram fading towards the city centre. Police sirens wailed in the distance as the night sun continued to scour the lake and park. The sirens got nearer. I sat, waited and watched, trying to work out where they were. 3 or 4 police cars were following the tram lines along the fence, their flashing lights throwing bursts of colour across the roofs of the parked cars. Seconds later, 2 more appeared. I looked down at Val. I could make out his face in the glow of the dashboard. His eyes showed no fear. He was switched on enough to accept that overreaction at this stage could result in him being killed, or perhaps worse, seriously injured. He couldn't take that chance. From the moment he'd realised he wasn't going to die, and that capture was inevitable, he hadn't panicked. He had to assume that I would be flapping, and that any unexpected move on his part might provoke a reaction from me. And the chances were it would be a bad one. The less he resisted, the less punishment he was going to get, and the more time he'd have to watch and wait for an opportunity to escape. I pressed the release catch on the pistol grip with my right thumb and caught the magazine in my left hand as it slid from the grip. Inserting a full 20-round mag in its place, I heard the click as it locked home and pulled on the bottom to check it was going to stay put. I put the half-empty mag in my right pocket, along with the taped sockets. I didn't want to risk slapping a half-empty one back in if I was in the shit and had to change mags in a hurry. Another 3 or 4 police cars crossed the entrance, lights flashing and sirens blasting. The night sun was now roaming around in quick, jerky movements. The heli watcher in the car park had seen enough and drove out towards the main. The warning buzzer sounded as I took the keys out of the ignition. My lights were still on. I looked down at Val. "Stay." I sounded as if I was talking to a dog. I got out of the hillocks and could hear the thud, thud, thud of the heli's rotor blades as it hovered in the distance. All their attention was still in the immediate vicinity of the hotel. But I knew it wouldn't last. The cold air scoured my face as I walked around the front of the wagon, cutting through the headlights, keeping my eyes on the cab, the weapon down by my side. More flashing lights and sirens headed up the main, and this time some of the squad cars started to peel off. One came down the road I'd made my approach on, brilliant blue strobes bouncing off me and the vehicles around me for a few seconds as it passed. My attention was focused on the main entrance. Would the next set of lights come into the car park? I knew there was nothing I could do about it but watch and wait. But that didn't stop my heart rate shifting up a gear or 2. Seconds later the darkness returned. Only the sirens were left dying in the distance. The heli noise throbbed back into earshot. I felt under the rear right-hand wheel arch of the Volvo with my fingers and retrieved the magnetic box that held the key. I hit the fob, and there was a comforting whoop as the doors unlocked. I inserted the key in the boot lock and pulled it open. Reggie and Ronnie had glued thick sponge all round the framework of the luggage area, mainly so the target didn't injure himself, but also to subdue any noise if he felt like having a kick and scream while we were in transit. As an extra precaution, the light units had been taped down on the inside. The last thing we needed was for Val to pull one off, stick his hand through as we waited at a set of lights, and wave to a family on their way to give Granny her Christmas presents. They'd also lined the floor with a thick, Four Seasons duvet, with another on top, ready to stop him dying of hypothermia. Sitting on top was an orange plastic ball about the size of an egg, a roll of black gaffer tape, and several sets of plastic cuffs. I opened the passenger door and Val looked up at me, then across at the boot and its contents. I didn't have a clue what would happen to him once we hit St. Petersburg, and I didn't care. All I was concerned about was the $500,000 on offer, or what was left of it after Sergei got his $200,000. Scanning the area once more, I brought the 88 up, angled my wrist at 90 degrees and rammed the weapon into the space above his bulletproof waistcoat, then yanked it back into its normal position so the muzzle was twisted in his shirt. I didn't need to force his head downwards. He wanted to see what was happening as I placed my right index finger back on the trigger. Tilting the weapon up so the grip was near his face, I made sure he saw me remove the safety catch with my thumb and heard the click. I didn't need to explain the fact of life to him. After all, he hadn't got where he was today by helping old ladies across the road. As far as Val was concerned, this was just another day in paradise. It wasn't about to fuck about now. With my free hand, I reached under his waistcoat. Up, up, up! There was no argument. His knees came out of the footwell, and he staggered onto the tarmac. I turned him round so the backs of his thighs were against the boot of the Volvo and leaned forward onto him as more sirens wailed in the distance and the heli fought to keep position against the wind. He got the idea and manoeuvred himself in, keeping his eyes fixed on mine. Still no fear in them, though. The look was more analytical now, as if he was conducting some sort of character assessment, trying to figure me out. He was in total control of himself. It was not the reaction you'd expect from the victim of a lift, and I found it unnerving. He ended up on his back in the boot, knees up and hands across his stomach. Swapping over hands on the 88, I got hold of the orange plastic ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Still, there was no resistance, just some snorting through his nose as I rammed the ball home. Reggie and Ronnie had folded over the last 4 inches of the roll on the gaffer tape so I could do the next bit with just one hand. I taped round his mouth and chin, then carried on up around his ears and eyes, leaving just his nose uncovered. More sirens and lights, this time moving along the side road, the same way I had come. It wouldn't be long now before they started to check the car parks. I heard the heli's engine change pitch. It was moving again, its night sun now at 45 degrees, illuminating everything in its path, working its way towards me. Slamming the boot shut on Val, I jumped back into the hillocks as the noise increased and the beam got brighter. There is no hiding place from those beams once they ping you. If they did, I'd change my mind about the $500,000 and just make a run for it on foot. I had my escape route worked out, straight over the fence and into the maze of apartment blocks opposite. I sat and waited. There was nothing else I could do. The car and van took a direct hit, and it felt like a scene from Close Encounters as both vehicles were flooded with light. A second or two later, the engine note changed and the heli lurched in the direction of the main route out of town. The shadows returned as it moved away across the sky. I drove the van into an empty space, got out and went to check on Val. He was breathing heavily. I watched him and waited. He might have sinus problems, a blocked nose, the flu. I didn't want him to die. I only got paid for meat on the hoof. He snorted loudly to clear his nose. Headlights veered towards me, but I hadn't heard a car door slam. It wasn't somebody from the car park. I leaned over Val to make it look as if I was sorting out my packages. Our faces were close to one another, and I felt his breathing against my cheek. It was the first time I'd actually smelled him. After my little stay with Carpenter and Nightmare, I was expecting a combination of strong cigarettes, homemade alcohol, and armpit. What I got was gaffer tape with a hint of cologne. The problem had gone. Either the vehicle had found a parking space or left the area. I didn't give a shit which. I stood up slowly and had a look around, then rammed the pistol into his neck. With my other hand I got hold of his shoulder and started to pull. He got the drift. I wanted him on his front. The car rocked slightly with his exertions, but it didn't matter. There was nobody around to notice. Once he was on his stomach, I got hold of one of the plastic cuffs, looped it round his wrists, and pulled it tight. Then I wrapped the second duvet around him, still making sure he had room to breathe. The Volvo started first time. I headed left, out onto the main, away from the hotel. I only hoped that Sergei was doing the same. I headed east out of Helsinki towards the motorway. The RV was at Vaalimaa, about 180 k's away. I hit the seek button on the radio and turned up the volume to drown out the noise of the heater. I drove, thinking about everything and nothing. Twice I saw the flashing lights of a heli. Eventually I passed the Vaalimaa service station area. This was truckers' heaven, the final stop before Russia. They used it as a meeting point so that they could move on in convoy. Hijacking was rife in the motherland. In amongst them, somewhere was our vehicle, with welded compartments for us all to play aye-ayes. Vaalimaa was just a few k's from Sergei's tame checkpoint. 10 k's north of the town was the lakeside house. I turned off the radio and reached into the glove compartment for the digital scanner, which Sergei had tuned into the police channel. It was about the size of a mobile phone. The plan had been to use it from the time we exited Helsinki. That was another reason I needed Sergei. He spoke Finnish. I tried to make sense of the squelchy radio traffic, but didn't have a clue what I was listening to. What I was hoping not to hear was Volvo, 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 because then it would be odds-on that I had a one-way ticket to havoc. I checked every lay-by and minor gravel road for any hint of activity. There was nothing. My lights hit the marker I was looking for, mailbox 183. A red plastic pedal bin on a white pole. I turned right onto a deeply rutted track that led into the forest. It was only a few hours since we'd last driven up it. About 10 meters in, a white painted chain suspended between two poles barred the way. Attached to it was a wooden sign saying, "Fuck off, private property," in Finnish. I left the engine running and got out of the car, checking in the headlights for recent sign of another vehicle. The compacted ice was giving very little away. I looked carefully at the point where the last link of the chain was looped over a hook screwed into the right-hand pole, but could see nothing in the shadow cast by the Volvo's headlights. I took the weight of the chain so the first links came loose and pulled gently. I could feel the pressure of the cotton that still fastened it to the hook, and then the sudden pressure release as it broke. No one had been through here who shouldn't have. I drove over the chain, then jumped out and replaced it. To the side, under a pile of stones, the reel of cotton thread was just where I'd left it. I tied the first link to the hook again, replaced the reel, and got back in the car. The pines were so tall and close to the track, it was like driving through a tunnel. After 250 meters, the trees retreated, leaving a stretch of open ground about the size of 4 football pitches. I knew that in the summer it was all grass and tree stumps because there were framed pictures of it in the house. But now everything was covered by a meter-deep blanket of snow. The track dipped slightly, and the 2-story house was caught in the beam of my headlights. There were no lights on inside, no vehicles outside. The track led to a wooden lean-to with enough room for 3 cars. Both buildings were made of timber and painted dark red with white window frames, and wouldn't have looked out of place in the Yukon during the gold rush. I drove into the lean-to. A huge stack of firewood filled the whole of the back wall. A door on the far left led to the other side of the house and the lake. I killed the engine, and for the first time in hours there was almost total silence. No gunfire, shouts, sirens, helis or car heaters. Just low-volume hiss and mush as Finnish police talked Finnish police stuff on the scanner. I didn't really want to move. The entrance was in the gable end of the main building, and the key was hidden in the log pile. Very original. I went inside and was hit by a wonderful warmth. The heaters worked off the mains, and we'd left them all on. The labour-intensive wood fire was for holidaymakers. Besides, chimney smoke would have advertised our presence. I threw the light switch and went back to the car for Valentin. Chapter 4. The duvet had kept him alive, but only just. After 2 hours in the boot, he was shaking with the cold. Right, come on, up, up. I moved his legs over the sill and pulled him out by his body armour. He couldn't do much with his hands behind his back, but he seemed to be concentrating most on not having the ball fall to the back of his mouth and choke him. Fair one. That was why I'd used it. I guided him inside as his legs started to come back to life and sat him on an old green velour settee next to a radiator. The decor was functional, just bare wooden floors and walls, and the downstairs was one very large open space. A stone fireplace stood opposite the door, and 3 wooden pillars, each about a foot in diameter and evenly spaced, helped to support the floor above. Most of the furniture, apart from the settee, was chunky pine, and the place smelled like a timber yard. I pulled hard on the gaffer tape around Valentin's face. He winced as the adhesive took neck and eyebrow hair with it. His skin was cold, the colour of a dead cod. He spat out the ball, coughing and spluttering. I was the typical Brit abroad. When in doubt, just keep to your own language and shout. Stay there! I pointed at the radiator, not that he would be going anywhere plastic-cuffed up. You'll be warm in a minute. He looked up and nodded. A gust of wind whistled under the eaves. I expected Vincent Price to turn up any minute. I went back to the car and retrieved the scanner, putting it on the kitchen table. Every 15 seconds or so there was some traffic on the net, but no detectable note of urgency, as there would be if they were sending in the helicopters. There wasn't any slow, deliberate whispering either, so hopefully they weren't trying to sneak up on me. Maybe. Who knew? The next priority was to get a brew on. The kitchen worktop stretched along the wall behind me. I went over and checked the kettle for water. Standing waiting for it to boil, I watched Val shivering. He was sitting close enough to the heater to make it pregnant. He'd had a hard life, judging by the lines on his face. But he still had his Slavic good looks, wide cheekbones, green eyes and dark brown hair. The grey at the temples making him look pretty dignified for a hood. I had to take my hat off to him. The boy had done good. Mercs, BG, the best hotels, and a great line in slappers. I was jealous. My future was looking the same as my past. The water boiled as I opened a packet of crisp breads that was on the worktop. I munched on one and emptied the kettle onto ground beans in a cafetiere. Val had his knees up and was trying to use his body to flick his overcoat around him. His face was starting to regain its colour, and his eyes followed my every move. The team's kit had been piled into bags to the left of the main door. Sergei and I had planned to return here after delivering the money to St. Petersburg, me to drive to Sweden and then via ferry to Germany, him to clean up this place. I picked up a canvas kit bag and threw it on the table. Holstering the pistol, I fished inside for more plasticuffs, putting 3 interlocking strips together to make one long one. Moving around the table, I gripped Val's shoulders, then dragged him over towards the central pillar and pushed him down on his arse against it. I plasticuffed his upper right arm to the support, then, with the Leatherman, I cut the original plasticuffs so that his left arm was free. He wasn't going anywhere unless he did a Samson and took the pillar with him. Returning to the other side of the table, I pushed the plunger down on the cafetiere and filled 2 big mugs with steaming coffee. I threw a handful of sugar lumps into each and gave them a stir with my knife. I didn't know how he took his, but I doubted he was going to complain. I didn't normally take sugar myself, but today was an exception. I walked over to him and put his mug on the floor. He gave me a brisk nod of thanks. I couldn't tell him, but I knew what it felt like to entertain all 3 of Mr. and Mrs. Death's little boys, wet, cold, and hunger, and wouldn't wish them on anyone. Anyway, it was my job to keep him alive, not add to his misery. The scanner was still giving the odd burst as I settled down at the table facing Val. I took a couple of sips, and then it was time to get out of my costume. I felt uncomfortable in it, and if I had to start performing, the last thing I wanted to be wearing was a suit and a pair of lace-up shoes. Lugging my diving bag over to the table, I dug out jeans, Timberland boots, t-shirt, sweatshirt, and a green Helly Hansen fleece. The Chechen watched me intently as he drank coffee and I got changed. I got the sense he was enjoying my failure to interpret the scanner traffic. I felt much more my old self as I tucked my weapon into the front of my jeans. I went back to my coffee. Valentin had finished his, and the empty mug was at his feet. I took him the cafetiere and a packet of crisp breads. He nodded as I poured new brews for both of us. I sat at the table and ate the last of the bananas Reggie and Ronnie had left behind. The scanner continued to crackle away, and in the silences between bursts from the operating stations, all I could hear was the crunching of crisp bread. I couldn't stop thinking about Sergei. What if he didn't turn up? I hadn't worked that one out yet. I hadn't even wanted him to come on the lift. It would have been better if he'd just stayed with the truck. We'd all have RV'd with him, then been chauffeured across the border, but he insisted on being there in case there was any dodgy dealing. I would probably have done the same myself, but now what? I had another thought. What would happen if one of Sergei's boys was still alive? It probably wouldn't take too long for the police to get him to talk. I stopped munching and put down my mug. Shit. We had to get out of here. Getting to my feet, I grabbed Carpenter's and Nightmare's bags and took a red ski jacket and bottoms from mine. I put the 88 and the mags in the front pockets and threw Carpenter's cold weather gear to Val. Carpenter was a big boy, so the fit wasn't going to be a problem. Leaving him to figure out how he was going to put it on with his arm still secured, I ran upstairs to get 2 double duvets. Once back downstairs, I pulled my weapon, cut him free, and stepped back. "Get dressed!" I shouted, miming putting on a jacket. He got the hint and started removing his overcoat and tuxedo. I watched him, ready to react to any wrong move. Everything he was wearing stank of money. His shoes were so smart, I looked at the label. English, Patrick Cox. A few pairs of those would have paid for my roof repair. I let him keep his wallet, having checked through it and seen old pictures of children dressed in romper suits. I'd always avoided getting lumbered with stuff like that myself, but understood that these things were important to people. Val was soon dressed in a pair of yellow salopettes, a green ski jacket, an orange bobble hat with big dangling pom-poms, gloves, a scarf, and a pair of cold weather boots, all of which must have been at least 3 sizes too big. He looked ready for a stint as a children's entertainer. I pointed the pistol up and back towards the pillar. He went over obediently. I showed him that I wanted him to hug it, an arm either side. Then it was just a matter of making up another set of extra long plastic cuffs, doing up 2 ratchets so it was like a lasso, looping it over his wrists and pulling tight. I left him to adjust himself as I took my torch and went outside into the lean-to for a couple of shovels, one a big trough-type one, used for clearing pathways of snow, the other a normal building site job. I dumped them on the table and the torch went into my salopette pocket. Val was trying to work out what I was up to. He was looking at me in the same way as his slapper had done in the hotel, as if there was no danger and nothing was happening that might affect him. He appeared to think he was just a neutral observer. I started ransacking the cupboards, looking for thermos flasks and food. I was out of luck. It looked as if we'd both had our last hot drink and crisp bread for a while. I picked up my mug and downed the last of the coffee as I walked over to him. I put his mug in his hand and indicated that he should do the same. He was soon busy manoeuvring his head around the post to meet his hands, while I took candles and matches from the cupboard under the sink and threw them into one of the bags. Once I'd stuffed the duvets on top and done up the zip, I cut him free, motioning him to put the bag on his back. He knew what I meant, and used the two handles as if they were straps on a Bergen. I put on my black woolen hat and ski gloves, then picked up the shovels from the table and used them to guide him out of the door. I walked behind, hitting the light switch. I left the scanner on the table. It would give our position away to use it out there. I held him as I got the keys from the Volvo. It was my only transport out of here, and I wanted to make sure it stayed that way. Once through the lean-to door, we followed the well-worn track in the snow towards the lake shore. It was pitch black out here, and bitterly cold. The wind was much stronger now. Swirling snow stung my cheeks as we moved forwards. The helis wouldn't be up around here in this wind. Chapter 5. A small wooden hut housing the wood-burning sauna stood about 30 meters away along the frozen lake shore. Beyond it was a wooden jetty, which stood about a meter above the ice. The Chechen was still ahead of me, leaning into the wind and half-turning from the waist to protect his face from the driving snow. He stopped when he got to the sauna, perhaps expecting me to motion him inside. Instead, I sent him round to the right. He obediently stepped out a meter or so along the jetty. "Whoa! Stop there!" I shouted. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" He turned round, and I pointed with my pistol down at the frozen lake. He looked at me quizzically. "Down there! On the ice! On the ice!" Very slowly, he got down and sat in the snow, then rolled over, tentatively prodding the ice to make sure it would take his weight. I knew it would. I'd been messing about on it for the last 2 weeks. Once he was standing, I got him to move out of reach while I clambered down, in case he decided he'd had enough of this game and wanted to play stealing cars and driving home. Prodding him along the ice with the shovels, I paralleled the lake shore. By taking this route, we wouldn't leave any sign from the house, but it meant we were more exposed to the wind. It was just a matter of leaning into it until we'd covered 150 meters to the tree line. Once there, we carried on for a bit before I gave him another shout. He turned again, awaiting new instructions. His head tilted against the wind, screaming across the lake. I could hear his laboured breathing and just make out the shape of his face as I pointed at the trees to our right. He turned towards them and started to move as the wind buffeted the backs of our jackets. The snow was no problem at first, no more than about 2 feet deep, but soon it was up to our waists. He did all the work, ploughing through it. I just followed in his wake as his boots crunched down until they met compacted surface. Lifted up and did the same thing all over again. We moved another 50 meters. About 10 meters inside the tree line, and that was enough. We were in direct line of sight of the house. Having spent my childhood in South London housing estates, to me the countryside had always been just a green place full of animals that hadn't yet been frozen or cooked. I hadn't been into all the trapping stuff I was taught while in the regiment. In fact, I'd forgotten most of it. I'd never felt the need to run around in a hat made out of freshly skinned rabbit. Building shelters, however, was a skill I did keep tucked away somewhere in the back of my head. I vaguely remembered that there would be spaces beneath the spreading boughs of the conifers at snow level. Finding what seemed the biggest tree in the forest, I rammed the large shovel into the snow just short of where the lowest branches disappeared. Moving back out of the way so he couldn't hit me with it, I motioned for Val to take off the bag. No problem from him on that one. Then I gave him the other spade. Val didn't need any further encouragement. The wind was blowing hard, flattening my jacket against my body, and if we were to stay alive out here, we had to get out of it soon. The ambient temperature was low enough as it was, but the effect of wind chill took it well below freezing. He might have been wearing a dinner jacket earlier on and heading for a night at the theatre, but he was obviously no stranger to physical graft. You can always tell whether someone's used to a shovel. He worked efficiently, not tearing the arse out of it, obviously knowing better than to let himself break out in a sweat and have it freeze on him later. After a while he stopped digging, got on his knees and started to scoop out snow with his gloved hands. Then he disappeared into the cave. A few minutes later, he turned and stuck his head out. I thought I could just about make out a hint of a proud smile from under his hat. I waved him back inside, throwing the bag in with him. Before I joined him, I pulled back the index finger of my right-hand glove, pushing my trigger finger through the slit. I'd prepared this one just like the leather pair for the build-up. I followed him head first, with the 88 up, hitting the torch button once in cover. The shelter could have taken 3 people kneeling. Once in, I slid round and landed up on my arse with a pistol in the aim. I put the torch in my mouth. For him, it was bondage time again. Pulling a set of plastic cuffs from my pocket, I stuck the pistol into his neck, twisting it into his skin this time. I plastic cuffed his left hand to the branch above him. Snow fell on us as I ratcheted the plastic tight. We both shook our heads, trying to get it off our faces. With his arm now strapped above his head, Val sat there looking like a gibbon as I got out a candle and matches. The candle provided more light than it would normally have, thanks to the reflection from the brilliant white walls. I crawled back to the entry point, pulled in the shovels, and used one to pile snow across the gap. It would keep out the wind. It was time to get everything else sorted. I emptied the contents of the bag and started to spread out the duvets on the ground. Contact with the snow would conduct heat away from our bodies about 20 times faster than if we sat on the bedding. Next, I smoothed out the sides of our hull with a gloved hand so that, as heat rose, the melting snow didn't form drip points and fall on us like rain. That done, I dug a small channel around the edge so that whatever did start to melt would run down the sides and refreeze there. In situations like this, 5% extra effort always leads to 50% more comfort. The wind was no longer the prominent noise. The rustling of nylon clothing and both of us sniffing or coughing had taken over. The cave was beginning to look like a steam room as our breath hung in clouds in a confined space. Using the grip end of a shovel, I dug a small tunnel. I needed to be able to see out towards the house, and we needed ventilation. The candlelight wouldn't be seen directly from the house, as it was low down and in an alcove. I just had to hope the ambient glow wasn't bright enough to be seen either, because there was no way we could do without it. Even the small amount of heat from a candle flame can help bring the temperature up to freezing point. On my knees, I looked towards the house. Well, it was out there in the darkness somewhere. Even with this amount of clothing on and some insulation beneath me, my body was still cold because we weren't moving. I readjusted my position so that I was comfortable and could still see outside. Val continued to study me. At least 2 very cold, boring hours must have passed with me listening to the wind, and Val constantly fidgeting to get feeling back into his arm, when all of a sudden he said, "The Malaskaya must have offered you quite a sizable amount of money to keep me alive. I am obviously more of a threat to them than I thought." I spun round in amazement. It was a very confident, clear voice. He was smiling. He obviously liked my reaction. "Now that you are alone, I should imagine it will be quite difficult to get me out of the country. To wherever it is the Malaskaya want you to take me." He paused. "St. Petersburg, perhaps." I stayed silent. He was right. I was in the shit. "You have a name, I presume?" I shrugged. "It's Nick." "Ah, Nicholas. You're British." "Yeah, that's right." I turned back to the house. "Tell me, Nicholas, what did the Malaskaya offer you? 1 million US? Let me tell you, I am worth considerably more than that to them." "What is 1 million? It wouldn't even buy a decent apartment in London." "I know. I have 3. I carried on looking out of the hole. "I don't know who or what the Malaskaya are. They sound Russian, but I was employed in London." He laughed. "London, New York, it doesn't matter. It was them. They would very much like to have a meeting with me." "Who are they?" "The same as me, but infinitely more dangerous, I can assure you." He got up onto his knees, and a small shower of ice fell as the branch moved. I couldn't imagine anyone being more dangerous. Russian Organizatsiya, ROC, was spreading their operations around the world, growing faster than any crime organization in the history of mankind. From prostitution to blackmail, bombing hotels to buying Russian Navy submarines to smuggle drugs, all the different gangs and splinter groups were infiltrating nearly every country to the tune of billions of dollars. These people were making so much money, it made Gates and Branson look like welfare cases. With that much money and power at stake, I was sure there would be the odd disagreement between different groups. There was silence for a while as I kept a trigger on the house. Then Val spoke again. "Nick, I have a proposition that I think will appeal to you." Chapter 6. I didn't respond, just kept my eyes on the house. "It's a very simple proposition. Release me, and I will reward you handsomely. I have no idea what your plan is now. Mine, however, is to stay alive and at liberty. I am willing to pay you for that." I turned to look at him. "How? There's nothing in your wallet but photographs." He tutted, a father addressing a wayward son. "Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. But now that your plan has failed, I imagine you would like to get away from this country as quickly as you can. Release me, return to London, and then I will get you the money. One of my apartments is in the name of Mr. P. Smith." He smiled. The name seemed to amuse him. "The address is 3A, Palace Gardens, Kensington. Would you like me to repeat that?" "No, I've got it." I knew the area. It fitted the bill. It was full of Russians and Arabs, people with so much money they owned apartments worth millions and only used them once in a blue moon. Let's say that in 2 days' time, and for the next 7 days after that, from noon till 4 p.m., there will be somebody at that address. Go there, and you will receive $100,000 US. A drop of melted ice hit me on the cheek. I took a handful of snow from the tunnel and ran it over the drip point, my mood as black as the night I was staring into. What the fuck was I doing freezing in this snow hole? I had $500,000 sitting here with me, from doing something the firm would have paid me a couple of $100 a day for. But I couldn't get at it. My only hope of ever seeing it was Sergei, and fuck knew where he was. Val knew when to talk and when to shut up and let people think. I went back to watching the house for another hour or so, getting even more cold and miserable. I was slowly convincing myself that if Sergei didn't make an appearance, I should take my chances with Val in London. Why not? It wasn't as if I had anything to lose, and I was desperate for the paycheck. I could only hear the faint noise of the engine at first. It was tucked into the trees somewhere on the track and fighting to be heard above the wind. Then headlights appeared out of the tree line, heading towards the house. The noise got louder as it moved along the track. It was a 4x4 in low ratio. Sergei? It was impossible to tell if it was the Nissan from this distance. Val had also heard it, and was keeping still so his jacket didn't rustle and drown out the noise. I watched the headlights briefly illuminate the front of the house before turning into the lean-to and cutting out. I heard just one door slam and my eyes moved to the windows. I saw nothing. I slid over to Val. Passively, he let me check his plastic cuffs. They were secure. He wasn't going anywhere unless he happened to have a chainsaw hidden inside his coat. All the same, I wished I'd brought some tape to cover his mouth in case he decided to shout for help. It wasn't until I blew out the candle so he couldn't use it to burn the cuffs off and started to push my way out of the snow that he sparked up. Nick? I stopped, but didn't turn. What? Think about what I have said as you go to meet your friends. My offer is infinitely more profitable for you, and, may I say, safer. We'll see. I pushed myself out into the wind and was very much thinking about it, glad that Val wasn't going to scream and shout out. He knew what was happening. If it was Sergei at the house, Val could shove his offer. By the morning we would be in St. Petersburg, and I'd have my money and be on my way back to London. As I retraced my route, the wind was blowing head-on, making my eyes stream. I could feel my tears turn to ice. I listened to the trees creak in the gale. Snow, whipped into a frenzy, attacked the exposed skin around my neck and face as I tried to focus on the house and surrounding area. Kicking on about 20 meters, I checked the house again. The upstairs lights were on now, but there was still no movement inside. Moving off once more, I tried not to get too euphoric about the prospect of Sergei being there, but the feeling that this job could soon be over made the wind seem marginally less powerful. Once below the sauna, on the lake, I pulled my trigger finger from its glove and pulled out the .88. It was far too dark to see with the naked eye, so I checked the chamber with my exposed finger and ensured the mag was on tight. Then climbed up onto the bank and moved forward in a semi-crouch until I got to the lean-to entrance. I was eager to make contact with Sergei, but had to take things slowly. Only when I actually saw him would I feel safe. I stood and listened at the lean-to door, not hearing anything apart from the sound of the wind bouncing it backwards against the lock. Keeping to the right of the frame, I pulled the metal handle down and the wind did the rest, forcing it inwards. Fortunately, the bottom scraped along the ground, preventing it from crashing into the woodpile. On my hands and knees in the snow, I eased my head round the bottom of the doorframe. The Nissan was parked the other side of the Volvo, the light from the ground floor window reflecting off its roof. Things were looking up. But I'd have to wait a while before jumping with joy. I moved into the lean-to and checked no one was still in the Nissan. Then I pushed the door to, feeling warmer out of the wind. The entrance to the house was closed, but the warm glow from the window was enough for me to be seen if anyone came out of it. I moved to the right of the frame, pushing my ear against the door. I couldn't hear a thing. I moved to the other side of the Nissan and looked in through the window. There was no need to get right up to the glass to see in. It's always best to stay back and use the available cover. My heart sank. Carpenter. Still dressed in his suit, but now without a tie or overcoat. He was taking pills from a small tin and swallowing them, shaking his head violently to force them down. His mini Uzi was exposed, rigged up over his jacket and dangling under his right arm, with a harness strap bunching up the material where it crossed his back. He moved about the room with no apparent purpose, sometimes out of view. Then I saw he had Val's masking tape and ball gag wrapped in his massive hand. He brought them up to his face for a moment, and, realizing their significance, hurled them to the ground. Then he started lifting chairs and smashing them against the walls, kicking our overcoats about the room like a 2-year-old in a tantrum. It wasn't hard to work out what was going through his mind. He'd decided that I had left with Val for the border, leaving him in the lurch. Fair one, I'd think the same. No wonder he was chucking his toys out of the pram. The table followed the chairs as the combination of narcotics and rage started to fuck with his head. There was no reason to consider my options. He had just made up my mind for me. Moving back to the outer door, I left him to it. Checking back every 10 meters as I crossed the frozen lake, after several minutes, I saw headlights in the darkness heading away from the house and back towards the tree line. What the fuck was Carpenter up to? He probably didn't even know himself. With legs apart and slightly bent to keep myself stable in the gusts, I stood and watched until the lights disappeared into the night. It was very tempting to go back and wait in the house, but Carpenter might return and complicate matters, and anyway, there was still the police to worry about. Turning parallel to the shore, I carried on towards the snow hole. Once in the tree line, I could see the whole of the side of the house. Carpenter had left the lights on, but through the downstairs window things didn't look right. It took me a second or two to realize what was happening. Not bothering about leaving sign, I moved as fast as I could in a direct line towards the building, stumbling over in snow that sometimes came up to my chest. I was trying so hard to get there quickly that it didn't feel as if I was making any progress. It felt like one of the recurring dreams I'd had as a kid, running to someone, but never as fast as I needed to. As I got closer, I could see flames flickering in the room, and smoke spewing out through a broken pane. A thick layer was gathering 2 or 3 feet deep on the ceiling and looking for more places to escape from. Fuck the house. It was the Volvo I was worried about. By the time I reached the lean-to, I could already hear the crackling of badly seasoned wood and the screams from the smoke alarms going apeshit. The door to the house was open. Smoke was pouring out from the top of the frame. Either Carpenter had been switched on enough to know that he had to feed the fire with oxygen, or he just didn't give a shit. It didn't matter which. The fact was that it had taken hold big time. I reached the car, the heat searing my back even through my ski jacket. The inside of the house was a furnace. As I put the key in the lock, there was a sound like shotgun rounds being fired. Spray cans of something were exploding in the heat. I reversed slowly out of the lean-to. It would have been pointless screaming out like a loony, only to get stuck in the snow. I just wanted to get clear enough so the Volvo wasn't incinerated. After a 3-point turn, I drove 50 meters up the track and killed the engine. Jumping out with the keys, I stumbled back into the cover of the tree line, feeling as if I was back in that dream again. By the time I neared the hide, I could make out my shadow quite clearly against the snow. The flames were well and truly taking over from the smoke. Sliding into the snow hole, I pulled out my Leatherman, felt for the plastic cuffs, and started to cut Val free, letting him sort himself out as I scrambled out again into the wind. He soon followed, and we both stared at the burning building. Bizarrely, he started to try and comfort me. "It's all right. I knew you weren't abandoning me. I am worth too much to you, no? Particularly now. May I suggest that we leave here, and as soon as possible. Like you, I do not want to encounter the authorities. It would be most inconvenient." What was it with this guy? Did his pulse rate ever go above 10 beats per minute? He knew that whatever had happened out here, it had stopped me from meeting up with any of the team. He didn't have to convince me any more to let him go. He knew it was my only sensible option now. The Volvo could easily be seen in the flames. They hadn't penetrated the walls yet, but they were licking out hungrily from the windows. I stopped him short of the car, handed him my Leatherman, and carried on to open the boot, shouting at him to cut the cord in his jacket. Even at this distance, I felt the heat on my face. He looked about him, found the nylon cord that could be adjusted to tighten around his waist, and began cutting. There were loud cracks as the frame of the house was attacked by the flames. Val looked at the fire as he heard the boot open. "Please, Nick, this time inside the car. It's very cold in there." It was a request rather than a demand. "And, of course, I'd prefer your company to that of the spare tire." Responding to my nod, he settled in the Volvo's rear footwell, giving me back the Leatherman and offering his hands. I tied them around the base of the handbrake with the cord where I could see them. We drove out, leaving the fire to do what it had to do. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. At least there wouldn't be any evidence of me ever having been there. There was no sign of Carpenter or anyone else as we bumped our way up to the chain gate. I left it on the ground where I found it, as a warning to Sergei. There was still a chance that he'd got away. There'd been 2 Hiluxes in the hotel car park. Maybe he'd nicked the other one. It was too late now to hope that he might get us over the border, but I still didn't want him to get caught. He was a good guy, but fuck it. I was on a new phase now, and one that had nothing to do with any of them. I had lost. I had to accept it. Now I had to take my chances with Val. "I'll drop you off at a train station," I said as we headed towards Valimar. "You sort yourself out from there." "Of course. My people will extricate me quite swiftly." There was no emotion in his voice. He sounded like a Russian version of Jeeves. "May I give you some advice?" "Why not?" My eyes were fixed on the road, heading for the motorway past the town, seeing nothing but piled-up snow on either side of me. The wind buffeted the side of the car enough for me to have to keep adjusting the steering. It was like having a heavy Arctic drive past on a motorway. "You will obviously want to leave the country quickly, Nick. May I suggest Estonia? From there, you can get a flight to Europe fairly easily, or even a ferry to Germany. After what has happened at the hotel, only a fool would try to leave Helsinki by air or cross into Sweden." I didn't reply, just stared at the snow in the headlights. Just over 2 hours later, we were approaching Puistola, one of the Helsinki suburbs. Not that I could see any of it. First lights wasn't for another 4 hours. People would soon be waking up to their cheese and meatballs and listening to the radio accounts of last night's gunfight at the OK Corral. I looked for signs to the train station. The morning rush hour, if there was one, would start in an hour or 2. Pulling into the car park, I cut him free of the handbrake. He knew to stay still and wait for me to tell him when to move. He was so close to freedom, why jeopardize things now? I got out and stood away from the car, my pistol in the pocket of my puffer jacket. He crawled out, and we both stood in a line of frozen-over cars, in the dark, as he sorted himself out, tucking in his clothes and running his hands through his hair. Still looking ridiculous in Carpenter's salopettes and ski jacket, he clapped his gloved hands together to get some circulation going, eventually extending one of them to me. The only shaking I did was with my head. He understood why, and nodded. "Nick, thank you. You will receive your reward for releasing me. P.P. Smith. Remember the rest?" Of course I did. My eyes were fixed on his. I considered telling him that if he was lying to me, I'd find him and kill him. But it would have been a bit like telling Genghis Khan to watch himself. He smiled. He'd read my mind again. "Don't worry. You will see that I am a man of my word." He turned and walked towards the station. I watched him crunch along in the snow, breath trailing behind him. After about a dozen or so paces, he stopped and turned. "Nick, a request. Please do not bring a cell phone or pager with you to Kensington, or any other electronic device. It's not the way we conduct business. Again, I thank you. I promise that you won't regret any of this." I made sure that he was out of the way, then got back into the car. Chapter 7. Norfolk, England, Friday, 10th of December, 1999. The bedside clock burst into wake-up mode, dead on 7, sounding more like a burglar alarm. As I rolled over, it took me 3 attempts before I managed to hit the off button with my hand still inside the sleeping bag. The instant I poked my head out, I could tell the boiler had stopped working again. My house was a bit warmer than a Finnish snow hole, but not much. It was yet another thing I needed to sort out, along with some bedding and a bed frame to go with the mattress I was lying on. I slept in a pair of Ron Hill running bottoms and sweatshirt. This wasn't the first time the boiler had packed in. I wrapped the unzipped bag around me and pushed my feet into my trainers with the heels squashed down. I headed downstairs, the bag dragging along the floor. I'd spent most of my life being wet, cold and hungry for a living, so I hated doing it on my own time. This was the first place I'd ever owned, and in winter the mornings felt much the same to me as waking up in a hedgerow in South Armagh. It wasn't supposed to work like that. The place was in the same state as I'd left it before I went away just over 2 weeks ago to RV with Sergei at the lake house, except that the tarpaulin had blown off the hole in the roof and the for sale sign had been flattened by the wind. If it had stayed there any longer, it would have taken root anyway. There wasn't enough time to sort any of that out today. I had 3 vitally important meetings in London in a few hours' time, and they wouldn't wait for the boiler man. The trip back to the UK had taken 3 days. I'd decided to find my own way rather than take Val's advice to get out of Finland via Estonia. It wasn't as if we were sharing toothbrushes or anything, so I wasn't in the mood to trust everything he had to say. I drove to Kristiansand in southern Norway, and from there I took the ferry to Newcastle. It was full of Norwegian students. While they got pissed, I watched Sky News on the snowy screens. There was footage of the Intercontinental, with police apparently doing a search for forensic evidence. Then came pictures of the dead, amongst them Sergei. A Finnish government spokeswoman gave a news conference declaring that it was the worst incident their country had witnessed since the 1950s, but declining to confirm whether it was an ROC shooting and stressing there was no connection with or risk to the EU conference. As far as they were concerned, this was an unrelated matter. I made my way down the bare wooden staircase, trying not to snag the sleeping bag on the gripper rod that had been left behind when I'd ripped up the carpet. The house was a DIY disaster zone. It had been ever since I'd bought it after bringing Kelly back from the States in '97. In theory, it was idyllic, up on the Norfolk coast in the middle of nowhere. There was a small co-op, and 3 fishing boats worked out of the tiny harbour. The highlight of the day was when the local pensioners took the free bus to the superstore 8 miles away to do their big shop. The estate agent must have rubbed his hands when he saw me coming. A 1930s, 3-bedroomed, detached mess of Pebbledash, just 200 metres from the windy beach. It had been empty for several years after the previous owners had died, probably of hypothermia. The details said, some renovation required, but with magnificent potential. In other words, a shitload of work was needed. My plan was to gut the place and rebuild it. The ripping out was okay. In fact, I'd enjoyed it. But after a succession of builders had sucked through their teeth when giving me their quotes, and I'd got pissed off with them and decided to do it myself, I'd lost interest. So now the house was all bare boards, stud work and entrails of wiring that I didn't understand sticking out of the walls. Now that I was responsible for Kelly, it had seemed the right time to fulfill the fantasy of having a real home. But no sooner had I exchanged contracts than it had started to make me feel confined. I'd called the place in Hampstead, where she was being looked after, as soon as I'd got back last night. They said she was much the same as when I'd last seen her. I was glad she was sleeping. It meant I didn't have to speak to her. I did want to, but just never knew what the fuck to say. I'd gone to see her the day before leaving for Finland. She'd seemed all right, not crying or anything, just quiet and strangely helpless. The kitchen was in just as bad a state as the rest of the place. I'd kept the old yellow Formica units, circa 1962. They'd do for now. I put the kettle on the gas ring, readjusting the sleeping bag around my shoulders, and went out into the porch to check for mail. It hadn't been stacked up on the kitchen unit as I'd expected. I also wondered why the tarpaulin hadn't been replaced in my absence. I hadn't got a postbox yet, but a blue pedal bin did just as well. Very Finnish, I thought. There were 4 envelopes, 3 bills and a card. The handwriting told me who the card was from, and I knew before I read it that I was about to get fucked off. Caroline had started coming here to look in on things now and again, to collect the mail and check the walls hadn't collapsed while I was away working as a travelling salesman. She was in her 30s and lived in the village. Her husband no longer lived with her. It seemed he took too much whiskey with his soda. Things were going great between us. She was kind and attractive, and whenever I was here we would link up for an afternoon or two. But a couple of months earlier she had started to want more of a relationship than I felt able to offer. I opened the card. I was right. No more visits or mail collection. It was a shame. I liked her a lot, but it was probably for the best. Things were getting quite complicated. A gunshot wound in the stomach, a reconstructed earlobe, and dog-tooth scars along a forearm are hard to explain, whatever you're trying to sell. Making a lumpy brew with powdered milk, I went upstairs to Kelly's room. I hesitated before I opened the door, and it wasn't because of the hole in the roof tiles. There were things in there that I'd done for her. Not as much as I'd have liked, but they had a habit of reminding me how our lives should have been. I turned the handle. There had probably been more wind than rain in my absence, as the stain on the ceiling wasn't wet. The blue 2-man tent in the middle of the floor was still holding out. I'd put nails in the floorboards instead of tent pegs, and they were rusty now. But I still couldn't bring myself to take it down. On the mantelpiece were 2 photos in cheap wooden picture frames, which I'd promised to bring down to her on my next visit. One was of her with her family. Kev, Marcia and her sister Aida. All smiles round a smoking barbecue. It was taken about a month before I'd found them hosed down in their home in the spring of '97. I bet she missed this picture. It was the only decent one she had. The other was of Josh and his kids. This was a recent one, as Josh was carrying a face scar that any neo-Nazi would be proud of. It was of the family standing outside the Special Operations Training Section of the American Secret Service at Laurel, Maryland. Josh's dark pink gunshot wound ran all the way up the right-hand side of his cheek to his ear, like a clown's smile. I hadn't had any contact with him since my stupidity got his face rearranged in June '98. He and I still administered what was left of Kelly's trust fund, though as her legal guardian, I'd found myself shouldering more and more of the financial responsibility. Josh was aware of her problem, but it was just done via letters now. He was the last real friend I had, and I hoped that maybe one day he would forgive me for nearly getting him and his kids killed. It was too early to go in and apologize. At least, that was what I told myself. But I had woken up late at night more than once, knowing the real reason. I just couldn't face all that sorrow and guilt stuff at the same time. I wanted to, I just wasn't any good at it. As I picked up Kelly's photos, I realised why I didn't have any myself. It just made me think about the people in them. I cut away from all that, promising myself that re-establishing contact with Josh would be one of the first things I got done next year. I went into the bathroom opposite and ran the buttercup-coloured bath. I had a bit of a soft spot for the foam tiles, now light brown with age, that lined the ceiling. I remembered my stepdad putting some up when I was a kid. "These'll keep the heat in," he'd said. Then his hand slipped and his thumb left a dent. Every Sunday night, when I had a bath, I threw the soap at the ceiling to add to the pattern. Returning to my bedroom, I put Kelly's photos on a mattress to make sure I didn't forget them. I finished my brew, then dug into one of the cardboard boxes, looking for my bike leathers. I checked the bath, and it was time to jump in, after hitting the small radio on the floor, which was permanently tuned to Radio 4. The shooting was still high on the agenda. An expert on ROC declared to listeners of the Today programme that it had all the hallmarks of an inter-faction shooting. He went on to say that he had known this was going to happen and, of course, he knew the group responsible. He could not, however, name them. He had their trust. Sue McGregor sounded as unimpressed as I was. I lay in the bath and glanced at Baby G. Another 10 minutes and I had to get moving. The order of the day was first the doctor's office at 11:30 to talk about Kelly's progress, then lie to the clinic's accounts department about why I couldn't pay the new invoice just yet. I didn't think they would completely understand if I told them everything would have been fine if a mad Russian called Carpenter hadn't fucked up my cash flow. My next visit would be to Colonel Lynn at the firm. I wasn't looking forward to that conversation either. I hated having to plead. The third stop on my agenda was Flat 3A, Palace Gardens in Kensington. What the hell? I was desperate. I didn't see the Malaskaya solving my financial problems. My foray into the freelance market had only reinforced my reluctant dependence on the firm. I had been weapons-free from the firm since the fuck-up in Washington with Josh 18 months before. Lynn was right, of course, when he'd said I should feel lucky that I wasn't banged up in some American jail. As for the Brits, I reckoned they were still trying to decide what to do with me. Give me a knighthood or make me disappear. At least I was getting paid $2,000 a month in cash while they scratched their heads. It was enough to cover Kelly's treatment for about 72 hours. Lynn made it clear that in no way did the retainer mean any change in my status. He didn't say it in so many words, but I knew from the look in his eyes that I was still lowlife. A K, a deniable operator carrying out shit jobs that no one else wanted to do. Nothing would change unless I could get Lynn to put my name forward for permanent cadre. And time was running out. He was taking early retirement to his mushroom farm in Wales when he finished running the desk in February. I didn't have a clue who was taking over. Contacting the message service last night, I'd heard Lynn would see me at 13:30. If I ever got back into the Good Lads Club, pay would be increased to £290 a day for ops, £190 for training. But in the meantime, I was in the shit. The chances of selling this house were zero. It was in a worse state than when I moved in. I'd bought it for cash, but I couldn't raise a loan on it because I couldn't prove my income. Since leaving the army, it had been cash in envelopes rather than PAYE. Getting out of the warm bath into the cold bathroom, I dried myself quickly and got into my leathers. From inside the panelling that contained the cistern, I retrieved my 9mm HK USP, Heckler & Koch Universal Service Pistol, a chunky, square-edged semi-automatic 9mm, and two 13-round mags. Its holster was my usual one, which could be shoved down the front of my jeans or leathers. Sitting on the toilet lid, I bit open the plastic bag protecting it and loaded the loose rounds. I always eased the mag's springs when the weapon wasn't needed. Most stoppages occur because of a misfeed from the magazine, either because the mag's not fully home in a pistol grip, or because the mag spring has been under tension for so long that it doesn't do its job when required. When the first round is fired, it might not push the next up into the breech. I loaded the weapon, inserting a mag into the pistol grip and ensuring it was fully home. To make the weapon ready, I pulled back on the top slide with my forefinger and thumb and let go. The working parts moved forwards under their own steam and rammed the top round of the mag into the chamber. I had 3 USPs in the house, 2 hidden downstairs when I was here and 1 under my bed. A little trick I'd learned from Kelly's dad years ago. I checked chamber by pushing back slightly on the top slide and put the weapon and spare mag in my pocket, slung the day sack over my shoulder and locked up the house. Waiting for me outside was the bike of my dreams, a red Ducati 966 that I treated myself to at the same time as the house. It lived in the garage, another pebble-dashed marvel of 1930s architecture. And there were times when I reckoned the sound of its engine bursting into life was the only thing that kept me from total despair. Chapter 8. The London traffic was chaos. There were plenty of shopping days left till Christmas, but you wouldn't have thought so from the number of cars. As I rode down from Norfolk, it had been cold, overcast and dull, but at least it was dry. Compared with Finland, it was almost tropical. I got to Marble Arch in just under 3 hours, but progress was going to be slow going from now on. Weaving my way around stationary vehicles, I looked down Oxford Street, where the decorations blazed and twinkled. The season of goodwill was everywhere, it seemed, except behind the steering wheels of gridlocked vehicles and inside my head. I was dreading this. The house I called in Hampstead last night was staffed by 2 nurses who, under the psychiatrist's supervision, were looking after Kelly 24 hours a day. They took her to a clinic in Chelsea several times a week, where Dr. Hughes had her consulting rooms. Kelly's round-the-clock attention was costing me just over $4,000 a week. Most of the £300,000 I'd stolen from the drug cartels in '97, together with her trust fund, had been spent on her education, the house, and now her treatment. There was nothing left. It had all started about 9 months ago. Her grade since coming to England had been poor. She was an intelligent girl, but she was like a big bucket with holes in it. Everything was going in, but then it just dripped out again. Apart from that, she'd shown no visible after-effects from the trauma. She was slightly nervous around adults, but okay with her own age group. Then, at boarding school, she'd started to complain about pains, but could never be more specific or explain exactly where they were. After several false alarms, including the school nurse wondering if she was starting her periods early, her teachers concluded that she was just attention-seeking. Then it slowly got worse. Kelly gradually withdrew from her friends, her teachers, her grandparents, and me. She wouldn't talk or play anymore. She just watched TV, sat in a sulk or sobbed. I didn't pay that much attention at first. I was worried about the future and was too busy feeling pissed off at not having worked since the previous summer while I waited for Lynn to make up his mind. My usual response to her sobbing bouts had been to go and get ice cream. I knew this wasn't the answer, but I didn't know what was. It got to the point where I even started to get pissed off with her for not appreciating my efforts. What an arsehole I felt now. About 5 months ago, she'd been with me in Norfolk for the weekend. She was distant and detached, and nothing I did seemed to engage her. I felt like a school kid jumping around a fight in the playground, not really knowing what to do. Join in, stop it, or just run away. I tried playing at camping with her, putting up the tent in her bedroom. That night she woke with terrible nightmares. Her screaming lasted all night. I tried to calm her, but she just lashed out at me as if she was having a fit. The next morning I made a few phone calls and found out there was a 6-month waiting list for an NHS appointment, and even then I'd be lucky if it helped. I made more calls and later the same day took her to see Dr. Hughes, a London psychiatrist who specialised in child trauma and who accepted private patients. Kelly was admitted to the clinic at once for a temporary assessment, and I'd had to leave her there to go on my first St. Petersburg recce, and to recruit Sergei. I wanted to believe that everything would be fine soon, but knew deep down that it wouldn't. Not for a long time. My worst fears were confirmed when the doctor told me that besides regular treatment at the clinic as an outpatient, she'd need the sort of constant care that only the unit in Hampstead could provide. I'd been to visit her there a total of 4 times now. We usually just sat together and watched TV for the afternoon. I wanted to cuddle her, but didn't know how. All my attempts at displaying affection seemed awkward and forced, and in the end, I left feeling more fucked up than she was. I swung right into Hyde Park. The squaddies of the Blues and Royals were out exercising their horses before perching on them for hours outside some building or other for the tourists. I rode past the memorial stone to the ones who were blown up by Pyra in 1982 while doing the same thing. I had some understanding of Kelly's condition, but only some. I'd known men who'd suffered with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, but they were big boys who'd been to war. I wanted to know more about its effects on children. Hughes told me it was natural for a child to go through a grieving process after a loss, but sometimes after a sudden traumatic event, the feelings can surface weeks, months, or even years later. This delayed reaction is PTSD, and the symptoms are similar to those associated with depression and anxiety, emotional numbness, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and despair, and reliving the traumatic experience in nightmares. It rang so true. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen Kelly smile, let alone heard her laugh. The symptoms vary in intensity from case to case, Hughes had explained, but can last for years if untreated. They certainly won't just go away on their own. I'd felt almost physically sick when I realised that if only I'd acted sooner, Kelly might have been on the mend by now. It must be how real fathers feel, and it was probably the first time in my life that I'd experienced such emotions. The road through the park ended and I was forced back onto the main drag. Traffic was virtually at a standstill. Delivery vans were stopping exactly where they wanted and hitting their 4-way flashes. Motorbike couriers screamed through impossible gaps, taking bigger chances than I was prepared to. I slowly worked my way in and out of it all, heading down towards Chelsea. Things were just as bad on the pavement. Shoppers loaded with carrier bags collided with each other and caused log jams at store entrances. And, as if things weren't bad enough, I didn't have a clue what I was going to get Kelly for Christmas. I passed a phone shop and thought of getting her a mobile, but fuck it. I wasn't even any good at talking to her face to face. At a clothes shop, I thought of getting her a couple of new outfits, but maybe she'd think I didn't think she was capable of choosing her own. In the end, I gave up. Whatever she said she wanted, she could have. That was if the clinic left me any money to pay for it with. I eventually got to where I wanted to be and parked up. The Moorings was a large townhouse in a leafy square, with clean bricks, recent repointing and lots of gleaming fresh paint. Everything about it said it specialised in the disorders of the rich. The receptionist pointed me to the waiting room, a place I was very familiar with by now, and I settled down with a magazine about the sort of wonderful country houses that mine would never be. I was reading about the pros and cons of conventional compared with underfloor heating, and thinking that it must be rather nice to have any sort at all, when the receptionist appeared and ushered me into the consulting room. Dr. Hughes looked as striking as ever. She was in her mid to late 50s, and looked like she and her consulting rooms could have featured in OK magazine. She had the kind of big grey hair that made her look more like an American newsreader than a shrink. My overriding impression was that she appeared incredibly pleased with herself most of the time, especially when explaining to me, over the top of her gold-rimmed, half-moon glasses, that no, sorry, Mr. Stone, it was impossible to be more definite about timetables. I declined the coffee she offered. There was always too much time lost fanning about while waiting for it, and in this place, time was money. Sitting down on the chair facing her desk, I placed the day sack at my feet. She hasn't got worse, has she? The doctor shook her unusually large head, but didn't answer immediately. If it's about the money, She lifted her hand and gave me a patient, patronising look. Not my department, Mr. Stone. I'm sure the people downstairs have everything under control. They certainly did. And my problem was that supermodels and Premier League footballers might be able to afford $4 a week, but soon I wouldn't be able to. The doctor looked at me over the top of her glasses. I wanted to see you, Mr. Stone, because I need to discuss Kelly's prognosis. She is still really quite subdued, and we aren't achieving any sort of progress towards her cure. You will remember I spoke to you a while ago about a spectrum of behaviour, with complete inertia at one extreme and manic activity at the other. You said that both ends of the spectrum were equally bad, because either way the person is unreachable. The good ground is anywhere in the middle. The doctor gave a brief smile, pleased and perhaps surprised that I'd been paying attention all those weeks ago. It was our aim, you will also remember, to achieve at least some movement away from the inertial state. Our best hope was to get her into the central area of the spectrum, not too low or too high, able to interact and make relationships, adapt and change. She picked up a pen and scribbled a note to herself on a yellow post-it pad. I'm afraid to say, however, that Kelly is still very passive and preoccupied, stuck, if you like, or cocooned, either unable or unwilling to relate. She peered over her glasses again, as if to underline the seriousness of what she was saying. Young children are deeply affected by witnessing violence, Mr. Stone, particularly when the victims of that violence are family members. Kelly's grandmother has been describing to me her previous cheerfulness and energy. She used to be such fun to be with, I said. She never laughs at my jokes now. I paused. Maybe they're just not very good. The doctor looked a little disappointed at my remark. I'm afraid her current behaviour is such a contrast to how she was previously that it indicates to me that the road to recovery is going to be even longer than I at first thought. Which meant even more expensive. I was ashamed at even having the thought, but there was no getting away from it. What sort of timescale are we looking at? She pursed her lips and shook her head slowly. It's still impossible to answer that question, Mr. Stone. What we're trying to repair here is not something as simple as a fractured limb. I appreciate that you would like me to give you some sort of schedule, but I can't. The course of the disorder is quite variable. With adequate treatment, about a third of people with PTSD will recover within a few months. Some of these have no further problems. Many take longer, sometimes a year or more. Others, despite treatment, continue to have mild to moderate symptoms for a more prolonged period of time. I'm afraid that you really must prepare yourself for a long haul. Is there nothing I can do to help? For the second time, Dr. Hughes smiled briefly. It was fleetingly triumphant rather than warm, and I got the feeling I'd fallen into some kind of trap. Well, she said, I did ask you here today for a specific reason. Kelly is here, in one of the rooms. I started getting up. Can I see her? She, too, stood up. Yes, of course, that is the object. But I have to say, Mr. Stone, that I'd rather she didn't see you. I'm sorry? The doctor cut in. There's something I'd like you to see first. She opened a drawer in her desk, pulled out several sheets of paper and pushed them across the desk. I wasn't prepared for the shock they gave me. The pictures Kelly had drawn of her dead family looked very different from the happy, smiling photograph I had in my day sack. The one of her mother showed her kneeling by the bed, her top half spread-eagled on the mattress, the bed cover coloured in red. In another, her 5-year-old sister Aida was lying on the floor between the bath and the toilet, her head nearly severed from her shoulders. The nice blue dress she'd been wearing that day was splattered chaotically with red crayon. Kev, her father and my best friend, was lying on his side on the floor of the lounge, his head pulped by the baseball bat that lay next to him. I looked at the doctor. They're the positions I found them in that day. Exactly. I hadn't realised. I'd found her in her hidey hole, the place where Kev wanted the kids to run to if there was ever a drama. She'd never said a word to me about it, and I'd never thought that she might have witnessed the carnage. It was as though the events were recorded in her memory with the clarity of a camera. Hughes looked over her glasses. Kelly has even remembered the colour of the duvet on her bed that day, and what was playing on the radio as she helped lay the table in the kitchen. She has talked to me about how the sun was shining through the window and reflecting on the cutlery. She recalls that Aida had lost a hairband just before the men came. She's now just replaying the events immediately preceding the killings, in an effort, I suggest, to achieve another outcome. I was relieved that her flashbacks didn't go any further. But if the treatment worked, she would surely begin to recount what had occurred afterwards. When it did, I would have to involve the firm to sort out any security implications that might arise. But for now, they didn't need to know that she was ill. The psychiatrist interrupted my thoughts. "Come with me, if you will, Mr. Stone. I'd like you to see her and explain a little more about what I hope we can achieve." She led me a short way down the corridor. I couldn't make sense of any of this. Why wasn't Kelly allowed to see me? We turned left and walked on a while, stopping outside a door that had a curtain across a small pane of glass. She poked it very slightly aside with a finger and looked through, then moved back and motioned for me to do the same. I looked through the glass and wished I hadn't. The images of Kelly I kept in my memory were carefully selected shots from before she got sick. Of a little girl quivering with excitement at her birthday party on the replica of the Golden Hind, or shrieking with delight when I finally kept my promise to take her to the Tower of London and she got to see the crown jewels. The real-life Kelly, however, was sitting on a chair next to a nurse. The nurse seemed to be chatting away, all smiles. Kelly, however, wasn't replying, wasn't moving. Hands folded politely in her lap. She was staring at the window opposite her, her head cocked to one side, as if she was trying to work something out. There was something deeply scary about how still she was. The nurse wasn't moving much either, but Kelly's was an unnatural kind of stillness. It was like looking at a frozen image, an oil painting of a young girl in an armchair, next to a film of a nurse who happened to be sitting still, but who would move again in a second or two. I'd seen it before. It was 4 years ago, but it could have been 4 minutes. I was on my hands and knees in her family's garage, talking gently as I moved boxes and squeezed through the gap, inching towards the back wall, trying to push the images of the carnage next door behind me. Then there she was, facing me, eyes wide with terror, sitting curled up in a fetal position, rocking her body backwards and forwards, holding her hands over her ears. "Hello, Kelly," I'd said, very softly. She must have recognized me. She'd known me for years, but she hadn't replied. She'd just carried on rocking, staring at me with wide, scared, dark eyes. I'd crawled right into the cave until I was curled up beside her. Her eyes were red and swollen. She'd been crying and strands of light brown hair were stuck to her face. I tried to move it away from her mouth. I got hold of her rigid hand and guided her gently out into the garage. Then I picked her up in my arms and held her tight as I carried her into the kitchen. She was trembling so much I couldn't tell if her head was nodding or shaking. A few minutes later, when we drove away from the house, she was almost rigid with shock. And that was it. That was the stillness I saw now. The doctor's mouth came up close to my ear. Kelly has been forced to learn early lessons about loss and death, Mr. Stone. How does a 7-year-old, as she was then, understand murder? A child who witnesses violence has been shown that the world is a dangerous and unpredictable place. She has told me that she doesn't think she'll ever feel safe outside again. It's nobody's fault, but her experience has made her think the adults in her life are unable to protect her. She believes she must take on the responsibility herself, a prospect that causes her great anxiety. I looked at the frozen girl once more. Is there nothing I can do? The doctor nodded slowly as she replaced the curtain and turned to head back up the corridor. As we walked, she said, "In time, we need to help her gently examine and review the traumatic events that happened to her, and learn to conquer her feelings of anxiety. Her treatment will eventually involve what are best described as talking therapies, by herself or in groups. But she's not really ready for that yet. I will need to keep her on antidepressant medication and mild tranquilizers for a while yet, to help lessen some of the more painful symptoms. The aim, eventually, will be to help Kelly remember the traumatic events safely, and to address her family life, peer relationships, and school performance. Generally, we need to help her deal with all the emotions she's having trouble making sense of at the moment. Grief, guilt, anger, depression, anxiety. You notice, Mr. Stone, I'm saying we. We had reached her room and went back inside. I sat down again, and she went to the other side of her desk. Parents are usually the most important emotional protectors for their children, Mr. Stone. They can do a much better job of psychologically reassuring their children than professionals can. They can help them talk about their fears, reassure them that Mummy and Daddy will do whatever is possible to protect them, and stay close. Sadly, that's not a possibility for Kelly, of course, but she still needs a responsible adult whom she can depend upon. I was beginning to understand. Her grandmother, you mean? I could have sworn I saw her shudder. Not quite what I had in mind. You see, a major factor in any child's recovery from PTSD is that the prime caregiver must communicate a willingness to talk about the violence and be a non-judgmental listener. Children need to know that it's permissible to talk about violence. Kelly needs permission, if you like, to talk about what happened to her. Sometimes, caregivers may subtly discourage children from talking about violence in their lives for whatever reason, and this, I sense, is the case with Kelly's grandparents. I think her grandmother feels hurt and discouraged that Kelly has lost interest in family activities and is easily angered and so detached. She finds it very upsetting to hear the details. Maybe because she believes it will be less upsetting for Kelly if she doesn't talk about it. On the contrary, children often feel relieved and unburdened by sharing information with trusted adults. It also may be useful therapeutically for children to review events and air their fears by retelling the story. I don't mean that we should coerce Kelly into talking about what happened, but reassurance and validation, once she has volunteered it, will be immensely helpful to her recovery. She was beginning to lose me in all her psycho-babble. I couldn't see what I had to do with all this. As if she'd read my mind, Dr. Hughes pursed her lips again and did her trick with the half-moon glasses. What it all boils down to, Mr. Stone, is that Kelly is going to need a trusted adult alongside her during the recovery process. And, in my view, the ideal person to do that is you." She paused to let the implications of what she was saying sink in. "You see, she trusts you. She speaks of you with the utmost affection, seeing you as the nearest thing she has now to a father. What she needs, far more than just the attention and therapy we professionals can provide, is your acceptance of and commitment to that fact." She added pointedly, "Would you have difficulties with that, Mr. Stone?" "My employers might. I need—" She held up her hand. "You have seen the cocoon in which Kelly has placed herself. There is no formula that guarantees breaking through when someone is out of reach. But, whatever the cause is, a form of loving has to be there in the solution. What Kelly needs is a prince on a white charger to come and free her from the dragon. It is my view that she's decided not to come out until you are an integral part of her life again. I'm sorry to burden you with this responsibility, Mr. Stone, but Kelly is my patient, and it's her best interests that I must have at heart. For that reason, I didn't want her to see you today. I don't want her to build up hopes only to have them dashed. Please, go away and think about it. But believe me, the sooner you are able to commit, the sooner Kelly's condition will start to improve. Until then, any sort of cure is on hold." I reached into my day sack and pulled out the framed photographs. It was the only thing I could think of. "I brought these for her. They're pictures of her family. Maybe there'll be some help." The doctor took them from me, still waiting for an answer. When she saw she wasn't going to get one, not today anyway, she nodded quietly to herself and ushered me gently but firmly towards the door. "I'll be seeing her this afternoon. I'll telephone you later. I have the number. And now, I believe, you have an appointment with the people downstairs." Chapter 9. I was feeling pretty depressed as I headed east along the northern side of the Thames towards the city centre. Not just for Kelly, but for me. I forced myself to admit it. I hated the responsibility, and yet I had those promises to Kevin to live up to. I had enough problems looking after myself, without doctors telling me what I should be doing for other people. Being in charge of others in the field was fine. Having a man down and a contact was straightforward compared to this. You just got in there, dragged him out of the shit and plugged up his holes. Sometimes he lived, sometimes not. It was something I didn't have to think about. The man down always knew that someone would be coming for him. It helped him stay alive. But this was different. Kelly was my man down. But it wasn't just a question of plugging up holes. She didn't know whether help was on the way or not. Nor did I. I knew there was one thing I could do. Make money to pay for her treatment. I'd be there for her, but later. Right now, I needed to keep busy and produce money. It had always been later for Kelly. Whether it was a phone call or a birthday treat, but that was going to change. It had to. Working my way through the traffic, I eventually got onto the approach road to Vauxhall Bridge. As I crossed to the southern side, I looked up at Vauxhall Cross, home of SIS, Secret Intelligence Service. A beige and black pyramid with the top cut off. Flanked by large towers on either side, it needed just a few swirls of neon to look totally at home in Las Vegas. Directly opposite Vauxhall Cross, over the road and about 100 metres away, was an elevated section of railway that led off to Waterloo Station. Most of the arches beneath had been converted into shops or warehouses. Passing the SIS building, I negotiated the 5-way road junction and bumped the pavement, parking up by 2 arches which had been knocked through to make a massive motorbike shop. The one I'd bought my Ducati from. I wasn't going in today. It was just an easy place to park. Checking my saddle was secure so that no one could nick my USP, I put my helmet in the day sack, crossed a couple of feeder roads and took the metal footbridge over the junction, eventually entering the building via a single metal door that funneled me towards reception. The interior of the firm looked much the same as any high-tech office block, clean, sleek, and with an efficient corporate feel about it, with people swiping their identity cards through electronic readers to get access. I headed for the main reception desk, where two women sat behind thick, bulletproof glass. "I'm here to see Mr. Lin." "Can you fill this in, please?" The older one passed a ledger through a slot under the glass. As I signed my name in 2 boxes, she picked up a telephone. "Who shall I say is here?" "My name is Nick." I hadn't even had any cover documentation from them since my fuck-up in Washington. Just my own cover, which I hoped they'd never know about. I'd organised it in case it was time to disappear. A feeling I had at least once a month. The ledger held tear-off labels. One half was torn away and put in a plastic sleeve, which I would have to pin on. Mine was blue and said, "Escorted everywhere." The woman came off the phone and pointed to a row of soft chairs. "Someone will be with you soon." I sat and waited with my nice new badge on, watching suited men and women come and go. Dress Down Friday hadn't reached this far upriver yet. It wasn't often that people like me got to come here. My last visit had been in '97. I'd hated it that time too. They managed to make you feel that, as a K, you weren't very welcome, turning up and spoiling the smart PLC image of the place. After about 10 minutes of feeling as if I was waiting outside the headmaster's study, an old Asian guy in a natty blue pinstripe suit pushed his way through the barrier. "Nick!" I nodded and got to my feet. He half smiled. "If you'd like to follow me." A swipe of the card that hung round his neck got him back through the barrier. I had to pass the metal detector before we met on the other side and walked to the lifts. "We're going to the 5th floor." I nodded and let the silence hang as we rode the lift, not wanting to let him know that I knew. It saved on small talk. Once on the 5th, I followed him. There was little noise coming from any of the offices along the corridor, just the hum of air conditioning and the creak of my leathers. At the far end, we turned left, passing Lynn's old office. Someone called Turnbull had it now. 2 doors down, I saw Lynn's name on the door plate. My escort knocked and was met by the characteristically crisp and immediate call of, "Come!" He ushered me past, and I heard the door close gently behind me. Lynn's bald crown faced me as he wrote at his desk. He might have a new office, but it was quite clear he was a creature of habit. The interior was exactly the same as his last, exactly the same furniture and plain, functional, impersonal ambiance. The only thing that showed he wasn't a mannequin planted here for decoration was the framed photograph of a group, which I presumed were his much younger wife and 2 children, sitting on a stretch of grass with the family Labrador. 2 rolls of Christmas wrapping paper leaning against the wall behind him showed that he did have a life. Mounted on a wall bracket above me to the right was a TV. The screen scrolling through CFAX World News headlines. The only thing I couldn't see was the obligatory officer's squash racket and winter coat on a stand. They were probably behind me. I stood and waited for him to finish. Normally I would just have sat down and made myself at home. But today was different. There was what people like him tend to call an atmosphere, and I didn't want to annoy him any more than I needed to. We'd parted on less than good terms the last time we'd met. His fountain pen sounded unnaturally loud on the paper. My eyes moved to the window behind him, and I gazed over the Thames at the new apartment building being finished off on the north side of the bridge. "Take a seat. I'll be with you very soon." I did. On the same wooden chair I'd sat on 3 years ago, my leathers drowning the scratch of his writing as I bent down and placed my day sack on the floor. It was becoming increasingly obvious that this was going to be a short meeting, an interview without coffee, Otherwise, the Asian guy would have asked me if I took milk or cream before I'd gone in. I hadn't seen Lynn since the debrief after Washington in '98. Like his furniture, he hadn't changed. Nor had his clothes, the same mustard-coloured corduroy trousers, sports jacket with well-worn leather elbows, and Viella shirt. With his shiny dome still facing me, I could see that he hadn't lost any more hair, which I was sure Mrs. Lynn was very happy about. He didn't really have the ears to be a complete Baldilocks. He finished writing, and put aside what I could now see was a typed page of A4 that looked as if a teacher had marked it. Looking up with a half-amused smile at my outfit, he brought his hands together, thumbs touching as he rested them on top of the desk. Since Washington, he'd treated me as if he was a bank manager and I was asking for a bigger overdraft, trying hard to be nice, but at the same time looking down on me with disdain. That I didn't mind, as long as he didn't expect me to look up to him with reverence. "What can I do for you, Nick?" He was taking the piss out of my accent, but in a sarcastic, not jovial way. He really didn't like me. My Washington fuck-up had put the seal on that. I bit my lip. I had to be nice to him. He was the ticket to the money Kelly needed, and even though I had the sinking feeling that my be-nice expedition wasn't going to work, I had to give it my best shot. "I really would like to know if I am ever going to get PC," I said. He settled back into his leather swivel chair and produced the other half of his smile. "You know, you are very lucky still to be at liberty, Nick. You already have a lot to be thankful for, and do bear in mind, your freedom is still not guaranteed." He was right, of course. I owed the firm for the fact that I wasn't in some US state penitentiary with a cellmate called Big Bubba who wanted to be my special friend. Even if it was more to do with saving themselves even more embarrassment than protecting me. I do understand that, and I'm really grateful for all that you've done for me, Mr. Lynn. But I really need to know. Leaning forward, he studied the expression on my face. It must have been the Mr. Lynn bits that made him suspicious. He could smell my desperation. "After your total lack of judgment, do you really think you'd ever be considered for permanent cadre?" His face flushed. He was angry. "Think yourself lucky you're still on a retainer. Do you really think that you would be considered for work after you—" His right index finger started to endorse the facts as he poked it at me, his voice getting louder. "1. Disobey my direct order to kill that damned woman. 2. Actually believe her preposterous story and assist her assassination attempt in the White House. God, man! Your judgment was no better than a love-struck schoolboy's. Do you really think a woman like that would be interested in you?" He couldn't contain himself. It was as if I'd touched a raw nerve. "And, to put the tin lid on it, you used a member of the American Secret Service to get you in there, who then gets shot. Do you realize the havoc you've caused, not only in the US but here? Careers have been ruined because of you. The answer is no. Not now, not ever." Then I realized. This wasn't just about me. And it wasn't early retirement at the end of his tour next year to spend more time with his mushrooms. He had been given the sack. He'd been running the K's at the time of the Sarah debacle. And someone had had to pay. People like Lynn could be replaced. People like me were more difficult to blow out, if only for financial reasons. The government had invested several million in my training as a special air service soldier. They wanted to get their money's worth out of me. It must have killed him to know that I was the one who'd fucked up, but he was the one to carry the can, probably as part of the deal to appease the Americans. He sat back into his chair, realizing he had lost his usual control. "If not PC, when will I work?" He had gained a little more composure. Nothing is going to happen until the new department head takes over. He will decide what to do with you. It was time for me to lose all pride. Look, Mr. Lin, I really need the money. Any shit job will do. Send me anywhere. Anything you've got. That child you look after, is she still in care? Shit. I hated it when they knew these things. It was pointless lying. He probably even knew down to the last penny how much money I needed. I nodded. It's the clinic costs. She'll be there for a long time. I looked at his family portrait, then back at him. He had kids. He'd understand. He didn't even pause. No. Now go. Remember, you are still being paid, and you will conduct yourself accordingly. He pressed his buzzer, and the Asian guy came to collect me so fast he must have been listening through the keyhole. At least I got to see the squash racket on the way out. It was leaning against the wall by the door. Taking a breath, I nearly turned back to tell him to ram his patronising, hate-filled words up his arse. I had nothing to lose. What could he do to me now? Then I thought better of letting my mouth react to what I was thinking. This would be the last time I ever saw him. And I was sure it was the last time he ever wanted to see me. Once he'd gone, it would be a new department head and maybe a new chance. Why burn my bridges? I'll get my own back later. I'll jump all over his mushrooms. Chapter 10. I was still feeling philosophical about the meeting at 3A. If Al had been feeding me a crock of shit, well, there you go. At least I was on my turf rather than his. That was the way I wanted it to stay, so I'd tucked my USP into my leathers before I left the bike shop, just in case. All the same, I knew I'd be really pissed off if no one was at the flat with a little something for me. As long as it was wrapped in a big envelope and not a full metal jacket, I'd soon be finding out. The traffic in Kensington was at a standstill. At one set of lights, the bike got wedged between a black cab and a woman in a Merc with very dyed, long blonde hair, held off her face by Chanel sunglasses, even though it was the middle of winter. She tried to look casual as she chatted on her mobile. The cabbie looked over at me and couldn't help himself from laughing. Palace Gardens stretches the whole length of Hyde Park's west side, from Kensington in the south to Notting Hill Gate in the north. I rode up to the iron gates and the wooden gatehouse positioned between them. Sitting inside was a bald man in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, black tie and blue nylon jacket. Beyond him lay a wide tree-lined road and pavements of clean beige gravel. The large mansion houses were mostly embassies and their residences. Flags fluttered and brass plates gleamed. The sale price of even one of the staff apartments would probably clear my debts at the clinic, pay Kelly's education right through to doctorate level, and still leave enough to put a new roof over most of Norfolk. The gate man looked me up and down as if I was something one of the posh embassy dogs had left coiled on the curb. He didn't get up, just stuck his head out of the window. Yes? Number 3A, mate. Pick up. I pointed to the now empty day sack on my back. I really hadn't planned to be a courier today, but it seemed the easiest thing to do. At least I looked the part. With the leathers and my South London accent turned up a notch or two. He pointed up the road. 100 yards up on the left. Don't park in front of the building. Put your machine over there. He indicated to the opposite side of the road. I let in the clutch and waited for the steel bollards blocking my way to disappear into the road. The Israeli embassy loomed up on my left. A dark-skinned guard in plain clothes stood outside on the pavement. He must have been feeling quite cold, as his coat and suit jacket were unbuttoned. If anyone attacked the place, he had to be able to reach his weapon and gun them down before the uniformed British policeman on the opposite side of the road got a chance to step in and make a simple arrest instead. About 70 metres past them both, I parked in the line of cars opposite the apartment building. Walking across the road towards its grand gates, I started removing my gloves and unbuckling my helmet. Then I hit the bell and explained to a voice where I wanted to go. The side gate opened with a whir and a click, and I walked through and down the drive. The building was bigger than most of those around it and set back from the road. It was made of red brick and concrete and was decades younger than its neighbours, with manicured gardens on each side of the drive that led downhill to a turning circle with an ornate fountain at its centre. Pulling off the ski mask that kept the cold off my face, I walked through the main doors into a glittering dark marble and glass reception area. The concierge, another king sitting on his throne, seemed to view me the same way as his mate down the road. "Delivery, is it?" Nobody calls you sir when you're in bike leathers. It was time to play courier boy again. "Nah, pick up. P.P. Smith, mate." He picked up the internal telephone and dialed, his voice changing into Mr. Nice Guy the moment he got a reply. "Hello, reception here. You have a courier for a collection. Do you want me to send him up?" "Certainly. Goodbye." The phone went down and he turned surly again as he pointed to the lift. "Third floor, fourth door on the left." As the lift doors closed behind me, I had a quick check round for closed-circuit cameras, then pulled out my USP. Checking chamber, I hit the button for the third floor. I never knew why I checked chamber so much. Maybe it just made me feel more in control. As the lift kicked in with a slight jerk and took me upwards, I folded the ski mask over the USP and placed it and my right hand in the helmet. If there was a drama, I could just drop the helmet and react. The lift slowed. Placing my thumb on the safety catch, I was ready. The door slid open with an upmarket ding, but I stood my ground for a few seconds, listening, helmet still in my left hand so I could draw with my right. The temperature changed as I stepped into the corridor, and the doors closed behind me. It was hot, but the decor was cold. White walls, cream carpet, and very brightly lit. I followed the carpet, looking for the fourth door on the left. It was so quiet that all I could hear as I moved was the creaking of my leathers. The door didn't have a bell, knocker, or even a number. Using my knuckles against the heavy wood, I stood off to the side, my right hand back on the pistol grip, thumb easing off the safety catch. I hated this bit. It wasn't as if I was expecting trouble. It was highly unlikely to happen here, given all the security I'd had to pass, but still I hated knocking on doors and not knowing who or what was on the other side. Footsteps echoed on a hard floor and locks were undone. The door started to open, only to be stopped by a security chain. A face, or rather half a face, moved into the 3 or 4 inch gap. It was enough for me to recognize its owner at once. I was pleasantly surprised. It would be much friendlier dealing with her than some squarehead. Looking almost innocent, Val's slapper from Helsinki was showing me just one very light blue eye and some dark blonde hair. It probably got lighter in the summer when the sun got to work on it. The only other thing I could see through the gap was her dark blue woolen polo neck. She looked at me without any expression, waiting for me to speak. "My name is Nick. You have something for me?" "Yes. I've been expecting you." She didn't bat an eyelid. "Have you a cell phone or pager with you?" I nodded. "Yeah, I've got a phone." Fuck what Valentin had said. I needed one with me for when a clinic called later. "Could I ask you to turn it off, please?" "It is." It was pointless wasting the battery while sitting on a bike. Tilting the helmet slightly so the pistol wouldn't fall out, I reached into my right-hand pocket and pulled out the phone, showing her the display. She gave a very courteous, "Thank you." Then the door closed, and I heard the chain being undone. The door reopened fully, but instead of standing there and ushering me in, she turned and started to walk back into the flat. "Close the door behind you, would you please, Nick?" As I stepped over the threshold, I smelled floor wax. I followed her down the corridor, taking in the apartment's layout. A couple of doors led off either side, and one at the far end was partly open. The floor was plain, light wood, the walls and doors gleaming white. There was no furniture or pictures, not even a coat hook. I switched my attention to Val's slapper. I'd thought it was her high heels that had made her look so tall in Finland, but I could see now that her legs did that all on their own. She was maybe just over 6 feet tall in her square-toed cowboy boots, which made a slow, rhythmic clack as her heels hit the floor. She walked like a supermodel on a catwalk. Her legs were sheathed in a pair of Armani jeans, the logo on the back pockets moving up and down in time with her heels. I couldn't keep my eyes off it. Slipping the pistol into my right-hand pocket, I moved the phone into my left, all the time looking at her and thinking that Armani should be paying her for this. I was almost tempted to buy myself a pair. One door to the right was partly open, and I glanced through. The kitchen was just as sterile as the corridor. Stark, white stools at a breakfast bar. No kettle, no letters on the side. Nobody lived here. I walked into the living room where she now stood. A large white space with 3 unmatching dining room chairs at its centre. Muslin curtains covered the windows, making the light dull and hazy. The only other objects in the room were 4 very large Harvey Nichols bags, which looked as if they were about to split at the seams, and a black Waterstones bag, the telltale shapes of books pushing at its sides. I moved to the far corner of the room and leaned against the wall. Through the double glazing of the large picture windows I could hear the faint murmur of traffic. She bent over one of the shopping bags and pulled out a buff A2-sized envelope. "My name is Liv. Valentin sends his regards," she said as she brought it over to me. "And, of course, his gratitude. This is for you. $100,000. Wonderful. That was the slate clean at the clinic, and another 4 months' treatment in the bank. She extended a perfectly manicured hand that showed she was no longer a teenager. The skin on her face was crystal clear and had no need of makeup. I reckon she was in her early 30s. Her hair was shoulder-length, parted over her left eye and tucked back behind her ear. If she was wearing nail polish today, it was clear. She wore no rings, no bracelets, earrings or necklaces. The only jewellery I could see was a discreet gold tank watch with a black leather strap. But then, she needed adorning like the Venus de Milo needed a velvet choker and diamond tiara. I was beginning to see why Val might prefer Finland to Russia. I wasn't going to open the envelope there and then. I didn't want to look desperate and untrusting. I was both, but I didn't want her to know that. I hadn't had the time to take much notice of her before. The first time I was aware of her was the day that Val arrived in Finland 3 days before the lift. Recce's are about planning, not admiring the view. But I did now. I'd never seen a woman with such a perfectly symmetrical face, a strong jaw, full lips and eyes that felt as if they knew everything but revealed nothing. Her statuesque body looked like it had been shaped by canoeing or rock climbing rather than jumping up and down to music in a gym. The feel of the bundles in the envelope, even through the bubble wrap lining, brought me back to the real world. I put my helmet at my feet, unzipped my jacket and slipped the envelope inside. She turned and went to sit on one of the chairs beside her purchases. I took up my position against the wall. She invited me to take one of the seats with a wave of her hand, but I declined, preferring to stand and be able to react if Liv had a few of her square-headed friends around and this encounter turned out to be not entirely friendly. I was starting to get jealous of Val. Money and power always attract beautiful women. My pedal bin full of red reminders never had quite the same effect. Liv sat there looking at me in the way that Mr. Spock did on the bridge of the USS Enterprise when he thought things were illogical. It was the same look she'd given me at the hotel, penetrating and searching, as if she was staring right into my head, but somehow managing to give nothing back. It made me uncomfortable, and I stooped to pick up my helmet before leaving. She sat back and crossed her long legs. "Nick, I have a proposition for you. From Valentin." I left the helmet where it was, but said nothing. I'd learned the hard way that it's worth remembering we have 2 ears and just 1 mouth. Her gaze remained cool. "Are you interested?" I certainly was. In principle. I didn't want to spend all day beating about the bush, and she didn't look or sound like the sort of person who'd do that anyway. So, let's just get on with it. "What does he want from me?" "It's a simple task, but one that needs to be handled delicately. He needs someone, and he wants it to be you, to assist another person to enter a house in Finland. The other person is a cryptographer, a highly skilled hacker, if you like. Inside the house are computers, which this other person will use his skills to access, and then download the contents onto a laptop for removal. The contents, before you ask, are merely some competitive intelligence which Valentin is keen to have in his possession." She uncrossed her legs and pulled open one of her bags. "You mean industrial espionage?" "That's not entirely correct, Nick. More commercial than industrial. Valentin is asking you to assist in the procurement of this data, but without the house owners knowing that you have done so. We want them to think they are the only ones with this information." "It's as straightforward as that?" "There are some minor complications, which we will discuss if you are interested." I was, but minor complications don't exist. They always turn out to be major. "How much?" I had to wait for an answer while she fished a cream-coloured cashmere cardigan out of the Harvey Nichols bag with a rustle of tissue paper. Sitting back in the chair, she laid it across her thighs, tucked her hair behind her ear again, and looked directly at me. "Valentin is offering you $1.7 million. If you are successful, of course." She put up a hand. "Non-negotiable." "That is his offer. More than £1 million. He wanted you to have a round figure in your own currency. You're a lucky man, Nick. He likes you." So far it sounded like a dream come true. That alone made me feel suspicious, but fuck it. We were just at the talking stage. Valentin is powerful enough just to take what he wants by force. Why does he need me? She expertly removed the tags from the cardigan, dropping them back into the bag. "This is a job that requires finesse, not muscle. As I said, no one must know that Valentin has this material. In any event, he would prefer this was accomplished outside his normal channels. It's a delicate matter, and it was obvious in Helsinki that you have a certain skill in this area." That was all very nice, but it was question time. "What exactly is it I'm trying to lay my hands on?" She put on the cardigan, her eyes not leaving mine, still measuring me up. I was sure of it. "That, Nick, you don't need to know. We just need to be there before the Malaskaya." I had to cut in. "You mean steal it before the Malaskaya?" She smiled. "Not steal. Copy. Download it. Your task is to get our man in and out without anyone knowing it has happened. Those are the terms, if you wish me to continue." "I get it," I said. "Malaskaya must be Russian for minor complications." She smiled again, her lips parting slightly to show perfect white teeth. "The West call us the Russian Mafia, or simply ROC. As if we were one big group. We're not. We are many groups. The Maleskaya are one faction, and Valentin's only real competitor. Whatever you may think about him, he is a man with vision. The Maleskaya are not. They are just gangsters. It is very important that they never have access to this information. It would be a disaster for all of us, West as well as East. That is all I am prepared to say on the matter. Now, do you wish me to continue? Of course I did. It's always good to know something about who you're racing against. Not that she told me anything Val hadn't. I listened intently as she explained that the target house was still in the process of being prepared to use the competitive intelligence Val wanted. It wouldn't be online for another 6 or 7 days, and only then would I be able to get their man in to copy whatever it was. The problem was that once it was online, the Maleskaya were likely to trace its location very quickly. That's the race, Nick. I emphasize again. We must get it first, and no one must know that we've got it. It sounded okay to me. I'd spent years doing this kind of thing for far less than $1.7 million. Maybe this was my chance to sort out my life, and Kelly's, once and for all. One big fuck-off finger to everyone, especially Lynn. The meeting with him had really pissed me off. He knew the reason I'd been spared and he hadn't, was that I was more useful to the firm as an operator on the ground, whereas Lynn was just another pen pusher. And ever since Washington, the firm knew they had me by the bollocks, and I hated it when people had me by the bollocks. I'm concerned about going back to Finland, I said. I don't think I'm very popular there. She smiled patiently. They aren't looking for you, Nick. As far as the Finnish police are concerned, it was a purely Russian event. Valentin has already made a statement to that effect to the authorities. Don't worry. It's not an issue. If it was, Valentin wouldn't have risked offering you this task. She gave me time to consider what she had said as she picked fluff off her new cardigan. They weren't your friends, I hope. She looked up. Perhaps the choice of team was not one of your best decisions. I smiled and shrugged. I had no defense. I thought not. She twisted her forefinger and thumb to release the fluff onto the floor. For the next few minutes, I asked questions and she failed to give adequate answers. The objective, she said, was simple enough, but it didn't sound low risk to me. There were far too many questions left unanswered. How many people were in the house? What defenses did they have? Where the fuck was it? I wasn't even allowed to know who I was taking in. I would find out only when I signed on the dotted line. On the other hand, $1.7 million versus £290 a day wasn't the kind of discrepancy I could afford to live with. She held out a piece of folded paper. I walked the 5 paces and took it. These are the contact details of the man you will be taking with you, assuming you can persuade him. If you can, the fee goes up to $2 million to cover his cut. Now, one other minor complication. Neither Valentin nor I can risk being associated with this task, so you will be the contact point. It's up to you to convince him to do it. I turned back to my helmet, reading an address and phone number in Notting Hill. Liv said, "His name is Tom Mancini. I believe you know him." I turned to face her. The name did ring a bell, but that didn't concern me. What did was that she knew about me, that she knew things about my past. My concern must have been plain to see. She smiled again and shook her head very slightly. "Naturally, Valentin has gone to the trouble of learning a lot about you these last few days. Do you think he would employ someone for such a task otherwise? What does he know? Enough, I'm sure. Also, enough about Tom. Valentin is sure you are both the right people for this. Now, Nick, as you will appreciate, there is little time. You need to be in Helsinki by Sunday. All I will require are your travel details. Everything else will be looked after. She gave me the contact details. They were very basic, if not a bit over the top, but easy to understand, which was good, because my head was spinning around with 1.7 million other things at the time. She stood up. Our meeting was obviously over. Thank you for coming, Nick. I shook her hand, which felt warm and firm. I looked her in the eye, probably for a fraction of a second too long, then bent to pick up my helmet. She followed me to the front door. As I reached for the handle, she said, "One last thing, Nick." I turned to face her. She was so close I could smell her perfume. Please do not turn your cell phone on until you are far away from here. Goodbye, Nick. I nodded and the door closed. I heard the locks and chain being put back into position. Going down in the lift, I resisted the urge to dance a jig or jump up and click my heels. I'd never been one to embrace good fortune blindly. I'd never had that much of it to embrace, really, but Valentin's proposition sounded rather good. And what few doubts I had were dispelled by the A2 envelope inside my jacket, as long as it didn't go bang on the way home. The lift slowed, and the doors opened on the ground floor. The concierge was frowning at me as he tried to work out why I'd been up there so long. I pulled the ski mask from under my helmet and nodded to him. She was wonderful, I said. By the time the sliding doors opened and I was facing the security cameras, the mask was over my head again. Chapter 11. Walking up the driveway, I started to pull out the chin strap on both sides of the helmet with my thumbs and forefingers. I'd just got past the gate and onto the pavement when I heard the noise of an approaching car. As I played with the straps, I looked up and to the left to check it was okay to cross. A Peugeot 206 was screaming towards me at the speed of sound. It was dark maroon and dirty from the last couple of weeks of slush and road salt. Behind the wheel was a white-knuckled woman in her early 30s with a chin-length bob. I waited for her to pass, but as soon as she was about 10 meters away, she slowed to a more controlled pace. I checked to my right. The Israeli security guy about 70 meters away wasn't fussed about it, nor the uniformed officer who was looking very bored and cold on the opposite side of the road. I watched her get down to the barrier, indicating left, then join the stream of traffic. I pinged the number plate. It was an R-Edge, but there was something else that was much more interesting. No sticker on the back window, telling me how wonderful the dealership was. I suddenly felt I knew what she was about. Just as quickly, I threw the idea aside. Shit. I was getting as paranoid about surveillance as Val and Liv were about mobile phones. Pulling my helmet on, I put the key into the Ducati's ignition, and was just starting to put my gloves on when I pinged another vehicle about 40 or 50 meters further up the road. A midnight blue Golf GTI in a line of vehicles, two up, both sitting back in their seats with no conversation or movement. The side windows were steamed up, but the windscreen had a direct view of the gates to the flats. I took a mental note of their reg. Not that it mattered. Well, that was what I'd tried to tell myself anyway. P116 something. That was all I needed to know. I decided that if I didn't stop being paranoid, I'd end up in the clinic with Kelly and began to give myself a mental slapping. Then I remembered. Paranoia keeps people like me alive. I had one more look around. My helmet down as if I was checking over the machine. I couldn't see anything else that made me feel uneasy, so I straddled the bike and pushed it off its stand. Turning the engine over, I pushed down the gear selector with my left foot, got into first, revved it up a little, turned left and made my way down towards the main gates. If the Golf was a trigger, the team that was about to follow me would have just received a point-by-point, stage-by-stage description of exactly what I was doing over the net. They needed a visual picture of what I looked like, what the bike looked like, its registration and what I was doing. That's helmet on, that's gloves on, not aware. Now complete, on the bike. Keys turned, engine on, stand by. Mobile towards Kensington, exits, approaching, no intention, no indicators on to show which way the vehicle is going. Everybody had to know exactly what I was doing and where I was to the nearest 10 meters, so they could put good covert surveillance on me. It's not like Miami Vice, where the good guys are sitting there with hand mics at their mouths and a big antenna stuck on the roof. All the antennas on E4 vehicles are internal, and you never see any mics. All you've got to do is hit a pressel, a little switch placed wherever you want. My preference had always been to have it fixed internally in the gear shift. That way you can just talk, making it look as if you're having fun or having a row. It doesn't really matter as long as you're giving the details. Which, if I was getting triggered away from here, these two would now be doing. What made me still feel edgy was that the two cars were ideal for city surveillance. Both were very common models in dark, nondescript colours, and they were compact, so they could zip in and out of traffic and were easy to park up or even abandon if the targets went foxtrot, on foot. Not all cars have the retailer sticker in the back window. It's just that surveillance cars would tend not to have them because they could become a VDM, visual distinguishing mark. If they were a surveillance team, they would have to be E4, the government's surveillance group that keeps tabs on everybody from terrorists to dodgy politicians in the UK. No one else would be able to stake out anything along this road. There was more security here than at Wormwood Scrubs. But why me? It didn't make sense. All I'd done was go into an apartment block. I got to the barrier and the guard looked out of his shed and into the cold, trying to work out if I was that bloke who said he was the courier half an hour ago. I turned right and merged with the traffic, which was still a nightmare. I headed the opposite way from the Peugeot and tried to be as casual as possible. I wasn't going to scoot away like a scalded cat and show that I was aware, but check to see if I was a target. It was starting to get dark now as I checked my mirror, expecting a surveillance bike to be up my arse in no time at all. Either the Peugeot driver was a loony and couldn't drive the thing, or she was a new or very useless member of E4. Val would have fitted very nicely into their portfolio, as would quite a few of the residents in this area. I could just be a new face that needed a picture for the surveillance log and general build-up of intelligence on the building. If I was right, she was trying to make a photo or video run on me and had fucked up the timing. It's very hard to make these runs, as you only have one chance and the pressure is always on, but this one was especially incompetent. The car could be rigged with both video and stills cameras, hidden behind the radiator grille or part of the headlight setup, or little bits of the bodywork cut out in the rear so there was just enough light for the lens. The cameras are activated electronically by the driver as they pass the target. The camera takes the whole reel of film at a very fast shutter speed. That's why the timing's so important. Hit the button too soon and the film could be finished by the time you're on top of the target. Or the target might have walked behind a parked car as you begin your run, producing nothing more for your efforts than a nice picture of a Ford Fiesta, and a hard time from your bosses at the debriefing. The video camera is a much safer option. But all it takes on the move is a few bumpy seconds of the target walking. This time around, all they would have was a visual of a biker with a ski mask on. That made me feel a lot better. I had no idea where those pictures would turn up, but I knew Lynn wouldn't be in the best of moods if they found their way to him. I looked down at my mirror. Right on cue, I saw the reflection of a bike's headlight. It wasn't necessarily a surveillance operator, but I had ways of checking. I was riding like one of those 40-something sad bastards. The family are all grown up, the house is virtually paid for, so now they want the motorbike their mum would never let them have. It tends to be the biggest, fattest touring bike their platinum Amex card can handle, and they ride to and from work without ever getting within spitting distance of a speed limit. Except I wasn't scared to open up the throttle. I wanted to see if the single light behind me would do the same. It didn't. He shot past me at speed on an 8-year-old greasy Honda 500 with a battered old blue plastic box on the back held down by bungees. He was wearing well-used leathers and Wellington boots, and turned to look at me through his visor, all beard and disgust. I knew just how he felt. There were other bikes behind me, weaving in and out of the traffic. I moved into the middle of the road and twisted the throttle to jump a couple of cars, then swung back into the stream, crawling along behind a rusting transit van. I let a few more bikes and mopeds pass me, and even a push bike, and after a couple more sets of lights it was obvious I had another weekend rider behind me, about 2 cars back. I turned left at the next junction, and he followed me. Looking for a natural stop, I pulled in at a newsagent's. Resting the bike on its side stand, I went through the charade of undoing my helmet and gloves as an M-Reg Yamaha VFR came past, probably waffling on the net, telling everybody where I was. "Stop, stop, stop! Charlie 1! The bike. Static on the left. At the newsagent's. Bravo 1. Me. Still complete. On the bike." I took the helmet off but kept the mask on once he'd gone, then got off the bike and walked into the shop. I couldn't just ride straight off again, because that would show I was aware. The young woman behind the counter looked alarmed because I hadn't taken my mask off. There was a sign politely asking me to do just that. If she'd asked, I would have told her no, in my tear-the-arse-out-of-it Cockney accent, and to fuck off because I was cold. I didn't want the team to come and requisition the security videotape with yours truly on it. She wasn't going to argue. Why should she care if I was there to steal the money? It could be dangerous for her. I went back to the bike, clutching a copy of the Evening Standard. If I was right, there'd probably be a bike at either end of the road by now. The nets would be in chaos as cars hit their horns at the dickhead drivers who had suddenly decided to throw up, turn 180 in the traffic, all out of sight to me, trying to get in position for the stakeout. A static, short-term target is always a dangerous time for a surveillance team. Everyone has to get in position so that next time the target goes mobile they've covered every possible option. That way, the target moves to the team, instead of the team crowding the target. But where was the trigger? I couldn't be bothered to look. I'd find out soon enough. I pushed the Ducati down into first gear and carried on in the same direction I'd been heading before, towards South Kensington Tube Station, about half a mile away. Parking up in the bike row on the north side, I walked into the packed station, looking as though I was unbuckling my helmet, though I didn't. Instead, I walked straight through and crossed the road, still with my helmet on. The south side of the station had a large, busy and very confusing junction with a big triangular island housing a flower stall. Their propane gas heaters not only blasted out heat as I went by, but also a very comforting bright red light in the gathering darkness. I moved with a crowd of pedestrians to the far side of the junction, past a row of shops along the old Brompton Road. About 50 metres further along, I went into the pub on the corner, took off my helmet and mask, and settled on a bar stool just back from the window. The pub was packed with shoppers, wanting to get out of the cold, and office workers having a drink with friends. I saw the Gulf within minutes, but without the passenger. He or she was probably foxtrot, scurrying around in the tube station looking for me. Then I saw the VFR, and its black, leather-clad rider. They would have found the Ducati now, and the whole team, maybe 4 cars and 2 bikes, would be bomb-bursting about, fighting the traffic, calling in the areas they'd covered so their control could try and direct them elsewhere in some kind of coherent pattern. I almost felt sorry for them. They'd lost their target, and they were in the shit. I'd been there 1,000 times. Chapter 12. I sat and watched as the Golf, with a dark-haired male at the wheel, came back round the one-way circuit and pulled in to pick up a short, brown-haired woman. They were off again before her door was even closed. They'd done all they could. Now it was a question of waiting to see if the target returned to his bike. It wouldn't have been a big deal to them when I became temporarily unsighted. This always happens for short periods, but the fact that it had happened at the tube station was a big problem for them. Once they'd failed to pick me up again, their next move would be to stake out the bike. Then some of the team would have checked out known target locations. There were only two. One was the apartment block, and they would be checking with the porter which apartment I'd gone to for sure. The other was the address where the bike was registered, a P.O. box just a few shops down from where it was parked. It was an office suppliers, and instead of having a box number, I had a suite number, because I wanted to make it sound like an expensive apartment block. No doubt that was what the woman was checking out. Nick Davidson was the registered owner of the bike, and Suite 26 was where he supposedly lived. The real Davidson was going to be incredibly pissed off if he ever came back from Australia, because I'd taken over his life in the UK. He was going to get a hard time from customs, immigration and special branch if he ever stepped off a plane now that this had happened. He'd be listed. It also meant that having Nick Davidson as my safety blanket cover ID was now history, and that pissed me off. It had taken painstaking months to get a national insurance number, passport, bank account, all the things that bring a character to life, and now I had to bin him. Worse still, I'd have to bin the bike. There'd certainly be a trigger on it for the next few hours, depending on how important they thought I was. An electronic device might even be attached to it. The only thing that cheered me up was the thought of what would happen to the person who'd eventually steal it after seeing it standing there for a few days. They wouldn't know what had hit them when the E4 team closed in. I'd nursed a Coke while keeping dog through the large Victorian windows. My glass was nearly empty, and if I didn't want to look out of place, I'd need to get a refill. Fighting my way to the bar, I ordered a pint of orange and lemonade and went and sat in the corner. No need to look outside now. I knew a team were on me. I just had to sit it out, keeping my eyes on the doors in case they started to check out the pubs. In an hour's time, it would be the end of the working day. I'd wait until then and lose myself in the darkness and commuter traffic. As I sipped my drink, I thought about Tom Mancini. His name was certainly familiar. One of my first jobs as a K in '93 had been to drive him from North Yorkshire, where he worked, down to a Royal Navy facility near Gosport, Hampshire. I was told to grip him so much that he'd beg to be handed over to the firm's people, who I was delivering him to. It didn't take that much. Just a few slaps, a scary face, and me telling him that if he fucked me about, the only thing left ticking on his body would be his watch. Once we'd got him down in one of the forts built along the coast, he wasn't even given time to clean himself up before the firm's interrogation team explained the facts of life. A technician at Menwith Hill listening station, he'd been detected trying to obtain classified information. I wasn't allowed in on the interrogation, but I knew they told him Special Branch would be arresting him the next day for offences against the Official Secrets Act. They couldn't stop that. However, if he didn't get smart, that would be just the start of his problems. He would shut up in court about what he'd really been tampering with. Whatever that was, it seemed the firm didn't want anyone to know about it, even Special Branch, for the charge would be for a lesser offence. He would tell them who he was getting the information for, and, of course, he'd have no recollection of this meeting ever taking place. He'd serve a short sentence, and that would be the end of it. If he ever uttered a word to anyone about the deal, however, someone like me would come and pay him a visit. Tom had been fucking about with the big boys. I knew that RAF Menwith Hill, on the moors near Harrogate in Yorkshire, was one of the largest intelligence-gathering stations on Earth. Its massive golf ball-shaped radomes monitored Europe's and Russia's airwaves. It might be a British base, but in reality it was a little piece of the USA on British soil, run by their all-powerful NSA, National Security Agency. It was manned by about 1,400 American engineers, physicists, mathematicians, linguists, and computer scientists. The staff was complemented by 300 Brits, which meant that there were as many people working at Menwith Hill as there were for the firm. Menwith Hill operated in close tandem with GCHQ, Government Communications Headquarters at Cheltenham, gathering electronic information from as far afield as eastern Russia. GCHQ did not, however, have automatic access to the intelligence gathered at Menwith Hill. All information went directly to the NSA at Fort Meade in Maryland. From there, information collected on terrorism that might, for example, affect the UK, was redistributed to the Security Service, Special Branch or Scotland Yard. Britain's contract with the US is that we can only buy American nuclear weapons on the condition that bases like Menwith are allowed to operate on British soil, and that the US has access to all British intelligence operations. Sad but true. They are Big Brother. Britain is just one of the little runt siblings. From what I could remember, Tom was all mouth and trousers. He came on like a Jack-the-Lad Cockney trader, which was rather strange, because he came from Milton Keynes and was about as boring as his postcode. By the end of the drive south, however, he had been like a small child, curled up on the back seat. It worried me that Val knew I had met Tom, that he had access to details about a 24-hour period of my life that I'd all but forgotten about, but I was in it for the money, nothing else, and so I cut that thought away, just in case it made me change my mind. I finished my drink, picked up my helmet and headed for the toilets. Placing the helmet on the cistern in a cubicle, I sat down on the lid, unzipped my jacket and pulled out the envelope. After an afternoon of people missing the pan and flicking dog ends in the urinals, the place stank. I inspected the nylon fibre type, bubble wrap envelope. Then, resting it on my knees and using both hands, I pressed down and started to run my palms over it, fingertips moving up and down the contours of the contents. I turned it over and checked the other side. I couldn't feel any sort of wiring, or anything more solid than what I hoped were the notes, but then again that didn't mean a thing. A wafer-thin battery from a Polaroid film tucked between the bundles would kick out enough power to initiate a letter bomb. It might be Val's special little way of saying thank you. I picked it up and put the fold to my nose. If it was a device, and they'd used any exotic or older-style explosives, I might be able to smell them. Sometimes it's marzipan, sometimes linseed oil. I was expecting something more sophisticated, but these things have to be tested for. All I could smell was the urinals. The bar noise rose and fell as the outer door opened and closed. I carried on inspecting the envelope. I decided to go ahead and open it. It felt like money, weighed like money. If I was wrong, the whole pub would know about it soon, and a pissed-off insurance company would be shelling out for a refit. I opened the knife blade of my Leatherman and gently cut down the centre of the envelope, checking inside every centimetre or so for wires. It was looking promising. I started to see green US banknotes. Each bundle of used $100 bills that I carefully pulled out was banded, and told me the bundle contained $10,000. There were 10 of them. I was a very happy Teddy indeed. Val had put his money where his mouth was. I didn't just respect him now, I liked the man. Not enough to introduce him to my sister yet, but then again, I didn't have a sister. Someone else entered and tried the toilet door. I grunted, making it sound like I was having a big boy dump. He checked the next one, and I heard the sound of jeans coming down and him getting on with the business. I smiled as I started to stuff the money into my leathers, feeling quite pleased with myself as my next-door neighbour farted for England. Staying in the pub for another half hour, drinking more orange and lemonade and reading the Standard for the third time. I wondered if the team had been called off yet. 9 out of 10 times it boils down to money. They were probably hoping to earn a little Christmas bonus out of me. E4 operators get treated as badly as nurses. They work their bollocks off and are expected to carry on regardless. By now they'd know the address was a P.O. box arrangement, and that would have set their alarm bells ringing. They'd probably planned to go into the office tomorrow, open up my box and see what was in there. They'd even put me on their own special mailing list, as post addressed to Suite 26 came through the Royal Mail's sorting system. It would be sidetracked for a while, so that prying eyes could have a little look-see. All they would find was my access bill. Well, Davidson's bill. Perhaps they'd be nice enough to pay it. I certainly wouldn't bother any more. By tomorrow, if they decided to dig deeper, they'd also know that Mr. Davidson had been to Norway recently, returning by the same route he'd travelled all those weeks ago. What would they make of that? I doubted that their conclusion would be a skiing trip after Davidson had been seen coming out of the targeted apartment block where one of the owners was a Russian who'd got hit just days ago, in a country a mere day trip away from where Davidson had disembarked. Fuck it. It was too late to worry about all that now. As long as they didn't have a photograph of me, I'd be okay. I sat there with another Coke and a packet of ready salted. 35 minutes on, I finally decided to make a move. The rush hour traffic on all sides of the triangle was moving at about a metre a minute. A confusion of headlights and exhaust fumes. Every fourth car had its indicator lights flashing, thinking the other lane was quicker. The pedestrian traffic too was much heavier and moved quicker than the vehicles. Everybody was huddled over, fighting the cold and just wanting to get home. Leaving the helmet under the table, I exited through a door that led out onto a different road. The motorbike helmet was a BDM. So were my leathers, but I could hardly discard them. All I could do was cut down on the things that would trigger me. The priority was to get a hotel for the night before I contacted Tom in the morning. I also needed clothing. Without a bike, there was no way I could walk around looking like Judge Dredd. If you want late-night shops, it has to be the West End. I grabbed a taxi to Piccadilly Circus and changed $1,000 at various bureaux de change, throwing in a couple of hundred at a time. The shopping frenzy was another short cab ride away, in Selfridges, where I bought clothes, washing and shaving kit, and a nice little hold-all for my newfound wealth. Then I booked myself into the Selfridges Hotel, using my Nick Stone credit card. To have used Davidson's would have invited a knock on the door within hours. After a bath and a change of clothes, all very predictable, jeans, Timberland boots, blue sweatshirt and a dark blue nylon puffer jacket, I called room service for a club sandwich and coffee. Chapter 13. Saturday, 11th of December, 1999. I woke up and looked at baby G. It was just after 8, time for a quick couple of laps round the bath before getting dressed. Looking like a kid in his shiny new Christmas Day clothes, I left the jacket with my leathers and went down to breakfast, taking the money bag with me. There was $25,000 left after a very grateful clinic had received not only what was owing to them, but also a wedge on account. It's strange how finance directors will come in of an evening to collect a payment, even brew coffee and pour it. The newspapers were full of doom and gloom. And as I downed my full English, listening to the Americans or Israelis talking about the shopping they were going to be doing before they went back home, I felt good about fulfilling my responsibilities to Kelly, even though I knew I should be doing a lot more than just paying out money. Back in my room, I settled on the bed and called the number on the paper that Liv had given me. A young woman answered. Her hello sounded as friendly as if I was the 4th wrong number in a row. Oh, hi. Is Tom there? Nah, he's not, she snapped. He'll be in coins. Who are you? It sounded as if all was not well in the Mancini household. Just a friend. Coins, did you say? Yes. What is that, a shop, or... It's the cafe off Ledbury Road. I was obviously stupid for not knowing. Thanks a—" The phone slammed down. Talking Pages told me that Coins was in Talbot Road, Notting Hill. I put my squeakily clean blue duvet jacket on, picked up my swag bag and jumped into a taxi to join Tom for a brew, borrowing a read of the cabbie's A to Z on the way to work out exactly where he lived. The sky might be full of dark clouds, but I was still feeling good. I didn't know Notting Hill at all, just that it had a carnival each year, and that there'd been a bit of a frenzy about Julia Roberts coming to stay. During the film's hype, I'd read all this stuff in the papers about the village atmosphere and how wonderful it was to live there. I didn't see much evidence of a village, just expensive clothes shops, the sort with one pair of shoes in the window surrounded by spotlights, a few antique shops and an Oxfam store. We turned corners and drove past stucco-fronted houses, mostly cut up into flats and very run down, with chunks of plaster falling off the brickwork. The cab stopped at a crossroads and the dividing window opened. "It's a one-way, mate. I'll drop you off here if that's all right. It's just down there on the left." I could see the large awning sticking out over the pavement, with plastic side panels keeping the elements off the brave ones who wanted to sip their cappuccinos outside. I paid him and took a walk. Coins turned out to be double-fronted, with a few empty tables outside. The large windows on each side of the door were steamed up from cooking and people. As I went in, it was obvious from the rough wooden floors and plain laminated plywood that the cafe was trying to look down to earth and no nonsense. The kitchen was open plan, and the smells were very tempting, even with half a kilo of bacon and eggs still weighing me down. There was no sign of Tom, so I took a seat in the far corner. There were magazines lying around on the tabletops, designer pictures on the walls and flyers for a shitload of artistic events. The menu was a sheet of A4 paper and a plastic folder, offering everything from neat cholesterol to vegetarian sausages and salads. The prices certainly didn't match the decor. Someone was making a down-to-earth, no-nonsense fortune. The clientele seemed to average late 20s, early 30s, trying so hard to look individual that they all looked like clones. Everyone was in baggy cargo trousers and sleeveless puffers, and must have taken ages to get their hair looking like they'd just got out of bed. Quite a few were wearing thick, framed rectangular glasses, more to be seen in than to see through. "Hi, sweetie. What can I get you?" An American female voice floated down to me as I studied the menu. Glancing up, I asked for a latte and toast. "Sure, sweetie." She turned and presented the world's second most perfect rear, covered in tight black nylon flares. As she walked away, I couldn't help staring at it, and was pleased to catch others doing the same. She must bring in a lot of custom. No wonder Tom came here. There was nothing else to do but sit and listen to other people's conversations. It seems that everybody was either just about to get a movie or just about to be in a play. But it just hadn't quite happened yet, and everybody had a fantastic script that was being read by a marvellous man who used to share a flat with Anthony Minghella. The only time people stopped talking was when their mobiles rang, only to talk even louder than before. "Jambo, dude, how's it going, man?" Rear of the year came back. "Here you are, sweetie." She gave me my glass of latte, which burned my fingers as I watched her walk back to the kitchen. I picked up a copy of The Guardian, which a girl sitting on the table next to mine handed over as she left. We smiled at each other, knowing we were both thinking the same thing about our American friend. Looking down at the front page, I waited for my toast, and Tom. Half an hour later, the toast was finished, and I was on my second latte. Clones came and went, air-kissing as they met, and being very important with each other. Then, at last, Tom entered. At least, I thought he was Tom. His greasy hair was now ponytailed just past his shoulders, making him look like a member of a Los Angeles garage band. His cheeks were more hamster-like than I remembered, Maybe the extra pounds he'd put on had changed the contours of his face. The clothes looked as if they'd come from the same shop as everyone else's here. Canvas daps, brown cargos and a faded green sweatshirt, with a t-shirt that had started off white. Then gone a few rounds with something blue. He must have been freezing. Settling his chubby arse on a tall stool along the breakfast bar facing the window, he pulled a magazine out from under his arm. Some kind of palm-top computer and games monthly. At least he looked the part. A small Puerto Rican-looking woman took his order. I decided to wait until he'd finished eating, then do my, "Hello, Tom. Well, fancy seeing you here, bit." But my plan got cut short as he suddenly stood up and turned towards the door. Along with a very pissed-off waitress, I watched him cross the road and run up a side street, losing him in the moisture on the windows and the shadow of the awning. He must have seen me. I got up and paid my money to Rear of the Year, getting an extra big and friendly, "Bye, sweetie," when she saw the size of tip I'd left on my saucer. Tom had run towards home, so I headed in the direction of All Saints Road, past reggae music stores and plumbers' shops. His address was a flat in a yellow-painted, stucco-fronted building just off All Saints. Going by the array of bell pushes at the front door, it looked like there were 8 flats in the building, which meant each one must have been the size of a broom cupboard. Most houses in the street had been converted into flats and were painted black, green or yellow, with grimy windows covered by dirty old netting which drooped in the middle. I bet this road wasn't in the film. I went to press the button for his flat, number 4. But the wiring hanging out of the intercom was rusted and frayed. Some names were slotted into the recesses on torn pieces of paper, but half of them, like flat 4, didn't even have that. As I rang the bell, I could hear the slight buzz of an electric current. Chances were the thing did work. I waited, stamping my feet and digging my hands into my jacket, but there was no answer. I wasn't expecting one from the intercom, but thought there might have been a shout or a face at a window. Eventually, a curtain twitched on the 3rd floor. I rang again. Nothing. It was turning out to be more amusing than frustrating. Tom just wasn't cut out for this sort of thing. If you want to do a runner, you don't head straight home. E4 would have had no trouble pinning him down. I found myself smiling as I thought of him up there, hoping I'd just go away and that everything would be all right. Looking up again at the dirty window, I made sure that whoever was watching would hear me clunking down the steps, really tearing the arse out of it so they'd know I'd given up. Walking back the way I'd come, I hung around at the junction with All Saints, knowing that he'd leave sooner or later. It was the wrong thing to do, so he was bound to do it. He might have the skill to hack into and download whatever it was in this Finnish house, but when it came to common sense, he had trouble inserting the disk, let alone playing the game. Loitering in the doorway of a derelict shop, I was facing a massive pop art mural that covered the whole gable end of a building. Reggae music blared from a shop as 2 teenagers came out and danced their way along the road, sharing a cigarette. My own breath was doing a good imitation of smoke in the cold air. I wasn't too sure that I'd be able to see Tom if he tried to do a bunk over the back of the house, but he was on the 3rd floor, so it would be quite difficult for him. From what I'd seen of him, even if he'd been on the ground floor, it would have been a bit of a challenge. I must have looked like the local loony to the kids, grinning broadly as they thought about him trying to get himself over a 6-foot wall. I wouldn't want Mancini as a wingman. Sure enough, 20 cold, boring minutes later, out he came. Still with no coat on, hands tucked under his armpits, not exactly running, but moving quickly. I didn't even have to follow him. He was coming towards me, probably on his way to screw up even more by going straight back to the cafe. I stepped out in front of him, and his look of horror said it all. "Hello, Tom." At first, he didn't move. He just stood there, rooted to the spot, then he half turned away, screwing up his face and looking down at the pavement, like a dog that thinks it's going to get hit. "Please don't hurt me,"
I didn't say nothing to no one. On my life, promise.
It's all right, Tom, I said. I have nothing to do with those people now. That's not why I'm here. Chapter 14. Tell you what, I said. Let's go back to your flat, get the kettle on and have a chat. I was trying to sound nice, but he knew I wasn't offering him a choice. I put an arm around his shoulder and he stiffened. Come on, mate. Let's have a brew, and I'll tell you what this is all about. It's too cold out here. Being only about 5'5", it was easy to get my arm around. I could feel the softness of his body. He hadn't shaved for a few days, and the result wasn't bristle, but the sort of thing you could fill a duvet with. I started to make small talk as we walked, trying to make him feel at ease. Also, this meeting needed to look a bit more normal to any third party nosing out of their window. How long have you been living round here then, Tom? He kept his head down, studying the paving slabs. As we passed the multicoloured houses, I noticed he was shaking.
About a year, I suppose.
Hey, I called your flat earlier on, and a woman answered. She your girlfriend?
Janice?
Yeah. There was a gap of a second or two before he stopped walking and looked up at me.
Look, mate, I've never ever said nothing to no one about any of that stuff. Not a word. I swear on my mother's life. I haven't even told you—
Tom, all I want to do is talk. I've got a proposition for you. Let's just sit down, have a brew and a chat. He nodded as I got us both walking again. I think you'll like what you hear. Come on, get the kettle on. We got to the house and walked up the 4 or 5 stone steps to the door. Tom fumbled for his key, which was tied to an old bit of nylon string, his hand shaking as he tried to get it into the keyhole. He still thought he was going to get hammered. I decided to let him think it. Maybe it would lighten him up when he finally realised I wasn't here to put him in hospital. It was just as cold in the hallway as it was outside. The threadbare, dirty carpets matched the damp, peeling walls. An old-fashioned pram blocked the hall, and I could hear what sounded like its passenger screaming in the flat to the left, trying to make more noise than the TV talk show sharing his room. Breathing in to pass the pram and get to the stairs, I felt quite cheerful. Even my house smelled better than this. Heat rises, but not in this place. Number 4 had its own small landing, with paint peeling off the door and banisters. He managed to get the key straight in the lock, and the door opened into what I supposed was the living room. Dirty grey net curtains made the dirty grey light from outside even gloomier. MFI's flat-pack division had done well out of Tom. Shiny, waxed pine shone everywhere in the small room. Even the 2-seater settee had wooden arms. The rest of the place was in a bad way. More damp walls, worn carpet and cold. The fireplace was boarded up, and a mains gas fire was stuck in its place, just gagging to be turned on. I could still see my breath. A 10-year-old wood veneer TV stood on a waxed pine stand in the corner, with a video machine underneath, the LEDs flashing all the zeros, and a dozen or so videos stacked next to it on the floor. To the right of that was a Sony PlayStation, with a stack of games scattered around it, and the world's oldest PC. The buff-coloured plastic was dark and dirty, and the vents at the back were so black it looked like it ran on diesel. Its keyboard was really worn. I could only just make out the instructions on the keys. Not the best of equipment for such a high-tech guy, but very good news for me. It would have been harder to get him to come along if he was making a fortune and living in a penthouse. The need for money makes people do things they would never normally dream of. I was a bit of an expert on that front. We both stood there, and I could feel his embarrassment. I broke the silence. Put the kettle on, mate, and I'll get the fire going, eh? He walked into a tiny kitchen off the main room, and I heard coins getting fed into a meter, and the knob turning to give us some gas. I heard the tap filling up the kettle as I threw my money on the settee and tried to light the fire, clicking the pilot light several times before the gas ignited with a whoomph. Opposite was another door that was open about 6 inches. MFI hadn't got round to the bedroom. A mattress lay on the floor, the duvet pulled aside, dangerously close to a portable Cala gas heater. The only other furniture seemed to be a digital alarm clock lying on the floor. It felt just like home. There was no telling where the bathroom was, but I reckoned it would be on the other side of the kitchen somewhere. In fact, it was probably part of the kitchen. I stayed down with the fire for a while to warm up. "So, what are you doing with yourself now, Tom? Still in the computer business?" At last, there was a spark of life from him. He hadn't been filled in, and I was taking an interest in his subject. He stuck his chubby head into the living room. I'd forgotten how it jutted backwards and forwards like a cockerel's when he larged it. "Yeah, I've got a few irons in the fire, know what I mean? Games, that's where the money is, mate. I've got a few movers and shakers in the business gagging for my ideas, know what I mean? Gagging." I was still kneeling down, rubbing my hands by the flames. "That's really good to hear, Tom." "Yeah, things are sweet. This is just temporary, while I decide who to sell my idea to. Then it's gravy time. Look for a house to buy, cash, of course, then start my own show, know what I mean?" I nodded, knowing exactly what he meant. He had no money, no job, and was still full of bullshit. He was going to like what I was about to tell him. His head disappeared back into the kitchen, and things started to be washed up. Standing up to go over to the settee, I saw a pile of plain white cards on the mantelpiece. The top two had lipstick kisses and a handwritten message on. "I hope you like my dirty panties. Love, Juicy Lucy. Kiss, kiss." I picked one up. At least the lipstick was genuine. I raised my voice as I walked over to the settee. "How long have you been with Janice?" "She sort of moved in a couple of months ago." "What does she do?" "Just part-time at Tesco's, bits and pieces, you know." He stuck his head around the door again. "Sugar?" "No, just some milk will be fine." He came in with 2 mugs and put them on the not-so-new carpet. Sitting on the floor by the fire, facing towards me on the settee, he passed mine over. His, I noticed, was without milk. I saw him clock the open bedroom door and worry whether I'd seen what lay beyond it. We both picked up our tea at the same time. "Don't worry about it, mate. I spent my childhood living in places like this. Maybe I can help you find somewhere better. Until the game thing kicks in." He tried to sip his tea as his eyes flicked towards the Mickey Mouse alarm on top of the fire. Time to get down to business. "By the looks of it, things ain't that good, are they? You on the social?" Jack the lad came back with a grin. "Yeah? Who ain't? I mean, free money, madness not to. Am I right or what?" He went back to concentrating on his tea. "Tom, I think I can help. I've been offered a job that would earn you enough to buy a flat and pay any debts outright." He didn't trust me. A fair one. It wasn't as if he knew me as Mr. Nice Guy. His eyes were still checking Mickey Mouse now and again. "How much?" He tried to make it sound casual, but didn't quite pull it off. I avoided burning my lips on my tea and took a sip. It was horrible. It should have been in a scent bottle, not a mug. "I don't exactly know yet, but I reckon your share would be at least 130,000. Cash. That's the minimum. All I need is a week of your time. 2 weeks at the most." I didn't have a clue how long the job was going to take, but once I got him to Finland, what could he do if it took longer? Getting him there was priority number 1 at the moment. "Is it legal? I ain't doing anything dodgy, mate. I don't want any more trouble. I'm not getting banged up again, know what I mean?" My brew went back on the carpet.
It was shit anyway. Look, first of all, my name is Nick. I know it's not illegal. I don't want to go to prison either. It's just that I've been given this opportunity and I need someone brilliant with computers. I thought of you. Why not? I'd rather you had the money than anyone else. You even get a free trip to Finland out of it. Finland? Jack the lad was returning once again, head jutting. Hey, everyone is online up there. It's so cold, know what I mean, Nick? Too cold, like, nothing else to do. He laughed. I laughed along with him as his eyes moved over to Mickey again. Tom, do you need to be somewhere else? Nah, you're all right. It's just that Janice is home soon, and the fact is, well, she don't know nothing. You know, my old work, getting banged up, all that stuff. I haven't really got round to telling her. I'm just a bit worried that, you know, if she came in and you said something... Hey, no problems, I'll keep quiet. Tell you what, when she comes in, I'll just say that I've got a small computer firm and I'm offering you a couple of weeks' work up in Scotland, testing systems. How's that sound? Nice one. But what's the form? You know, what are you after in Finland? It's very, very simple. All we need is to access a system and then download some stuff. Until we get there, I don't know what, how, and when. He immediately looked worried. I had to get in there straight away. I needed some lies. It's not what you're thinking. It is legitimate. All we're going to do is find out about some new photocopier technology. And we've got to do it in a totally legal way, otherwise the money men don't want to know. I couldn't think of anything more boring and non-threatening than a photocopier, and I waited for a bolt of something to come at me through the window. God must have been asleep, or had all his lightning still in the freezer. I carried on before Tom had a chance to think about it and ask questions. I can get us into the place, I went on. But I need someone who knows what the fuck they're looking at once we're in front of one of those things. I pointed at the heap of crap in the corner that was trying to look like a computer. He didn't say anything, but looked at his greasy monitor screen, maybe thinking of the boiled sweet-coloured Power Mac and matching iMac laptop he could buy with his cut. Everything will be laid on when we get there, Tom. They know where the place is. All you've got to do is access and download it. Not steal, mind, just copy. Easy money. I braced myself in case God had stirred in time to hear that last bit. Tom fidgeted on the carpet, so I kept going for it before God woke up or Janice got home. You know as much as me now, mate. I'm going half on the money with you. 130 grand. Maybe more if we get the job done quickly. That's a shitload of cash, Tom. I paused to let him visualize a wheelbarrow full of tenors. 15 seconds was enough. Chance of a lifetime, Tom. I sounded like a double glazing salesman. If you don't take it, someone else will. I settled back on the settee to signal that the pitch was over. The next stage would be a shed full of intimidation to make him come with me if the soft soaping failed. You absolutely sure it's safe, Nick? I mean, banged up. I don't want that again. Things are sweet here, know what I mean? I'm going to be earning big bucks soon. Explaining to him that I knew he was bullshitting would have to wait until I read him his horoscope. Look, mate, even if it was illegal, there's no such thing as prison when it comes to these jobs. Think about it. If they discover that you found out about their poxy photocopier, are they really going to go to the police? Are they fuck? Think about the shareholders. Think about the bad publicity. It doesn't work like that, mate. Trust me. What happened to you before was different. That was government business. I couldn't help my curiosity. By the way, what was it they caught you doing up at Menwith? He started to get edgy. No, mate, I ain't saying nothing. I've done my time, and don't say nothing to nobody. I never want to go back. He was starting to sound like an old record. He was in a state. I knew he wanted the money, but he was struggling to make a decision. Time for a new tack. I tell you what, why don't you just come with me anyway? Have a look, and if you don't like it, you can come back. I'm not trying to fuck up your life, mate. I'm just trying to do us both a favour. He was shifting from one buttock to another. I don't know. Janice wouldn't like it. I moved forward once again on the settee so my arse was on the edge and went conspiratorial. Janice doesn't need to know. Just say you're going to Scotland. Easy. The hiss of the gas fire could be heard clearly above my whisper. I decided I'd give him a bit more incentive. Where's your toilet, Tom? Through the kitchen. You'll see the door. I stood up and took my bag with me. Nothing personal, I said. Work stuff, you know? He nodded, and I didn't really know if he understood or not, because I didn't. I went into the toilet. I'd been right. The bathroom was part of the kitchen, partitioned off by a bit of plasterboard so the landlord could claim more rooms and charge the DHSS a fortune for people to live here. I sat on the pan and counted out $6,000 from the dollars. I was about to shove it in my pocket when I decided to calm down a bit and put $2,000 back in the bag. Pulling the flush, I came out talking. All I know is that it's an easy job. But I need you, Tom. And if you're honest, you need the money as much as I do. Look, this is what I want to do for you. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the $4,000, making sure I rolled it with my other hand to make it look and sound extra attractive. He tried hard to stop himself looking at it. Even this amount could probably change his life. This is how I'm getting paid. US dollars. Here's $4,000. Take it. It's a gift. Pay your bills, whatever you want. What more can I say? I'm gonna go and do the job anyway. If you're coming with me, though, I need to know today. I can't fuck about. If he didn't give me a yes by this evening, it would be horoscope time. He'd still get paid, he just wouldn't enjoy the work so much. He fingered the money and had to split it in half to get it into his jean pockets. He tried to put a serious business expression on his face. It wasn't working. Nice one. Thanks, Nick. Thanks a lot. Whatever happened, he could have the money. It made me feel good, and with everything else going down the tubes in my life, I needed that. But I needed to make sure he didn't fuck up with it, and let it be traced back to me. Don't go to the bank to change it or make a deposit. They'll think you're a drug dealer, especially with an address round here. His smile broadened. Take it to a few bureaux de change. The rates will be shit, but there you go. Have a nice day out. Hire a taxi, you can afford it. Just don't change any more than $300 at a time. Oh, and for fuck's sake, buy yourself a warm coat. He looked up, and the grin turned into a laugh as he did his cockerel impression. It stopped just as quickly at the sound of a key going into the door lock. Shit, it's Janice. Don't say Jack. Promise me, Nick. He stood up and made sure his sweatshirt was covering the two bulges in his cargoes. I joined him, and we waited in front of the fire as if the Queen was about to visit. She opened the door, felt the heat, and looked straight at Tom, ignoring me completely. Have you picked up the laundry? Heading towards the kitchen, she started throwing off her brown greatcoat. Tom grimaced an apology at me as he replied. Oh, nah, it wasn't ready. The dryers were broken. I'm going to pick it up in a minute. This is Nick. He's the one that called, you know, this morning. She threw her coat onto the arm of the settee, looking at me. I gave a smile and said, Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, she grunted. You found him then? And disappeared into the kitchen. Janice was mid-20s. Not unattractive, not attractive, just sort of ordinary. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, slightly longer than Tom's. It wasn't exactly greasy, but had that not-washed-today look. She was also wearing just a bit too much makeup, and there was a line around her chin where it stopped. I sat back down, but Tom stayed standing by the fire, not really knowing what to say to me about his obnoxious girlfriend. In the kitchen, cupboard doors were banged as she made her presence felt. She came back into the living room with a bar of fruit and nuts and a can of Coke. Pushing the coats onto the floor, she plonked herself on the settee next to me, pulled the foil off the chocolate, opened the can and started attacking both. The noise of her drinking would have made a thirsty bricklayer proud. Between gulps, she pointed at the mantelpiece. "Tom, pass me the cards." He did as he was told. We both watched as she pulled out a lipstick from her coat pocket and threw it on her lips. Then, while she slurped and munched, she kissed the remaining blank cards. She looked up and stared at me for a few moments, then turned to Tom. "Pass me the rest." He picked up an A4 envelope near the fire and passed it over, red with embarrassment. Pouring the white cards onto the floor, she started to reapply the red stuff and kiss away. The signing was obviously done later, during a gentler moment. We weren't going to get any more talking done. It was time for me to leave. "Thanks for the tea, Tom. I think I'll be off now. Nice to meet you, Janice." She nodded, not bothering to look up. Tom looked nervously at me, then at Janice's head. As I got to my feet and picked up the bag, he blurted, "Tell you what, I'll walk down with you. I've got to collect the laundry anyway." We didn't speak as we walked down the stairs. I knew what I wanted to say, but what was the point? Someone calling your girlfriend an obnoxious dog wouldn't exactly induce you to go away with him. As we walked back towards All Saints Road, he stammered, "It's not her, you know. Juicy Lucy. She gets a tenner for every 200. This week it's Lucy. I think next week it's Gina again. I help her out." He rubbed his chin. "I have to shave, though, otherwise I leave stubble marks in the lipstick. We have piles of dirty knickers in the bedroom. A bloke drops them off on a Thursday." I couldn't help but laugh at the picture of him in front of the fire, kissing cards and packing knickers for the country's crotch sniffers. His head went back into cockerel mode. "Yeah, well, like I said, it's only until the money comes in. They're really keen. Activision, the Tomb Raider lot, all the big boys. I'm just about to hit it big time, know what I mean?" "Yes, I do, Tom." I knew exactly. I gave it one more try once we'd turned the corner into All Saints, and Janice couldn't see us if she looked out. I stopped and faced him outside a window full of taps, waste pipes, and assorted plumber's shit. "Tom, think about this seriously. I'm not going to do anything that's wriggly. I'm too old for that sort of stuff. All I want to do is make some money the same as you. I need you with me, but I must know by tonight if you're up for it." He was looking at the pavement, shoulders slumped. "Yeah, but, you know..." The cold was starting to get to him. I didn't know whether he didn't have a coat because they hadn't kissed enough cards, or if he was just too stupid to remember to put one on. We got to Westbourne Park Road, a main drag. I wanted a taxi, so I stood on the corner. He stood next to me, shifting from one foot to the other. I put a hand on his shoulder. "Listen, May, go and change some money and think about it. And we'll meet up tonight, all right?" I started looking for cabs as he nodded at the pavement again. "I'll call you about 7ish and we'll have a drink, okay?" A yellow light appeared in the gloom, and I stuck out my hand. The cab stopped, and the diesel engine chugged away, but not as fast as the meter. Tom was still stooped, hands dug deep in his pockets, shivering. I talked to the top of his head. "Tom, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Think hard about it." The top of his head moved in what I took to be another nod. I couldn't stand his shivering any more and unzipped my jacket. "For fuck's sake, put this thing on, will you?" He protested feebly, then returned my grin as he took the coat. At least I could see his face now. "Once in a lifetime, mate." I got into the taxi, asked for Marble Arch, and turned to close the door and pull down the window. Tom was just finishing zipping up. "Hey, Nick, bollocks to it. Why not? I'm up for it." The cockerel had returned. I didn't want to show how pleased I was. That's good. I'll call you tonight with the details. We have to leave tomorrow, is that okay? You got a passport? No probs. Excellent. Remember, I pointed to his cargoes. There's plenty more where that came from. 1 week, maybe 2, who knows? I put my thumb to my ear and little finger to my mouth to mime a call. Tonight at 7. He did the same. Nice one. Tom, one last thing. You have a credit card? Yeah. Why's that? I haven't got mine. You might have to pay for the tickets, but don't worry, I'll give you the cash before we go. I didn't give him time to think too much about that one. As the taxi pulled away, I was feeling pretty pleased with myself, and I had a sneaking suspicion that Tom wouldn't be sharing his newfound wealth with Janice. I knew I wouldn't if I was him. After giving the cab driver a new drop-off point, I bought myself a blue ski jacket in Oxford Street, and went to a chemist's for some bits and pieces I'd need for the DLB, dead letterbox, so I could leave our details with Liv. Before E4 pinged me at the flat, I'd thought Liv, wanting to use a DLB just to hand over some flight details, was a bit paranoid. But now I knew it was essential. If E4 were onto her, I didn't want any more contact with her in the UK. The last thing I needed was for Lynn to have a picture of that on his desk. The shit would be so high I'd never be able to dig myself out. I booked the flights from a phone box, and they held them in Tom's name. I'd get him to pay for them with his credit card at the airport tomorrow. Now that Davidson was history, I had no choice. No one needed to know that Nick Stone was leaving the country. I wondered if Tom was still being monitored now that he was a known subversive, but decided I'd have to take that risk. There wasn't time to do anything about it. With my new coat to keep me warm, I decided I'd walk it to the DLB she'd given me. It wasn't that far away. Fighting my way through the Saturday shopping frenzy, I eventually made the 200 metres or so to Oxford Circus. The BBC studios in Portland Place were in front of me on the right. I stayed on the opposite pavement and headed for the Langham Hilton. About 50 metres short of the hotel, I walked under some scaffolding. Beneath it were 2 old-style red telephone boxes. In the windows of each were maybe 20 calling cards, held in position by lumps of blue tack. The council would be around at some point today to clean them out, but they'd be restocked an hour later. I went into the left-hand box and saw Susie G's card, 3/4 of the way up, facing Oxford Circus. She looked very sultry, on all fours and kissing the air. At the same time as I peeled her off the glass, I got out a large black marker pen and scored a line down the window. Folding Susie into my pocket, I moved on towards the hotel. It was a bit premature to leave the DLB loaded sign, but I wasn't expecting any problems. With my bag in hand, I walked through the hotel's revolving doors, which had been started for me by a guy dressed in a green 3/4-length tunic and something that looked like a cross between a turban and a beret on his head. He looked a right nugget. The interior of the Langham was very plush, and very full of businessmen and wealthy-looking tourists. It was Indian-themed, with the chucker bar to my left as I walked into the marble reception area. Liv's instructions were perfect. To the right and up a few steps was the reception desk, and ahead of me was a restaurant cum tea room. My destination, however, was the basement. Down below was every bit as plush as above. Air-conditioned and soft-carpeted, it housed the conference rooms and business centre. Standing on an easel outside the George Room, a black felt board with white press-on letters announced, "Management 2000 welcomes our conference guests." Passing it, and 2 wall phones that I would be coming back to, I headed for the toilets. Opposite the toilet doors were more phones, a cloakroom, and a table rigged up with tea, coffee and biscuits. Sitting ready to serve were a black guy and a white woman, talking in that shifty tone that you just know means they're honking about the management. As soon as they saw me, they gave me their corporate smiles. I smiled back and headed for the gents. Sitting down in one of the cubicles, I took out a little plastic pillbox from my boots bag. The sort that people use to hold their day's supply of vitamins, along with a pack of adhesive-backed Velcro patches. I stuck both a female and a male patch onto the pillbox, just in case she'd fucked up on what side to use. It would be embarrassing if it didn't stick. Inside the pillbox went a small scrap of paper with my message. Arriving 15:15, 12th. That was all that she needed to know. Putting the boots bag back in my pocket and checking that the two little squares of Velcro were secure, I came out of the toilet, smiled again at the two people in the cloakroom, turned right and went back to the first two telephones I'd passed. They were positioned quite low down the wall, for the convenience of users in wheelchairs. I put the bag between my legs and shuffled the chair up closer to the phone. Liv had chosen well. Not too busy, no video cameras about, and a reason to be there. As I sat down, I got out a £1 coin and Susie's card. Picked up the phone and dialed, wondering if Janice and Tom had done any lipstick cards for her lately. I wanted a display to show money being used up. Otherwise, it would look suspicious if anyone passed and saw that I'd been there a few minutes and was only pretending to make a call. It was a small detail, but they count. I used my right hand to keep the phone to my ear, waiting for Susie, and felt under the wooden veneer shelf below it with my left. In the far corner, there should be a large patch of Velcro that Liv had put there. As I fumbled about, the doors to the George room opened behind me and out surged a stream of Management 2000 delegates. As I listened to the ringing tone, I watched the herd move to their grazing area by the cloakroom. A young woman in her 20s sat on the chair next to me and put a coin in the box. An aggressive Chinese woman answered me. "Hello?" I could hear my fellow caller tap out her number as I replied. "Susie?" "No, you wait." I waited. The woman next to me started talking about her child, who needed picking up from nursery as she was going to be late. The person at the other end was obviously annoyed. "That's not fair, Mum. It's not always the same excuse, and yes, of course she remembers what her own mother looks like. Kirk is home early tonight, he'll pick her up." A man came from behind and placed his hand on her shoulder. She kissed it. His Management 2000 badge said David. Not quite the conference making her late home, then. The noise level doubled as people talked management over coffee. I found what I was looking for as I heard footsteps approaching the receiver at the other end. It was female Velcro. The soft bit, just as Liv had said. A very husky, middle-aged voice picked up the phone. "Hello? Can I help you, my love? Would you like me to run through the services?" I ummed and ahed as the maid named the tariff for spending half an hour in France, Greece, and various other countries of the world with Susie. To spin out the call, I asked where Susie was based, and then for directions to the address near Paddington. "That's great," I said. "I'll think about it." I put the phone down, picked up the bag, moved the chair back, stood up and headed back the way I'd come, leaving the woman telling her mother it absolutely would be the last time she'd have to do this. I turned before going through the doors, checked the box couldn't be seen from that level, and went upstairs. Gunga Din did his trick with the revolving doors, and I was back on the street. Turning right, I headed back the way I'd come. Last light was soon. By 4:30 it would be dark. All I had to do now was call Tom at 7 and tell him the timings for tomorrow morning's flight, then go and dump my leathers in a bin and my weapon in London's biggest armoury, the River Thames. Chapter 15. Sunday, 12th of December, 1999. Tom stood in a different queue for immigration. I'd told him in the nicest way that he must keep away from me until we were in the arrivals lounge, security and all that. He talked too much and too loudly to sit next to in an aircraft. We'd even checked in separately. He'd agreed with his usual, "No drama, mate, gotcha." On the tube to Heathrow, he'd told me that Janice was fine about him going away. I told her I had some work with my old mate Nick in Scotland, he said. I told her straight. That version was about as straight as Elton John. Janice was probably severely pissed off that he was enjoying himself north of the border for 2 weeks, while she slaved away kissing cards for Lucy. I wondered if he'd said anything to her about the money, but didn't ask. I didn't want him sounding off about his plans for world domination in the world of IT. At least he hadn't wanted to drown himself in free alcohol on the way over. It seemed he didn't drink. A byproduct, maybe, of serving a jail sentence. Just as well, because there would be none of that until we were back in the UK. He'd made an effort and smartened himself up a bit for the journey, which was good. I wanted him to resemble an average citizen, not look like food for customs to pull to one side for a slow once-over. He was still wearing my jacket, but had swapped the flared jeans for a new, normal pair, and he was also wearing a new red sweatshirt. However, he still had the same canvas daps on, and though he'd finished off by washing and combing his hair, he hadn't shaved. I watched him slap his jacket as if he were doing some sort of dance. This was the 3rd time since leaving London that I'd seen him think he'd mislaid his passport. We got through immigration and customs, and there was no need to wait for suitcases. I'd told him that all he needed was a bit of soap and a toothbrush, and he could wash his underwear in the bath with him at night. The sliding doors opened to admit us separately into the arrivals hall. Tom didn't know it, but no one would be there to meet us yet. We weren't on the flight that arrived at 15:15. As I'd told Liv, we were on the 13:45. I always liked to be early in order to watch who might be waiting for me. Walking into an arrivals lounge to meet people I didn't know gave me the same feeling as knocking on a strange door, not knowing who or what was on the other side. We met up in the hall. Tom seemed to be feeling very laddish today, eyeing the women as they moved around the terminal. "What now, mate? Where we going?" "We're a bit early for our pickup. Let's get a brew." We followed the signs to the coffee shop. The glass and steel terminal building wasn't packed, but busy enough for a Sunday, more with tourists than business traffic. I could see a dull, grey sky beyond the glass walls, with snow piled up at the roadside and ice hanging from parked vehicles. As we neared the cafe, Tom bouncing along at my shoulder like some younger brother, we passed 2 tall, blonde and beautiful women at a phone booth. "Cool, check out the arse on that. I love these Nordic birds." The 2 of them caught his drift and laughed to each other as they looked at us. I just walked on, embarrassed. They would have had him for breakfast. Tom seemed not to notice. "Hey, Nick, do you know there's more people up here who are on the internet and have mobiles than anywhere else? You know, per capita." "That's interesting, Tom." For once, he had said something that was. He liked that. "That's right, mate. Must be all that darkness up here. Fuck all else to do, I suppose." I looked at him and smiled, even though the joke had been better first time round. His face beamed, and his hamster cheeks nearly covered his eyes. "These people are at the cutting edge, know what I mean?" He caught up the step that separated us and whispered in my ear, his head jutting in time. "That's why the photocopier know-how is here. I'm right, aren't I?" I was bored but managed to reply. "It's probably the long hours of darkness. There's nothing else to do but Xerox, I suppose. Coffee, Tom?" "Nah, tea. Herbal or fruit if they have it." We were soon at a table, me with coffee, Tom with a pot of hot water and an apple-flavoured tea bag wrapped in foil. Opposite was a bank of screens, obviously internet stations. It was only a matter of time before Tom saw them too, and I would be sitting alone, which wouldn't be a bad thing. His eyes lit up, and sure enough he was getting to his feet. "I'm going to have to go and check that out. You coming?" He did, taking his tea with him. I didn't. He was back very quickly before I'd even tasted my coffee. "You haven't got any coins, have you, mate?" "I've got no money. Well, finished money. Only dollars. Know what I mean?" I hoiked out the change from the drinks as he grinned at his own joke. I decided to have a walk around to see if I could spot anything threatening.
I'd shaken off E4, but Val obviously had enemies, and while I was working for him, that made them my enemies too. My documents always stayed with me, but there was something else I wanted from my holdall before I wandered off. Digging around for the leather zip-up organizer, I dropped both our bags at Tom's feet and headed for the departures lounge upstairs. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Nobody waffling into their lapels or facing into the crowd while pretending to read a newspaper. I took a walk outside, but not for long. The cold biting into my face and hands. I hadn't seen anything that looked as if it was bad and intended for me. Back inside Arrivals and in the warm, there were a couple of boys in suits with A4 clear plastic folders showing the names of people they were there to collect. Tom was still in internet heaven. "Look at this, Nick. Fucking cool or what? Look, virtual Helsinki." I was looking at a screen that displayed everything you needed to know about Helsinki, from street maps to images of hotels and booking facilities for travel or theatre tickets. There was even a route plan where you actually walked down a road as if you were in a game. Still, leaving their bags with him, I went and got myself another coffee, sat at the same table and watched and waited, thinking how lucky I'd been not to have had a kid brother that I'd had to drag around with me when I was growing up. 15 minutes later, he was back with the bags. He must have run out of money. "I just emailed Janice and told her I definitely can't get in touch for a while. Up in the hills testing kit and all that." I put the organizer back in my bag and finished my brew. We might as well make a move. They should be here by now. Our lift was easy to spot. Smartly dressed in a grey suit and overcoat, with spiky light brown hair and a red complexion, presenting himself to the people pushing their trolleys through the automatic doors of the customs hall. He was holding up an A4 card with felt-tipped lettering on. Nick and another. We went up and introduced ourselves. As we shook hands, he virtually stood to attention and clicked his heels together. Then he offered to take both our bags. Tom refused after I did. The short-term car park was opposite Arrivals. An aircraft roared overhead as we approached a silver Merc. Tom was impressed. "Nice one." We put the bags into the boot and got in the back. Spike turned the engine on and the radio blared. I assumed the two presenters were gobbing off in Finnish, but Tom looked at me. "They're speaking Latin." "They're mad for it up here, mate. Dunno why, just are." Spike turned it off. I said, "How come you know so much about Finland?" The Merc started moving. "Got on the net last night and had a look, didn't I?" "Are you going to ball for England the whole week?" He looked at me, not knowing if it was an insult, then made up his mind and smiled. "No, mate. Just thought you'd like to know." He sat back into his seat. He was wrong. I wasn't joking. We followed the road signs. They were in Swedish as well as Finnish, the Swedes having ruled here in the past as well as the Russians. The motorway tarmac was immaculately clear of snow and ice. The airport was quite close to Helsinki, and we were soon on the city ring road. On both sides of us were low-level industrial units and large piles of cleared snow. I had to smile as I thought of the UK, where a couple of snowflakes bring the entire nation to a halt. Here they had snow for months, and the country didn't miss a beat. I saw a sign that said, St. Petersburg, 381 kilometres. Within 3 or 4 hours, we could be out of one of the wealthiest and most advanced places on Earth and entering a city of chaos and anarchy. But I didn't have to worry. We followed the slip road and moved onto another motorway, the E75, and started to head away from the built-up area such as it was. The small floating bull compass that was stuck on the dash told me we were generally heading north. Every vehicle on the motorway had its lights on. It was the law. We cruised comfortably along the motorway, passing through pine forests, snow and impressive cuts into massive granite outcrops. I looked over at Tom, who was resting his head on the seat, his eyes closed and his Walkman earphones in. I decided to take his cue and sit back and relax, though I kept my eyes on the road signs. Lahti and Mikkeli seemed to be likely targets, and after just under an hour it was quite clear where we were heading. We took the Lahti exit. The town was dominated by two very tall Eiffel Tower-like structures, both painted red and white, their spires obscured by the cloud cover, and with aircraft warning lights flashing away on all sides. The place was heaving with both traffic and people. It was a winter sports town. A ski jump towered over the houses, and as we started to rumble down the cobblestones of the main shopping area, I saw that even pensioners were using cross-country poles instead of walking sticks. The inhabitants of Lahti were obviously in love with concrete and steel. Instead of traditional wooden dwellings with maybe a reindeer or two parked up outside, they went for new model Saabs, 4x4s, and a blaze of Christmas decorations. We turned left by the town square and passed a brightly lit market, steam rising above the mass of canvas and nylon stall covers. Kitted out to stand in the cold all day, the traders looked more like astronauts. We slowed down almost immediately, at a sign telling us we were at the Alexei Hotel. Cutting left over the pavement, we stopped by a garage door that instantly started to open. A group of mothers with tricycle buggies walked around the back of the Merc before bumping back up onto the walkway. We drove quite fast down a steep concrete ramp into a large, badly lit underground parking area. Puddles of water covered the floor where snow and ice had melted off the vehicles already here, and just about every car had skis strapped to its roof rack. We cruised about, looking for a space. Tom was sitting up now, earphones out and eyes wide. "It's like one of them spy films, Nick. Know what I mean?" His tone changed as he thought about what he'd just said. "It's all right, innit? I mean, you know what's happening, don't you?" I nodded, not really feeling too sure. Nosy parking in a vacant space, Spike turned off the engine and swiveled round in his seat. "Please, your phones, your pages, and your email devices," he said in heavily accented English. "You must leave them here. No worry, you get them back." He smiled, showing a not-so-good set of teeth. I explained that, as instructed, neither of us had brought any. He smiled again. "Good. Thank you, thank you." The boot clicked open behind us as Spike pulled on the lever next to his seat. I got out of the car and Tom followed, just as a black 4x4 Mercedes, the old square shape, moved slowly towards us. The glare of its headlights prevented me seeing who was inside. I looked at Spike, who didn't seem remotely concerned. The 4x4 stopped, its engine running. It had blacked-out rear windows, and the only occupant I could see was the driver. She looked very different from the last time I'd seen her. Then she'd resembled an off-duty Italian. Now she was wearing a chunky grey Norwegian-style polo neck which came right up to her chin, decorated with weird and wonderful patterns. A Tibetan hat with ear flaps covered most of the rest of her face, but I could just make out some wisps of blonde hair. As the front window slid down, I was treated to a very pleasant but businesslike smile. "Get in the back of the vehicle quickly, please." She added something in Finnish to Spike, and he shook his head back to her as we climbed into the rear seats with our bags. The vehicle was cold. She must have been waiting for us without the engine running or the heater on. "Please sit well down in your seats and keep away from the windows." Tom looked at me for an explanation. I shrugged. "Later, mate." I turned back to face the windscreen and saw Liv watching me in the rearview mirror. She smiled. "Welcome to Finland." She then tilted her head to look at Tom. "My name is Liv. I'm very pleased to meet you." Tom nodded, looking almost shy. She clearly had the same effect on him as she did on me. He turned to glance at his reflection in the blacked-out window, probably wishing he'd combed his hair. We drove back out onto the road, turning left. The lights burned even brighter in the marketplace. It was getting quite dark.
We don't have a lot of time, Liv said. Events have moved on from our last conversation. You must carry out the task this Tuesday.
Another of their minor complications. I didn't believe her. I bet that this had always been the timing Val wanted. But instead of telling me in case it put me off, she'd just bullshitted. I need to see the target, I said. 2 nights isn't a lot of time for preparation. You'll have to tell me all you know tonight, and I'll recce the place tomorrow.
Yes, of course. I am also concerned that Tom should have enough time to break through the firewall, so he can access the system.
Tom sat up, like a well-behaved child trying to please an adult. It'll be okay. Just show me what you got.
I will, Tom. Very soon.
There was a long pause as Tom sank back into the seat. I looked at the road. Where are we going now?
It's not far. By the lakes.
That wasn't much of a clue. The whole country was covered with the things. The black and yellow fluorescent sign of a town silhouette with a red line through it told me I was now out of Lahti. We hit a good quality single-carriage road, lined at first with houses, their Christmas decorations glowing in the darkness, then giving way to trees and cuts through granite once again. Another sign told me that Mikkeli was now 106 kilometers away. We must still be heading north. I kept my eyes on the odometer as we passed a succession of plastic pedal bin mailboxes on posts, all neatly aligned by the roadside. The only sign that somewhere deep in these forests lay habitation. The cloud cover and closeness of the trees made darkness fall on us completely, the reflection from the clean white snow almost doubling the effectiveness of the headlights. The 4x4 Merc soon warmed up, and Tom had his earpieces in and eyes closed. I found myself trying to think of things to say to Liv, but small talk wasn't on her agenda. There was far more checking of mirrors than was required for normal driving. She was carrying out anti-surveillance. That was why we'd met in the car park and come straight out before any connection could be made between the two vehicles. If anybody had been following us from the airport, they would naturally have assumed we were going into the hotel. I could see her face illuminated by the dash as I sat up. Liv, why all the fuss about telephones and pages? And why the dead letterbox?
The old ways are the best, she smiled. A Sicilian once told me that, to be sure, there's a future, you must learn the lessons of the past. For centuries his organization had used couriers who would exchange information person to person. That way there was control of anything sensitive. But then they started operating in America and they got lazy. In the late 50s they started to use the telephone, and it was their downfall. If information is important and you want to keep it safe, you must communicate in person. That way you keep control. I started to see signs for the E75 and Mikkeli. Then the tree line disappeared and the motorway came into view about 400 meters below me on the right. Lines of headlights moved in both directions, but we stayed on the old road and the trees returned to cut out the view. It would be easier to see if anyone was behind us. Liv continued. As to the rest of your question, we take all necessary precautions. Not only with our information, but with our people. That's the reason why all contact from now on will be exclusively with me. I decided not to tell her what had happened after leaving the flat. She and Val knew far too much about me already. Streetlights sprang up at the roadside and signs told me we were approaching a place called Hinola. Tom sparked up, taking out his earpieces. A low-toned, tinny dance beat filled the air. Are we there yet? Liv helped out. Another 30 minutes, Tom. He became a bashful schoolboy again. Oh, thanks.
Liv turned the heating down a notch and pulled off her hat. Her hair bounced around her shoulders. Tom was looking out at the town and daydreaming as he pulled a tissue from his pocket and blew his nose, then examined his effort in the streetlight, as if it held some sort of prophecy. We finished moving around the town, another anti-surveillance manoeuvre, and left on a much smaller road. The houses and lights quickly dwindled, and trees and darkness soon took over, with just the occasional track leading into the woods. Liv was still checking behind us for lights, and Tom, having found the meaning of life in his Kleenex, went back to listening to his music. Eventually we turned onto a tarmac road, tree-lined and cleared of snow, then carried on for another 2 to 3 k's down a slight hill until the trees gave way to a house that was suddenly illuminated by ground lights as the vehicle approached. We must have passed a sensor. The place looked like something out of a James Bond film. Blofeld was probably looking down on us from inside, stroking his cat. It was maybe 60 or 70 metres long and looked just as if someone had taken an enormous slice out of an apartment block and perched it 20 feet off the ground on 2 massive concrete supports. Val certainly did things in style. The driveway took us under the house, where glass panels sealed the area around the pillars to make an internal car park. 2 large patio-type doors opened automatically as we approached, then closed behind us. It was surprisingly warm as I stepped out of the murk. The lights shining through the windows and the reflection of the snow made me screw up my face until my eyes adjusted. Liv hit a key fob and a brown door opened in the left-hand pillar. Tom and I grabbed our bags and followed her into a hot stairwell. I noticed that light brown walking boots had replaced the cowboy look. We entered a vast, high-ceilinged space, maybe 30 metres long and 20 wide, and, just like the London flat, it was clinically white and sparsely furnished. There was a door to my immediate right which led into the kitchen, through which I could see white veneer cupboards and steel worktops. The living area, where we were standing, was straight out of a Sunday supplement. 2 white leather settees faced each other across a glass and chrome coffee table. And that was it. No TV, music centre, magazines, flowers, pictures on the wall, nothing. White vertical blinds stretched from floor to ceiling where I expected windows to be. The lighting was low, and supplied by wall lamps, white, of course. There were no fittings on the ceiling. Tom and I stood with our bags in our hands, taking it all in. "I'll show you your rooms." Liv was already walking towards the far right-hand door. I wondered if she ever waited for anyone, or if Armani insisted she always went in front. We followed into a corridor, our shoes squeaking on the polished wooden floor. My room was through the first door on the left. Again, it was a world of white, with a low Japanese-style bed, ensuite shower, white marble tiling, and stacks of brand-new white towels. There was no wardrobe, just small canvas storage spaces suspended from a chrome rail. Surprisingly, because the view must have been fantastic, there were no windows. Liv said, "No need. It's always too dark." I put my bag on the floor. There was nowhere else to put it. She turned away. "Tom, your room is next door." They disappeared, but I could hear the mumble of voices through the wall as I took my jacket off and listened to the constant hum of the air conditioning. Her rubber-soled boots soon came squeaking past, and she paused in the doorway. "Would you like some coffee, Nick? And maybe something to eat? Then we must get to work. We don't have much time." "Yeah, thanks." She nodded and made her way back towards the living area. I repositioned my bag in the corner of the room. It seemed out of place anywhere else, as Tom stuck his head round the door. "Nice one, mate. She worth a few bob or what? You coming for a brew?" A couple of minutes later, Tom and I sat facing each other on the white leather. The settee made creaking sounds as we got comfortable,
and the clink of china came from the kitchen. It seemed I wouldn't get anything out of him while Liv was about, which wasn't a bad thing, really. At least it shut him up. We sat and waited with only the low hum of the heating for company. She reappeared with a full percolator, milk and mugs on a tray, and a plate of crisp breads and sliced cheese. Placing it on the glass table, she sat down next to Tom. I wasn't sure whether he was wriggling with pleasure or embarrassment. "Let me explain the setup," she said. "I will be staying here with you both. My room is over on the other side." She pointed to the opposite door. "The room across from your bedrooms is where the laptop is, for you, Tom, to decrypt the firewall. I'll tell you more about that in a moment." She turned to me. "Nick, also in there are maps of the house you'll be visiting." She started to pour. "By Tuesday morning, you must have discovered the access sequence, entered the house and copied the files. If not, my instructions are that the deal is off." I sat and listened, knowing that even if I had to make a pact with the devil, it would all be completed in time. I wanted this money. I needed this money. Liv and I took a sip of black coffee. Tom didn't touch his, obviously not wanting to be a nuisance and ask for anything herbal. We lapsed back into a strained silence. She sat and watched our discomfort, almost enjoying it. It made me feel as if she knew more about Tom and me than we did about her. At length I said, "It will happen." Tom nodded. "No drama?" "I'm sure it will. We will discuss the minor details of money, information exchange, and so on later." She stood up. "Come, bring your drinks. Let's start work." We followed her down the corridor. The room on the right was just as white as the rest of the house, and very large and rectangular. There were 2 pine desks and chairs. One had an aluminium briefcase on it. The other, a small, black, sleek-looking IBM laptop, a bit smaller than an A4 sheet of paper. Together with the box it had come in, with spare leads draped over the top and a thin black nylon carry bag with a shoulder strap. Liv pointed at the briefcase. "Tom, that ThinkPad is for you. Nick, come." She continued to the other desk. As she and Tom started to talk firewall stuff, I unclipped the case and lifted the lid. I found several marked maps, all of different scales. It looked as if we were aiming for a town called Lapiranta, about 120 k's to the east of us and close to the Russian border. The largest scale map showed that the whole area was a massive system of lakes, maybe more than 100 k's square, with hundreds of small islands and inlets dotted with villages and small towns. The target was just over 20 k north of Lapiranta, along a road linking some of the islands to an area called Kohala. The house wasn't lakeside, but set back about 1 kilometre from the water and surrounded by forest. Liv left us to it, and I watched her go. She was unbelievably cool. I realised that I was beginning to like her a lot. "Hey, Tom." I turned to face him. He was hunched over the small screen, his back to me. He turned in his chair and looked up. "What's the matter, mate?" "I think it would be better if you didn't mention anything to Liv about the money. It's just that she may be getting less than us and will get a bit pissed off. If she asks, just say you don't know, okay?" "Isn't this her place, then?" "I doubt it. She's just working on the job, like us. I think it would be best if we kept our cards close to our chests, okay?" He turned back to the desk. "If you say so, mate. Whatever." The keys started to clink away once more under his dancing fingers. "Means jack to me." I returned to the material spread out in front of me. Maps are useful things, but they only go so far. I needed to get my arse on target and do a proper recce. I listened to Tom minting around behind me as I sat and memorised the maps. The best way I'd learned to do this was by visualizing the route I'd take. It was far easier than trying to remember place names and road numbers. I sat there, staring at the blank wall, making my way from Hinala to the target house, when I noticed a piece of plasterboard missing around a 2-pin plug. I got on my knees and had a look, pulling back the edge of the board to reveal lead sheeting behind, covered with a plastic cling film type lining. I glanced back at Tom. He was still hammering on the keyboard like a man possessed. I pushed the plasterboard back in place and walked around the room, looking for any more holes. Then I realized there weren't any phone jacks. Even in a modern house, that was taking minimalism a bit far. Was it to make this place impossible to communicate with electronically? If so, Val took his work very seriously indeed, and it unnerved me a bit. I didn't like discovering things that I should know already. I walked across to Tom's desk and stood over him, looking at a screen full of numbers and letters. Some of the vertical lines would change every time he hit a key. Do you understand what you've got there? No problem. It's all about algorithms and protocols, hardened proxy, stuff like that. What it boils down to is that I need to find the access sequence among 1 million or so different sets of characters. That's the firewall between me and the rest of the system. He pointed at the screen, never letting his eyes wander from it. This is quite a sophisticated crypto. As a learning program that detects unusual events, like me trying to hack in, and interprets them as an attack. If we were trying to do this on site, I wouldn't be able to do it in time, but this setup is perfect. I have time to play. His attention was drawn away from talking to me as he leaned forward slightly and studied the screen. We were both silent for a few seconds as he mumbled crypto stuff to himself. Then he came back to planet Earth. Anyway, once I've hacked into it here, all I have to do is configure the ThinkPad, bring it with me, and then I can download all the files she wants. Easy life. I watched him as he did his stuff. He'd turned into the master of his universe, hands gliding over the keys, quick, confident, and in command. Even his tone had changed as he explained what he was up to. Tom, will you be able to get past this thing? The screen full of moving numbers, letters, and symbols looked like total confusion to me. No drama, mate, no drama. I looked over at the broken plasterboard. One more question. His eyes still didn't leave the screen. What's that? I changed my mind. I'm going for a brew. You coming? No, mate. I'm going to stay here. Things to do, know what I mean? I left him to it. I wanted to know why the lead was there, and maybe he could help, but why risk him flapping? The less he knew, the better. Chapter 16. I walked into the living area after having no luck finding a phone point in my bedroom. The light was still on, but the room was empty, and the coffee things had been cleared away. There was only a thick paperback book on the glass table. I wandered around the room, checking for points, but didn't find any. There were none in the kitchen either. I couldn't see any gaps in the wall covering to check for lead, so I decided to go a different route. Walking over to the ceiling-to-floor blinds, I gave one of them a poke. It didn't move and was extremely hard and heavy. There was a switch on the wall nearby, and you didn't need to be a brain surgeon to work out what it did. When I flicked it, a motor whirred above me in the ceiling. I watched as they began to open from the centre. It was dark outside, but the living room lights exposed the long, narrow balcony beyond triple-glazed sliding doors. Virgin snow lay a metre deep all along it, resting against the glass. A little further out, the tops of a few snow-covered pine trees were also visible, but beyond that was inky blackness. I turned, hearing bare feet moving towards me. Liv was 6 or 7 steps away, wearing a blue silk dressing gown which finished just above her knees, exposing each thigh in turn as she moved. 2 more steps, and she reached past me and hit the switch. She smelled as if she'd just stepped out of the shower. The motor whirred and the blinds began to close again. She took a step back. Nick, the blinds must remain closed at all times when Tom is working on the computer. She waved a palm in the direction of the settees. Shall we sit? As she crossed the room, I followed. She saw my eyes flick to the blinds and guessed what I was about to say. Yes, Nick, before you ask, they are lined with lead. The whole house is. Valentin doesn't like his competitors learning what he's doing. Millions of dollars are spent accessing information about rivals in this business. He ensures that it's money wasted as far as spying on him is concerned. Valentin knows the true value of information. Not money, but power. So that's why no phones. The blinds finished closing as we sat facing each other on the settees. As she tucked her legs underneath her, the silk followed the contours of her body. Please, Nick, will you tell Tom? House rule. No problem. But will you do me a favour in return? It would make things a lot easier for us if you didn't tell Tom anything about the Malaskaya, or about the deal we have. He's a worrier and I want him to concentrate on the job. The last thing I needed was her telling him how much money was really involved. Of course, she smiled. I never have a problem with keeping information to a minimum. On the other hand, I also find it better to tell the truth about important matters. Maybe Tom would be better off knowing about the Malaskaya and the money, rather than possibly finding out at a later date. Lies can be so confusing and counterproductive, but then I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that, do you? I wasn't too sure if it was a rhetorical question. Whatever, I wasn't going to give her a full answer. I shrugged. She leaned forward to pick up the book on the coffee table, and as she settled back, her silk dressing gown fell down on either side of her legs. I tried not to look, but couldn't help myself. Liv was one of the most beautiful, attractive, and intelligent women I'd ever seen. It was a pity I had champagne tastes and a lemonade budget. I would never have what it took to attract somebody like her, and, sadly, she didn't strike me as the sort to dispense charity shags to the poor. She pulled the gown together as she caught my eye. Does this bother you? You English are so strange. You're so repressed. What about you lot? I grinned. You seem to be so reserved with strangers, yet think nothing of sitting naked with them in saunas, chatting about the weather. Then you charge out and roll naked in the snow, beating yourselves with birch twigs. So who's running on a full tank? She smiled. We're all prisoners of our past, and maybe we Finns more than most. That one got me knitting my brow. It was a bit too deep for me. I don't expect you to understand this, Nick, but Nordic myth is more deeply ingrained in our psyche than in any of the other Scandinavian cultures. Probably a legacy of all those centuries of Swedish and Russian domination. She tapped the book. A collection of Finnish folklore. See? We're captivated. I'm more of a Harry Potter man myself, I said. I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. It was her turn to look puzzled. She probably thought he wrote spy thrillers, or whatever crap I read. Nick, I need to finalize some drop-off, she corrected herself, dead letterbox details with you for the information and money exchange. We shall all go to Helsinki in the morning, even if Tom hasn't got through the firewall by then. It's important that he isn't kept in the dark. I opened my mouth to speak, but she seemed to have accessed my own firewall. I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or alarmed by the fact that she seemed to know exactly what I was thinking. Nick, I've already told you there is nothing to be concerned about. No one is looking for you there. Otherwise, it would be pointless going, wouldn't it? We all want you to be successful. So, why would we be taking such a risk? That made sense. But it was less than a week since Carpenter had turned Helsinki into Dodge City, and I didn't want to find myself next door to anyone who mistook me for one of his close personal friends.
Once you and Tom have left tomorrow night, you must never return here, whatever happens. That way this place remains secure. In any event, no one will be here, as I am leaving soon after you. I will take anything you want to leave behind, and return it at the exchange. You are to make your way to the DLB on Wednesday morning, and leave details for a meeting between just the two of us. The details of the exchange are totally your concern. Valentin wants to give you control of the arrangements, as a gesture of good faith, and to give you confidence that nothing uncomfortable will occur during the transaction. To help ensure this, you will still be in contact exclusively with me.
She gave me the full benefit of those wonderful eyes.
Do not worry, Nick. This business is not being conducted in a way that jeopardizes any of us.
I tried not to laugh. Maybe she hadn't noticed how people like Val conducted business. If he didn't have control of an apartment block, he'd blow it up, no matter who was still inside. I wasn't quite ready to assume he was my new best friend. In the meantime, I would pick the time and place, and they would come to me. It made sense. I nodded. What if I don't make the dead letter box?
If you don't, Tom will. That is why he needs to be with us tomorrow. If there's no message for me by Wednesday evening, I'll know that something is seriously wrong and the deal is off. Sometimes you win, other times...
She shrugged. There was silence for a moment or two. How did you come to meet Valentin?
Like you. He asked me to work for him.
She smiled, crossing her legs.
And no, Nick, I'm not his mistress.
She'd read my mind again. 300 years ago, she would have been burned at the stake.
The only thing he wants from me is my doctorate in Russian political science. You see, Nick, this is where the money is, for now. And the fact is, I enjoy that money. I work hard, and I'm well rewarded.
She sat back, and when she spoke again, her voice was low.
My parents were Swedish. They are both dead now. I was born here, in Finland. I am a Finn. There. That is all you need to know about me. But what about you, Nick? Why did you become a kidnapper? Did you not work for the British government?
I coughed, trying unsuccessfully to hide my embarrassment. It made sense that she would know. If she knew about the connection between Tom and me, then there was a whole lot more she probably knew too. So much for being a deniable operator. I suddenly wasn't enjoying this as much as I thought I was going to. Money, I said. Just like you. Maybe we're the same. She gave me her most inscrutable Mr. Spock look.
Of course. That is why you are here.
Her face broke into a smile.
Are you married?
Divorced.
What happened, Nick? Did she not like to live with lies and half-truths?
I think she just didn't like living with me. I paused. I used to be in the military and...
Yes. Valentin knows about your military past, Nick. That is one of the reasons you are here.
What else did he know? I didn't like the postman knowing what I looked like, let alone the head of a major organised crime group. It made me feel very uncomfortable. I said, "What about you? Are you married?"
I'm not so sure it would be a good idea. And being a mother? It does not interest me. Do you have children?
No. I've made light of it. I can just about manage to look after myself. It would be such a responsibility. What would I do if they became ill? She gave me a level look.
I think we have both done the right thing, Nick. Don't you?
I tried to read her expression and failed again. I didn't reply for a while, and when I did, I answered one question with another. Are you staying with us all the time, Liv? I'll come and go. But essentially, I'm here to make sure things run smoothly. She adjusted herself on the settee. I got another glimpse of thigh as she tapped the book by her side. There is a story in here about Vainamoinen, the creator of the universe. One day he has an encounter with Youkahainen, a much younger god. The two meet riding on a narrow path, and neither wants to give way. Youkahainen challenges Vainamoinen with all the eagerness of youth and limitless self-confidence. The battle is waged by chanting magical songs, and ends with Youkahainen finding himself in a bog. You see, Nick, he simply didn't know who he was dealing with. I took the point. Knowing who you're dealing with had always been a big thing with me. And right now the message seemed to be, they did, and I didn't. What time are we leaving in the morning? 8. Will you tell Tom? She yawned. Time for bed, I think. Good night, Nick. I watched her walk towards the door. Night, Liv. She disappeared into the other half of the house. I couldn't help a smile of regret when I realized that her leaning across me to flick a wall switch was the closest we were ever likely to get. Will of the gods and all that. Chapter 17. Monday, 13th of December, 1999. We headed south along the motorway towards Helsinki, all dressed exactly the same as yesterday. Tom had headed straight for the back seat and crashed out, which left me with the option of joining him or sitting next to Liv in the front. I knew what I wanted to do, but I felt I should give her some space. It was nearly 8:45, and after 30 minutes of staring at headlights, it had begun to get light. It was going to be a sunny day. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the unfolding view of pine trees and glittering snow was straight out of a ski brochure. I looked across at Tom, earpieces in and eyes closed. The scenery was lost on him. He was fast asleep, his head bouncing gently in time with the 4x4's movement. He'd been up late at his screen. I'd got him to bring all his documents, even on this shopping trip. I told him it was just in case we needed to leave in a hurry. Be prepared, Tom. Know what I mean? He hadn't been too keen on coming, because after working much of the night, he was close to breaking the firewall. But I agreed with Liv. He needed to be aware of the game plan. We were both acting for our own selfish reasons. If there was a problem on target and Tom was the only one to get away, she had to know there was still a chance she could get the data to Val. And I wanted him along because if I broke a leg or wasn't able to make the DLB to collect my money for any other reason, I wanted Tom to be able to do it for me. Another 40 minutes and we hit Helsinki city limits. Liv gave me a guided tour as we came in, pointing out some landmarks and proudly telling about how her tiny nation had routed the Red Army in the 1940 Winter War. All the while, Tom's head bounced about beside me. It was quite strange seeing the place during the day. I'd never come in until last light during the recce's for Val's lift. There was no reason to expose myself and the team to CCTV, and the security set up for the EU conference. No matter what the environment, it's always better to recce in the dark. And in this place, there was plenty of it. The city looked older than I'd been expecting. The airport and Intercontinental were both modern buildings, and Tom's ranting about how cutting-edge the place was had led me to expect a city full of buildings like Vauxhall Cross. As we weaved towards the centre, the heavy morning traffic jockeyed with the trams to gain ground, but was generally well behaved. I think it's time for Tom to pay attention now, Nick. I gave him a shake. What? What? His eyes opened, and he stretched as if he was coming out of hibernation. I pointed at my mouth, indicating to him that he'd do well to wipe the dribble from his chin. Cheers, mate. He looked outside at the traffic. This Helsinki, then? Looks just like the virtual tour.
Liv smiled. I think you will find the real thing a bit chillier. We turned a corner, passing a large illuminated sign telling us that this department store was called Stockman. She pointed at the large window displays as we drove past. We'll meet in the coffee shop on the 6th floor. The station is just a couple of minutes' walk away. We drove on a couple of blocks before stopping. As I got out, I felt the bitter cold for the first time that day. With the garage being a sealed, air-conditioned part of the house, the open air hadn't had a chance to get at us. She looked back at me through the rear doors as I put my hat and gloves on. I'll see you both in Stockman in 2 hours. You'll need about half an hour to check out the station. I nodded and turned to Tom. We'll use the rest of the time to get our kit. I closed the door of the 4x4 and she drove off. Our breaths hung in clouds in front of our faces, and every inch of exposed skin prickled with the cold. Tom didn't like it one bit. Arctic or what, Nick? For fuck's sake, can we get inside sharpish? The station was in front of us. It looked like an East German prison, very square and imposing, faced with what looked like dirty brown concrete. It could have been used as a backdrop for 1984. I checked the clock tower with Baby G, and they agreed to the minute. 10:22. As we joined the rest of the pedestrian traffic, waiting obediently for the little green man, Tom frowned and said, Nick? What? I was concentrating more on looking for a gap between the trams that I could dash through. I had no intention of freezing to death, waiting for little green men. Do you trust her? You know, Liv. You sure everything's sweet? Liv's advice about being truthful flashed through my head, thankfully not powerfully enough for me to take it. I tried never to trust anyone, and after what had happened in Washington, I certainly wasn't going to now. There might not be too much time to do this job correctly, and I might be desperate for the cash. But I wouldn't be doing anything until I'd put my own and Tom's safety net in place today. The lights changed, and we started walking. Don't worry, mate. Everything is fine. In fact, having a meeting point like this is one of the things that makes me feel better about her. It means these people are switched on, and want the job done with no hassle. Don't worry about it. He shrugged. Yeah? But what can you do to guarantee we aren't getting stitched up like a kipper, know what I mean? Are you going to do what she wants? You know, come back here and give her the ThinkPad with the download and take the money? Or are you going to ask for more? I bet it's worth a bomb. Even if the thought had crossed my mind, I wasn't going to admit it to him. No, mate. I just want to do this right. Just exchange that little machine of yours for the money and get back to the UK. That way everything stays safe and easy. Whichever way you look at it, it's still good money. All the time, I had my smiley face on. I felt like I was trying to encourage a small child to eat his sprouts. I was expecting more questions, but he just shrugged his shoulders again. I only ask you, mate. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. Tell you what, she's tasty, isn't she? I grinned. Yes, she's very beautiful. Out of our league, though, son. I somehow couldn't picture Liv kissing Juicy Lucy cards in Notting Hill, or spending her day sorting out my boiler. The main doors to the station were heavy and wooden, with porthole windows protected by metal grills. We pushed through and immediately came face to face with Santa, who was ringing his bell and demanding money. We sidestepped him. The interior looked more like a well-kept museum than a railway station, with clean, stone-paved floors, thick granite supporting pillars and unbelievably high ceilings. Little snowmen hung from chandeliers, and the place echoed with public announcements, people talking, mobile phones going off all over the place, and, in one corner, a busker who was having a crack at the Finnish version of Good King Wenceslas on his accordion. The smell of cigarette smoke and fast food was strong and everywhere. A group of people with Santa hats on and sets of skis over their shoulders tried to squeeze past stressed-out businessmen in overcoats, furry Cossack hats, and mobiles glued to their ears.
The strange thing was that you couldn't see or hear a single train. This was a cold-weather station, and the platforms were outside. Tom rubbed his hands together. He liked it in here. Christ, I almost feel human again. What now then, Nick? Father Christmas carried on doing his stuff as we stood and got our bearings, and I thought almost was as close as Tom was ever going to get. Liv's DLB was very easy to find and, like the one at the Langham, sighted well. We were standing with our backs to the main entrance. In front of us was a wide stairway and escalators that led down into the metro. The three sides of the stairway surrounded an open square of continuous wooden benches. The DLB was by a rubbish bin on the left-hand side. Tom followed as I walked between the DLB and the large ticketing hall to our left, heading for a newsstand. A teenaged girl was sitting reading a magazine, ears full of Walkman, mouth full of gum. She was wearing navy blue duvet salopettes under a matching jacket which was open to stop her sweating. I nodded at Tom just before we got level with her. There it is, mate. See the girl in blue? He nodded back and we carried on past. Okay. If you put your hand underneath the bench, exactly where she's sitting, you're going to feel a plastic container attached by Velcro. All you do is make sure no one's looking and pull it off. Go away and write a note telling them where they can find you and they'll come. Isn't this all a bit James Bond, Nick? I don't like it. It's just belt and braces stuff. You need to know what to do if it goes wrong. You know, suppose I break a leg and can't get back here. Then it'll be down to you to hand over the goods and get us our money. So long as there ain't no funny business. You know, fucking her about or anything. I don't want that, mate. I just want the money. We stopped by the wall next to the newsstand. Tom, it's going to go like clockwork. You just need to know this stuff in case I get injured. That's all. You're my insurance policy and I'll be yours. He liked that. The girl got up and walked towards us, nodding her head in time to the music stuck in her ears. Go on. See if there's anything there yet. What, now? He looked absolutely terrified. Well, everyone's here. It's never going to be empty, Tom. It's a station, for fuck's sake. All you've got to do is take a stroll over there, sit down, put your hand under the bench and have a feel around. While you're doing that, I'll go and change some money for you, all right? I didn't wait for his answer. I wanted him to go through the motions. If he had to get here on his own, he'd at least know what to do. I walked further into the station. Signs in front of me pointed to the platforms and the long-term left luggage. I'd be checking that out soon enough. As busy-looking people passed through the large wooden doors, I saw snow-covered carriages standing at each platform. To my right were shops and toilets, and, about 50 metres away, the exit to the bus station. To the left were more shops and the short-term left luggage lockers, then another set of doors the same distance away that led out to the taxi rank. Behind me were the metro stairs and a very nervous Tom. I went left, to the Bureau de Change, exchanged $500, then wandered back. As I neared the DLB, I could see him sitting on the bench, looking very pleased with himself. I sat next to him, squeezing into the small gap between him and a rather large woman peeling an orange. Piece of piss, mate. Found it first time, look. He started to bend down. No, not now, Tom. Leave it where it is, and I'll show you how to tell Liv that you've put a message in there for her. I stood up and he followed. The woman was delighted and spread herself out more. We went towards the platform doors and turned right, passing the toilets. Tom, go in there to write your message, okay? He nodded, his eyes fixed on the English edition computer magazines as we passed another newsstand, with yet more people wrestling with their luggage and skis. I explained where to leave his DLB-loaded marker. Just beyond this coffee shop, on the right is a row of telephones. When the time comes, get yourself a marker pen from one of these shops, and draw a line down the booth of the right-hand one, okay? It wasn't. Why? So Liv doesn't have to sit down and feel under the bench every time to check it. If the loaded sign, The marker pen line isn't there. She knows that a message isn't either. Otherwise she'll look just a bit suspicious on Wednesday, won't she? Sitting in the same place every hour on the hour. He nodded thoughtfully. Tell you what, she could sit next to me every hour on the hour, know what I mean? I smiled. If the two women at the airport would have had him for breakfast, Liv would probably chew him up and spit him out without looking up from her newspaper. We were closing the gap towards the bus station doors when they all opened at once, and a coachload of people surged towards us, dragging their skis and luggage behind them. 10 metres short of the doors was a bank of 4 phones fixed to the wall, divided by polished wood booths. We stood against the nearest one, letting the coach party pass with a rumble of suitcase wheels and excited conversation. See here, I said. Yeah. You want me to mark... He started to wave his finger. Hey, Tom. In Spyland, nobody points. I pushed his hand down and tried not to laugh. But yes, that's right, mate. A mark. But a line, a nice, thick line. Make sure you pretend to be on the phone and make sure they... I nodded towards the flower shop opposite. Don't see you. Tom's eyes followed mine. I'll get it. But you'll tell me what to say in the letter, yeah? Of course. Now let's go and get cold. We walked out through the bus station, a large square concourse littered with sheltered stops. Once onto the pavement, we cut half right in the direction of Stockman. I handed Tom 2,000 Finnish marks from the wad I'd got from the money changer. It worked out at about 6 marks a dollar. He thought he was rich. His eyes shone. Or maybe they were starting to be affected by the cold as we walked along cobblestone streets. The rumble of tyres and metallic rhythm of the tram wheels meant we had to speak louder than normal. Tom, I want you to give me your passport and wallet for safekeeping. I've got an idea for a little extra insurance, but listen, this is between you and me. It's not that I don't trust her, but better safe than sorry, eh? Nice one, Nick. Makes me feel better. He handed them over without questioning. It made me feel suddenly more responsible for him. Besides, we want to travel light tomorrow night. You could tell Stockman was Finland's top people's store by the line of large black or dark blue cars outside with their engines running, waiting for their VIP passengers to come out and load up their Christmas shopping. When we got closer, it was clear who the cars belonged to. Large men with no necks and square heads were waiting beside them. It looked as though Mr. and Mrs. Mafia were flapping a bit because of the hit on Val last week. A group of heavies came out just as we approached the main entrance, surrounding a very young, beautiful blonde who was wearing more fur than a grizzly. For a moment I thought it was Liv. A limo door opened for her, and the 3-car convoy zoomed off up the street. Tom and I walked through large double doors straight into the perfume department. A little further on, in the luggage department, I picked up 2 small weekend bags, one dark green and one black, from a display, and 2 heavy car blankets. Tom had his big wad of money clasped firmly in his hand and was looking happy. It was time to say my goodbyes. I've got things to do, Tom. Insurance. I tapped the side of my nose and winked. His big hamster cheeks beamed back. I'll see you in the coffee shop in about 3/4 of an hour. Just get yourself some good, warm kit. The sort of stuff I told you about, all right? Yeah. No drama. Hey, Nick, when the going gets tough, the tough go shopping. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. I clapped his shoulder. Remember, get a decent coat and boots. And by the way, if Liv turns up before I get there, just tell her I'm shopping too. I could see he couldn't be asked to ask why. He just wanted to get spending. No drama. See ya. Back in the cold, I took out my new holdalls and bulked them out with the blankets. Then I headed for the bus station again. I went past the telephones into Europe's most expensive toilets. It cost me nearly £1 to sit down in one of the cubicles so I could get out the money from my organiser wallet. What was left of the 25 grand in $100 bills, which I'd brought with me. I removed $4,000 and then placed the wallet, plus my own documents and Davidson's, into the dark green holdall. You never know when even a burned ID can come in useful. Tom's documents and $3,000 went into the black bag, and I slipped the remaining $1,000 into my pocket. I then dumped both at left luggage and looked for a decent hiding place for the 2 tickets, our own little DLB. Somewhere that Tom would find easy enough to remember. I went into one of the shops and picked up a computer magazine with a plastic sleeve holding a free CD-ROM. I was queuing at the checkout when I saw her. Liv was standing by the doors to the trains. The man she was with was very smartly dressed in a long camel hair coat, shirt and tie. She was looking quite dolled up herself, in a black overcoat she hadn't been wearing earlier. It must have been in the back of the Merc 4x4. I ducked out of the queue as if I'd had second thoughts about the magazine and went back to browsing the racks, watching Liv and her man out of the corner of my eye. They were in each other's arms, their faces just inches apart and talking away. They were doing their best to look like 2 lovers saying their goodbyes, but it wasn't quite working. There were times when they cuddled, but they weren't talking to each other, they were talking at each other. I'd done this enough times myself to know what was going on. They held each other and talked for a little while longer, then he pulled slightly away from her. He was in his early 30s with short, brown hair and looked quite the young, trendy businessman. She turned away, heading for the bus station exit. There had been no final kiss, no last touch or stroke of the hair. I let her go past me, then moved quickly to the platform doors, pinging him on platform 6 as he looked at his ticket and checked the coaches. It was now time to hurry back the other way and see what Liv was up to. Barging through the bus station doors, I looked out onto the square. She was walking away from me, putting her Tibetan hat on, heading across the pedestrian crossing. I could see the 4x4 on the other side, parked in a line of other vehicles on meters. Turning, I ran back into the station. The destination board said the Platform 6 train was leaving for St. Petersburg in 2 minutes. I walked swiftly back to the newsstand and bought the magazine, together with a reel of sellotape. Taking off the plastic sleeve, I ripped it into 2 strips and wrapped the tickets individually. Now all I had to do was find a place to hide them that Tom would remember. It wasn't hard. The long banks of left luggage lockers by the taxi exit were on legs, with a 4-inch gap between them and the floor. Pretending to clean the slush off my shoes, I taped Tom's under number 10 and mine under number 11. If things went wrong, both of us had a ticket out of Finland. As I made my way back to Stockman, Liv's meeting with the man in the camel hair coat mulled round in my head. I took the lift to the 6th floor. Once I'd passed the cold weather gear, a sign told me that on the floor above was cold storage for furs. I passed the restaurant, a juice bar, and found Tom in Café Avec, overlooking the shoppers below on the 5th floor. His half cup of herbal whatever looked sad and cold on the table in front of him. The lightwood furniture had come straight out of an IKEA warehouse, and the place was packed with people snacking on soup or little fish dishes. The noise was deafening. People talking and mobiles going off with 1,000,001 different tunes. "Whatcha, mate?" He was all smiles, pointing at his bags, then opening one for me to look inside. I was pleased to see he'd bought himself a decent pair of boots, and the dark blue, thick woolen check lumberjack coat was just the sort of thing I'd told him to get. "Great, Tom. Now listen." I explained to him where his ticket was hidden. We'd pick them up on Wednesday, but if the shit hit the fan tomorrow night, he should head straight for the station, grab his bag, and catch the first flight home. He started to look a bit more cheerful. "I just want to get this job done and get back to London with some dosh. I don't really like it here. I thought I would, but I don't. Must be the cold. That's why I got these for tomorrow." He bent down and brought out a set of silk leggings and a top. I tried not to laugh. They were the sort of thing you might buy for your very first ski trip, but never wear. He looked rather proud of them. "What do you think? Keep me warm or what? You should get some, Nick. The girl behind the counter said they're great. I bet she did. They probably cost 3 times as much as a set of proper thermals. I've got some, I lied. Actually, there's one more thing. He packed them proudly back into the bag. What's that? I know you said you're nearly there, but can you really break through the firewall by tomorrow? He looked at me as if I was mad. No problem. But you will look after me, won't you? You know, when we're in there. I could sense that his bravado was fading slightly as the witching hour approached. I smiled, nodded, and then saw him look anxiously over my shoulder. Liv's here. I turned in my seat and watched her looking out for us both, hat in hand and the black coat still on. She saw my raised hand and came straight over. She sat down. Everything all right at the station? I nodded. Good. Here are the keys for your car, Nick. She passed over 2 keys on a Saab key fob. There are maps inside the glove box to get you there, and a detailed one of the area. None of the maps are marked. It will take you more than 3 hours to get there. There'll probably be a list of things I'll need once I've seen the house. No problem, so long as it's nothing exotic. Talking of which, she looked at her Cartier watch. I got the hint and started getting to my feet. I think I need to get going. I want to spend as much time as I can on target. She stood up. I'll show you where the car is, then go back to the house with Tom. As we came out of Stockman, Tom took out his new check coat and put it over the one he was wearing. He looked the perfect tourist. We walked back towards the station, and I could see the Merc 4x4 still parked in the same position, with a shiny new blue Saab next to it. I said my goodbyes. Tom got in the front with her, and they drove off. Chapter 18. The journey to the target seemed to be taking longer than she'd told me to expect. Maybe it just felt that way, because there'd been nothing to look at but thousands of trees and lumps of granite. I needed to adjust my boredom threshold. It was just after 3 o'clock, and it was already last light. The reflection from the Saab's headlights twinkled in the snow piled high at the roadside as I stayed obediently in the line of traffic, which all travelled within the speed limit. I hit the seat button on the radio a few times, but there wasn't much to listen to. I hated Europop, and didn't have a clue what was being said on any of the speaking stations. I used the time to think about Liv's station RV, but didn't come up with any answers. I decided I just had to get on with it. It was simple. I'd do the job, control the exchange with Liv, then get Tom and me back to the UK, leaving Val to do whatever he wanted with the stuff. At least after tomorrow night, once on the ground, I was in control of my own destiny. After taking the exit for La Penranta, signs for Kuhala began to appear. Pulling into the side of the road, I checked the smaller scale, more detailed map. I had another 12 k's to go until turning off the 2-lane road and onto what looked like a minor gravel one. Then I'd need to find the private turning to the target building. I pushed on, driving through dense forest on a tarmac firebreak. Tall trees on either side of me cut down the headlight's capacity as if I was in a tunnel. Then I was suddenly out of it, and rumbling across a wooden bridge, my lights blazing across the white ice of the frozen lake beneath me. 20 seconds later, I was back inside the tunnel, with just the occasional postbox to let me know I wasn't the only person around. Passing a yellow triangle sign showing a silhouetted elk, I knew I'd well and truly hit the countryside. Stopping at the crossroads, I checked the odometer and map. 8 more k's, and the third option right. I drove on, counting off the k's, crossing 2 more bridges and only a handful of postboxes, until I found the junction I was looking for. The tyre noise changed as I hit the 2-lane gravel road. Like the one leading to Liv's, it was still iced over, but had been snowploughed and gritted. With a few k's still to go, I wanted to make sure I had the right track to target first time. It wouldn't be a good idea to mince around with headlights on and the engine revving up and down the road. The map showed a scattering of houses in the area, and I was passing a postbox every half-kilometre or so. I changed down to first gear. There wasn't a light to be seen as I checked off each track into the woods on the map. I found the target track, but kept going, looking for somewhere off the road to leave the Saab, so it looked parked rather than abandoned. About another 300 metres on, I found a small cut in the woodline which seemed to be a fire break. Once tucked in, I switched off the engine. It was freezer time again. Putting on the nylon-padded gloves and black woolen hat I'd bought myself at Stockman, I got out and hit the key fob. The four-ways flashed as the central locking did its stuff, but I couldn't help that. Setting off down the gravel road, I made sure the hat didn't cover my ears. I was on a recce. I needed them to be able to work, without fighting to hear through half a lamb's coat. It was bitterly cold after the snug warmth of the Saab, and there was no noise or light. All I could hear was my own breathing and the snow crunching an inch under my feet before it compressed onto the hard ice beneath. My whole world was trees, snow, and a very cold nose and ears. Once at the top of the track, I stopped, looked, and listened. Nothing. It would take another 15 minutes for my eyes to adapt to the lack of light. Then, with any luck, I'd be able to see a little more of the tree line than just a wall of black. I turned into the track and started slowly down it. A lot of vehicles had obviously been up and down. There was no snow in the ruts on either side of the small central mound, just compacted ice. The trees were hard up against the edge of the track. 3 feet in front of me was pitch black, but I knew it wouldn't be like that for long once my night vision kicked in. I moved like a tightrope walker along the rut to cut down ground sign. The last thing I wanted was to slip and fall in the snow at the side of the track, leaving evidence that even a 5-year-old would pick up. After about 5 minutes, I began to see weak, intermittent lights ahead in the direction of the target. The beams flashed up into the sky or straight at me, disappeared for a while, then bounced towards me again. I knew exactly what they were. Vehicle lights, and they were coming my way. I couldn't even hear the engine yet, so it would be impossible for them to see me. The lights continued to flash against the trees. There was nothing I could do without leaving sign but dive out of the way. The rumble of the engine reached me, and brighter beams of light swept the area around. I faced the drift at the trackside, hopefully aiming between 2 trees, rocked back to try to get some sort of momentum, then leaped. I managed to clear the first few feet of snow, rolling like a high jumper, and landed like a bag of shit. The snow lay over solid granite, and I hit it hard, knocking the wind out of my lungs. I started to crawl like an animal, trying to burrow under the branches. The vehicle was getting closer. Still facing away from the road, I dug myself in and waited in the freezing snow, listening as it closed in on me. The transmission was in low ratio, suggesting a 4x4. It finally drew parallel with me, its wheels crunching into fresh snow on the side of the track as it was steered offline. Without hesitation, it kept on going. I raised myself slowly onto my knees, keeping my right eye closed. At least that way I would save 50% of what night vision I had. The smell of diesel hung in the air. The track was about 5 or 6 meters away from me, and it was a 4x4 for sure, but I couldn't make out what type or how many were inside. All I could see was a massive ball of white light in the front and a red one at the rear, moving slowly along the tree tunnel, followed by a cloud of diesel fumes. I watched and listened as the light died. They must have reached the top of the track because I heard revving and the transmission ratios change. Then the noise disappeared completely. Crawling on my hands and knees to avoid the branches, I made my way back to my impact site, stood up, put 1 foot forward and launched myself over the bank again. My right shin connected painfully with the central mound, and the combination of stones and hard ice did its work on me big time. I lay on my back in one of the ruts, holding my shin, rocking, taking the pain and thinking of the money. After a minute of feeling sorry for myself, I got up and checked that the snow on the side of the track was still untouched. My dive had been Olympic, but the pain had been worth it. I was covered from head to toe in snow like a crap skier. Brushing as much of it off me as I could, I readjusted my hat and carried on down the track, walking the tightrope with a bit of a hobble now. After about 1,000 metres, my night vision fully returned. I also started to hear the low, continuous rumble of what sounded like a generator. What had been concerning me most all along was, how many bayonets? How many were going to fight if I was compromised and couldn't run away? If there were, say, 4 people in the house, 2 of them might be Tom-type characters who'd played Quake for years but had never held a gun. But the other 2 could be hoods who had, and who'd go for it. They were the bayonets, male or female. The term went back to the First World War. When it wasn't the whole of an enemy battalion of 1,200 that you had to worry about, it was the 800 fighting men. The remaining 400 cooks and bottle washers didn't matter. I didn't know how many I'd be up against, and Liv couldn't tell me. It was quite worrying. Getting to the house to discover there was a Hoods R Us convention going on in the front room would not make for a good day out. The track went gently downhill, and I got closer to the noise. It began to sound quite substantial. If they were running lots of machinery, they would need more juice than the trickle the local substation would give them. To check if they were on the mains, I tried to look above me for power lines, but it was too dark to see anything. The track began to curve. As I rounded a gentle right-hand bend, the ground started to open up on either side of me. The tree line here wasn't so close to the track. I could see 2 dim lights directly ahead, maybe 100 metres away. Now that I was in line with the house, the rumble of the generator was louder still, channeled towards me by the trees. Cupping my hand round my wrist, I pressed the backlight on Baby G. It was just after 4:45. Edging forwards, still in the rut, I kept looking for places to dive if the vehicle came back or there was some other kind of drama, such as coming across the Malaskaya on the same sort of outing. I was a bit pissed off this was the only approach route available to me, but any other would leave sign. Every 5 or 6 paces I stopped, looked and listened. The trees stopped about 5 metres from a fence that I could now clearly see in front of me, leaving an empty area running left and right of the track, about 2 or 3 feet deep in snow. A large set of double gates was directly ahead. Keeping in the rut, I moved up close. It was made of the same material as the fencing, diamond-shaped lattice work pressed out of 1/4-inch steel sheeting, the sort you'd see in the windows of off-licenses or the protected kiosks of 24-hour shops. A large chain fed through both gates and was secured with a heavy steel high-security padlock, a pain in the arse to decode and do up again. It wasn't the type that just snapped into position. As I lay along the rut, I could feel the hardness of the ice beneath me, and knew the cold would start attacking me long before the Malaskaya did. I wasn't worried about them at the moment, or the players in the house. Fuck 'em. At such short notice, there was no other way to recce this place. The fence looked about 15 metres high, and was made up of maybe 3 sections of lattice work, bolted together and supported by spaced steel poles about 1 foot in diameter. The house was beyond the fence, about 40 metres away. There were no Christmas decorations in this one, just the 2 lights. One came from a stained glass panel that I thought was the top half of a door set back on a veranda. The other was coming from a window further to the left. I couldn't see that much detail, but the house seemed quite large and old. It had a chateau-style tower on the far right-hand side, with a Russian onion-shaped dome that I could just see silhouetted against the night sky. I remembered Liv on the way to Helsinki saying that the Russians controlled Finland until Lenin gave it independence in 1920. The old clashed dramatically with the modern. To the left of the house were 5 satellite dishes, massive things at least 3 metres across and set into the ground, looking like something an American would have had in his garden in the early 80s, the sort that picked up 500 channels telling him what the weather was like in Mongolia, but still couldn't give him the local news. This was a proper little Microsoft HQ. I could clearly see their dark mesh dishes looking upwards, each in a different direction or elevation, and they all looked as if the snow had been dug away from the base and scraped off the dish. As I lay there, chin on forearms, taking in as much information about the target as I could, I saw why the bases were dug out. All of a sudden, there was a high-pitched whine that drowned out the noise of the generator, and one of the dishes started to swivel. Maybe they were trying to catch the Japanese repeats of Friends, or maybe they were up and running already. It seemed a strange location for a setup like this. Maybe these people were as illegal as Val. I started to wonder, but soon gave myself a good mental slapping. Who cared? I was here for Kelly, to get this job done and paid for before the dollar exchange rate took another tumble. Getting back to the real world, it seemed that concealment was their biggest weapon. The lattice fence was as high-tech as they got on the security front, apart from the sterile area between it and the tree line. That not only stopped anyone climbing a tree to get in, but also meant they could look out of their windows in the morning while cleaning their teeth and see at once if people like me had been lurking about. I lay in the rut, working out how to get in based on the little information I had. The numbing cold ate through my clothes, and the snow that had found its way down my neck when I fell started to attack my back. My toes were beginning to freeze, and my nose was running. I couldn't make any noise by clearing it into the snow, so I had to be content with wiping it on my icy cold glove. There was a sound behind me. I cocked my head so my right ear was pointing back towards the track. The vehicle was returning. No time to think about it. I just got up and ran back to the nearest of my dive points. To clear the bank and the trees, which were slightly off the track, before the headlights rounded the bend, I had to throw myself about 3 feet up and 5 feet over, just to get near the tree line's branches. I went for it, not quite making the 5 feet and hitting rock again. It probably hurt, but I wouldn't feel it until later. Adrenaline was doing its job, fighting the pain. Ploughing through the snow, trying to get under the branches once more, I listened as the wagon got closer. The vehicle noise suddenly increased as it rounded the bend. I swiveled round on my hands and knees, slowly lifting my head and tried to get into a position from where I could see the track. I didn't bother to wipe the snow off my face in case the movement was detected. A moment later, the 4x4 passed, its headlights sweeping across the gates, the rear lights turning the snow behind them bright red. My face was stinging, but now wasn't the time to deal with it. I needed to take in anything from what the occupants of the 4x4 were going to do to watch the front and rear lights revealed to me about the surroundings. Fuck the night vision now. The vehicle stopped just short of the gate, and the red glow brightened as the brakes engaged and the engine idled. Pulling 2 branches apart with my hands, I saw the right-hand passenger door open and the interior light come on. It was 2 up, 2 people aboard, and a very padded body climbed out and started to move towards the gates. The clatter of the chain was momentarily louder than the engine noise. It was left dangling as both gates were pushed inwards, creaking and rattling, just enough to let the vehicle pass. The wagon inched forward, its headlights revealing that the snow beyond the gates and inside the target was full of ground sign, feet and tyres. Just as importantly, no alarms or trips appeared to have been turned off before entry. The headlights splashed across the house, and without the fence in my way, I had a clear view. The building was faced with faded red or brown painted wooden slats and closed shutters on all the windows. The dim light on the left that I noticed earlier was escaping from a few missing slats in one of the shutters. The chain rattled again, but I wasn't paying much attention to the gate closer any longer. It was more important that I saw what was being lit up. Looking rather than thinking. My brain would absorb all the information and I'd work out later what I had seen. I kept my eyes on the 4x4's headlights as they swung to the right. A covered veranda ran along the right half of the house. The gate closer came back into view as the 4x4 rolled to a stop, parallel with the veranda railings. I could hear the rustling of a nylon jacket and the crunch of snow boots as the brake lights went off and the engine and headlights died. I heard a man's voice as the passenger shouted something I couldn't understand to the driver as he was pushing open his vehicle door. My nose was stinging and dripping, but I couldn't risk missing a thing as the interior light came on and the driver barked a reply. The gate man carried on past the 4x4 and onto the veranda as the driver leaned into the passenger footwell and lifted out some flat boxes and a small bag. The pair moved together, stamping their feet on the wooden floor of the veranda to clear them of snow. The driver opened the front door of the house with a key. Light spilled out, and I caught a brief glimpse of a hallway that looked invitingly warm and bright before they disappeared into the house. I stayed still, smearing the contents of my nose slowly into my gloves before wiping them on a tree branch, visualizing my entry, first getting to the house, then into it. After that, I'd have to play it by ear. I didn't even know which room the computers were in. So what was new? I seemed to have spent my life breaking into houses, offices and homes, stealing, bugging and planting stuff to incriminate people, all with hardly any information, no backup if it went wrong, and no recognition for a job well done. The best I ever got was a, "What took you so long?" I had to assume that the 5-metre sterile area from tree line to fence ran all round the house. Even if I could fight my way through the trees and cover up any tracks, there simply wasn't enough time to check. Fuck it. It was too cold anyway. Moving forward to my splash point, I dived out again, this time taking the hit on my knees. I recovered on my back in the wheel rut for a while, just long enough for my shoulder to start reminding me that I'd taken a fall on some rocks on the way in. So adrenaline wasn't entirely effective as a means of pain relief. When I'd got my breath back, I rolled over and got up, keeping my eyes on target for that last look about. There was one more thing to be done. Going back to the gate, I took my glove off and very quickly touched the metal lattice. Then leaned over to the left and did the same to the fence. Only then did I turn round and start hobbling back up the track, waiting for my knees to warm up so I could stop walking like an old man. Once I'd rounded the bend, I pushed my left nostril closed and cleared my right. Then changed sides. It felt a lot better. 20 minutes later, I was scraping ice off the Saab's windscreen. Moments after that, I was heading back towards Helsinki, the heater blasting away fit to bust on hot, hot, hot. The driveway to the lead house came into sight after just under 4.5 hours. I'd stopped at an unmanned petrol station on the way, just 2 pumps and a pay machine between them. It was in the middle of nowhere, and the bright white light burning down from the canopy made it look like a UFO landing site. You just placed your cash or credit card in the slot, selected fuel type, and off you went. I wondered how quickly it would have been trashed and robbed if this was the UK. I took the rest of the drive slowly, thinking things through, compiling a mental checklist of all the kit I'd need to make entry. Pulling up outside the big glass shutters, gagging for a brew and something to eat, I realised I didn't have a key. There was nothing to do but hit the horn. A few seconds later, a light came on and Liv appeared at the door. Thunderbird 3's hangar door opened and I drove in. Before I'd even switched the engine off, she was making a drinking sign. I nodded and gave her a thumbs up, and she went back upstairs. By the time I joined her, she was in the kitchen and I could smell coffee. "So, Nick," she called out as I closed the stairway door. "Will you be able to get in?" "No problem. Where's Tom?" "He's working." She came round the kitchen door, indicating the other side of the house with a tilt of her head. "He's broken through the firewall, as I hoped." She said it without any excitement, and noticed my surprise. "You'll still have to get Tom into the house, Nick. Sit. I'll get the coffee." I did, taking off my jacket and checking Baby G. It was just before midnight. I'd see Tom later. There were more important things to be dealt with first. I called out, "You'll need a pen and some paper." She came back in with the coffee tray and writing materials, still dressed in jeans and a pullover. She sat on the settee opposite mine and poured 2 mugs. I picked one up. Black would do fine. What I needed was an instant wake-up after hours of car heating. "I'll run through a list of equipment with you," I said between sips. "I'm going to need quite a lot of stuff." She picked up the pen and pad and wrote as I dictated. She was surprised by my request for 6-inch nails, 150mm once she had converted them, plus a 3-foot length of 4x2 wood, which became a 1 metre length of 100 by 50mm. "Why do you need this, Nick? Aren't lockpicks and electronic gadgetry more the sort of thing?" "Can you get me some?" She smiled and shook her head. "That's why I want the electric toothbrush. Don't worry. I'll show you what it's for tomorrow. I'll also need the weather forecast, by the way, for a 24-hour period starting at 9 a.m. I liked not telling her what these things were for. At last she was entering my world, things I knew about. There was one last item. I'd also like a weapon, a pistol, preferably silenced or suppressed. She looked genuinely taken aback. "Why?" I thought it was obvious. Better to have it and not need it than the other way round. "Have you any idea of the weapons laws in this country?" I reminded her what my Russian friends and I had been doing to her Russian friends only a week earlier at the Intercontinental. It didn't work. "I'm sorry, Nick. I wouldn't get you one even if I could. I have nothing to do with that sort of thing. Besides, you were employed precisely because Valentin wanted finesse. The last time I'd gone on a job unarmed, I'd ended up shot. After that, I promised myself I'd always carry, even if I thought I didn't need to. I wanted to tell her it wasn't just finesse that got Val into the boot to the Volvo, but I could see by the look on her face that it was pointless. It was strange. ROC probably had more weapons than the British Army. I thought about asking if her guy from St. Petersburg could get me one, but decided against it. It's always best to keep an ace or two up your sleeve. She stood up. "I'm going to bed now, Nick. Please, help yourself to food. I should be back by 10:30 tomorrow with your list." I was beginning to feel hungry and headed for the kitchen. Digging out tins of tuna and sweet corn from a cupboard, I emptied them into a bowl and went in search of Tom as I mixed it up with a fork and got it down my neck. He was sitting at the ThinkPad, his head in his hands. He didn't look up as I came in. "All right?" "Yeah, all right." There was a blocked-up nasal sound to his reply. All was not well at Camp Tom. "Seriously, you okay?" I wanted to sound surprised at finding him so down, but I could guess at the reason. Being so near the witching hour, reality was grabbing him by the throat. "I'm really worried, Nick. You know, I... There was a big sigh from him, and I knew he was trying to get out what he really wanted to say. "I want to get home, Nick. I don't want to do it, mate. No way am I going back inside." He didn't want to go back home. He just wanted reassurance that everything would be fine. I'd seen it plenty of times. Men on jobs asking for one thing, but really needing another. Especially when they're scared. It's not a bad thing. Fear is natural, and the secret is understanding that it's normal. Only then can you do the abnormal. "Tom, I told you. This won't get you put away. No way would I be doing anything that would get me within 1,000 miles of a prison. I've done some too, you know." He looked up at me with tears in his eyes. "I don't want to go back, Nick. There were some hard boys in there. Know what I mean?" His mouth quivered. "I couldn't hack it, mate." I knew then exactly what he was crying about. Tom might play at being Jack the Lad, but behind bars he'd been fair game for the boys banged up for a long stretch. I thought about my time in Borstal and how much I'd hated it, If the wing daddies weren't fighting each other, they were keeping a grip on their little empires and just generally fucking up the lives of those who were within reach. The only way I'd survived, being, like Tom, one of the youngest, had been to act mad. That way the older ones, being locked up and confused about their sexuality, thought I was just a weirdo and left me to it. Because who knew? I might try and kill them if they touched me. I didn't see Tom being able to act that weird and get away with not being made someone's special friend. I nodded and felt genuinely sorry for him. Don't worry, mate. All that's finished with. I guarantee it, Tom. He sniffed and wiped his nose, embarrassed at his display of vulnerability. Best bet is to go have a wash and get your head down. We have a busy night tomorrow. I tapped his shoulder playfully, leaving him to sort himself out. He didn't need me there to embarrass him even more by seeing him like this. Besides, he was coming with me tomorrow night whether he liked it or not. As I headed back to my room, I thought that, in addition to nails and lumps of 4x2, Liv had better get Tom a brave or stupid pill, depending on which way you looked at it. I started to undress and listened as Tom walked past my door, going in the direction of the living area, probably in search of a glass of water to replace all the liquid leaking down his face. In the shower, I checked out the nice knee, shin and back bruises I'd got from my snow jumping and went to bed. I was knackered, but thoughts about the job kept me awake, going over, making entry and actions on if there was a fuck-up. I must have been lying there for an hour, listening to the hum of the air conditioning, when Tom shuffled past once more towards the living area. He would probably be like this all night now, but he'd live. If he was still wobbly in the morning, I'd remind him again about how much money he'd soon have in his pocket. More than enough to get away from that poxy flat and Janice. I'd already decided that I would give him the full $300,000. Why not? I wouldn't have got this far without him. Another half hour hummed by. I was still thinking about tomorrow night, mentally checking that Liv's shopping list was complete, when I realized that Tom hadn't come back. Yawning, I put on my jeans and shirts and wandered off to have a brew with him. Maybe talk him round a bit more. The lights were still on in the living area, but there was no sign of Tom. I checked the kitchen. He must have gone back and I hadn't heard him. As I turned, I noticed that the door leading to Liv's side of the house was open, and I knew that she'd closed it behind her. Crossing the living area, I started to mooch down her corridor. The door layout was the same as our side, so she'd be in one of the 2 bedrooms. It wasn't hard to tell which. There was noise coming from the first door on the left. I didn't know who was doing what to whom, but the grunts and moans were unmistakably theirs. I turned back up the corridor, leaving them to it, realizing yet again that I didn't have a clue when it came to women. Chapter 19. Tuesday, 14th of December, 1999. By the time I got up, Tom was showered and dressed, hair still wet, sitting on the sofa drinking milk. He was certainly cheerful enough. Morning, Nick. Coffee's in the pot. Liv has gone to get your stuff. Said she'll be back about 10ish. I went into the kitchen, poured some coffee and checked out the food. I was dying to ask him about last night, but decided to wait and see if he said anything first. I didn't want to sound like a dickhead, and things were getting very weird. First, Liv and her friend at the station, and now this. I wondered if she'd been fucking Tom for years, but immediately dismissed the thought. Once you'd had a taste of Liv, you wouldn't decide to settle down with Janice. And why bother to get me to do the job of recruiting him in the first place? Fixing myself a plate of crisp breads, cheese and cherry jam, I dumped it all on a tray and went and sat opposite him. I put on my concerned face and asked, "How'd you feel this morning, mate? Still want a binnet?" I concentrated hard on spreading my jam. "I'm sorry about last night, Nick. I was just worried, you know?" I nodded. These things happen to everyone at some time or other. Anyway, you look a lot better this morning. I gave him a grin. There's nothing like a good night's sleep. He avoided the subject. It is going to be okay, Nick, isn't it? Of course. I had a really good look at the house last night. It's just a big old mansion in the woods, trying to look like Microsoft HQ. Piece of piss. Next stop, the bank that likes to say yes. That's the beauty of it. I got back to my crisp bread, relieved that I didn't have to deliver another mammoth pep talk. He grinned back. Nice one, mate. Nice one. His head had gone back into jerky chicken mode. I took a mouthful of coffee. Yep, it's good we both got some sleep. We'll certainly be knackered tomorrow morning. He sipped his milk, trying to hide his face in his mug. I couldn't resist any longer. I heard you, you know. He turned bright red. What? What are you on about? Hey, listen. Good luck, mate. But keep the noise down in future, will you? Some of us old fuckers can't take too much excitement. He laughed nervously, embarrassed, but at the same time rather proud. I couldn't blame him. What's the secret, Tom? I mean, no disrespect to Miss Nordic Myth, but warm and wonderful she isn't. Have you met in a past life? He shifted in his seat as embarrassment took over. No, mate. Never met a girl before, but, you know, I was out here getting a drink when she came out. She saw I was worried and we got talking and that. You know. I didn't. That was the problem. 1 minute he's asking me if I trust her, a minute later he's making the earth move for her. Well, probably the other way round. I gave myself another mental slap. Fuck it. I didn't care what was going on. I realised with a shock that I was jealous. I needed to sort my shit out, concentrate on making money and leave anything else that was going on well alone. I got up, leaned over and tapped him on the shoulder. Just make sure you've got those daps of yours for tonight. Daps? Plimsolls, whatever you call them. Make sure they're clean and dry. Don't wear them today, just keep your new boots on, alright? With that, I picked up my mug and left. Freshly showered, I lay on my bed and visualised once again making entry on target. I always found it easy to run the film in my head, as if my eyes were the camera lens and my ears the recording equipment. I listened to what the snow sounded like as we walked to the veranda, then the creak of the wooden decking, working out how I would deal with it, attacking the lock on the door and then moving Tom around the house until we found what we were looking for. I replayed the footage 3 or 4 times, from leaving the car to returning to it. Then I started to edit it with different versions. What if Tom and I were on the veranda and the door opened? What if there were dogs in the compound? What if we were compromised in the house? I played the different versions and stopped the film at the crisis points, thought about what I should do and then hit replay, trying to come up with answers. It wouldn't go exactly to script, it never did. On the ground, every situation would be different. But the film was a starting point. It meant I had a plan. From there, if the shit hit the fan, it would be a matter of adapting the plan in the 1 or 2 seconds available, so that I could react to whatever the threat was instead of standing there feeling sorry for myself. I'd been in my room for about 2 hours when there was a knock on the door. Nick? Tom poked his head round the corner. Liv's back. You won't tell her, you know, will you? It's just that, well, you know. I got off my bed and walked out with him, using my forefinger and thumb to mime zipping up my lips. She was in the living room, dropping her hat and black leather coat on the settee. There was no exchange of eye contact between them, and her whole manner announced there was no time for small talk. "Good morning," she said briskly. "It's been confirmed. They're now online." She must have been to meet her St. Petersburg friend as well this morning. "Could you two give me assistance? There are quite a few bags." We followed her downstairs, where the first thing she passed me was a sheet of paper with the weather forecast printed out in Finnish. "It says there is a possibility of snow showers in the early morning. That is good for you, no?" Tom was busy opening the rear door of the Merc. "What do they mean by early morning?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I asked the same question. I'm afraid no one could tell me exactly. Anything between 2 and 10. I handed it back to her and walked to the rear of the 4x4, not letting Tom see my concern. This was bad. Snow is good for hiding sign, but bad for making it. We had to get in and out as quickly as possible, otherwise the only footprints left on the ground at first light would be our fresh ones, not mixed in with the others I'd seen in the compound last night. Unless that was, the shower kept falling for long enough to cover our tracks once we'd left. This wasn't good at all. You just don't take that sort of risk if a job has to remain covert. But a deadline is a deadline, and I had no choice but to go in regardless. I was flapping, and hoped that God hadn't really been listening to me in Tom's flat, just waiting to get his own back by stopping the snow the moment we got into the house. Tom picked up a set of 18-inch bolt cutters from the back seat and held them out with a quizzical expression on his face. I had lifted the tailgate and was holding an armful of bags and boxes. "Just a bit of standby kit we might need tonight, mate. Come on, let's give her a hand." Tom followed me upstairs, the bolt cutters under his arm and his fists full of carrier bag handles. He dumped it all next to the stuff I'd carried up on the wooden floor outside the kitchen and was soon sniffing around in the bags like a child on the hunt for sweets. Liv was close behind. It was time to put the work disk into my hard drive again. "It's pointless you two hanging around," I said. "Give me a couple of hours to sort myself out here, and after that I'll explain why I needed all this stuff. Make sure those daps are clean, Tom. No mud that could flake off or grit in the soles, okay?" He nodded. Liv looked at him, puzzled. "Daps?" "The canvas shoes I've been wearing." He had already put his new boots on. She nodded, mouthing the new word to herself as she logged it in her memory bank and left in the direction of her room. "I'll see you both later." Tom was looking at me as she disappeared into the corridor and the door closed. I knew what was going on in his head. "Don't worry, mate. Not a word." He smiled, relieved. "Thanks, 'cause, well, you know." He waved to me as he walked towards our side of the house. "Tom, is there anything you need me to do for you?" "No thanks, mate," he said with a sudden twinkle. "Liv's already done it." He stopped, turned and tapped his forehead with his index finger. "Nah, seriously, everything I need is up here. Do you want me to run through it?" "No point. I'll just concentrate on getting us in and out of there. What are you looking for, anyway?" He grinned. "I won't know until I see it." He disappeared and I emptied the carrier bags and boxes onto the floor. I sorted the clothing first, as it was the easiest to check. Shiny nylon puffer jackets were not what we needed at a time like this. All the stuff I'd asked Liv for was made of wool and thick cotton. We had to have clothes that weren't going to rustle, and they had to be dark and completely non-reflective. No shiny buttons or safety tape. I cut out any Velcro holding pockets or flaps with my Leatherman. Velcro makes quite a noise when pulled apart, and I couldn't afford for that to happen on target. Anything dangling like draw cords I also removed. Once in the house, I couldn't afford for something to get caught and be dragged onto the floor. All this might sound over the top, but people have been killed for less. I'd learned by others' mistakes, and I'd never forget seeing a mate of mine hanging from the top of a fence in Angola by the nylon cord in his combat smock. He didn't have anything to cut himself free with, and had to watch as guards came, stopped to take aim just meters away, and put at least 50 rounds into him. Liv had chosen some good woolen outer gloves for us, as well as a pair of thin cotton contact gloves, so I could manipulate the door lock or whatever without my bare hands freezing onto the metal. There was also a pair of trainers for me to wear, from which I cut out the reflective heel piece. I hadn't ordered any for Tom. He had his daps. We would put them on just before entering the house. Heavy-soled boots make noise and drag in snow, leaving sign. The outside world needs to stay out there. I found the bag of 6-inch nails, some lengths of 1-inch thick nylon webbing, and a handful of metal washers. The length of wood was exactly as specified. I couldn't help laughing to myself at the thought of Liv in a DIY shop. She probably hadn't even known these places existed. There was a neat little hacksaw in a cardboard and plastic shrink wrap. I ripped it out of its packaging and used it to cut 6 6-inch lengths of wood. Liv had done her work well. The washers went over the 6-inch nails and were stopped by the nail head. I slipped 2 washers over each, since they would be taking quite a strain. 15 minutes later, I had 6 fist-sized lumps of wood, each with a nail hammered through. The nail had then been bent into an acute angle about halfway along with pliers, so the whole thing looked a bit like a docker's hook. The exposed metal of the nail, apart from the bit at the bend and about 0.5 centimetre either side of it, had then been covered with rubber bands to eliminate noise when they were used. Tom and I would use 1 hook in each hand, and carry 1 each as a spare. The dark green 2-inch webbing was meant for strapping skis to a roof rack. I cut 4 6-foot lengths of it, knotting together the ends of each so that I ended up with 4 loops. These I put to one side with the hooks, away from the chaos around me. The climbing kit was ready. Liv had been right. The old ways sometimes are the best, and this method took a lot of beating. It was a little gem from the files of MI9, created during World War II, when they were asked to think up new ideas and design equipment so that POWs could escape from their camps and travel through occupied Europe to safety. They came up with silk maps, sandwiched between the thin layers of a playing card and sent in Red Cross parcels. They even changed the design of RAF uniforms to make them easily convertible into civilian clothes. This hook and loop device, easy to make and easy to use, was just one of the many ideas they'd come up with for scaling POW camp fences. It had worked for them. I hoped it was going to work for us. Next, I unwrapped the Polaroid camera and 4 packs of film. Once a film was inserted, I took a quick test shot of my foot. The camera was working fine. I stripped the other 3 films of their wrapping. Each cartridge of film contained its own battery power source, but batteries tend to get sluggish in cold weather, and I couldn't afford for that to happen. To keep them warm, I'd make sure I kept them close to my body. Once we'd put on our trainers and I'd made entry, I would take pictures of wherever we were on target, camera noise and flashlight permitting. On a covert operation, everything has to be left exactly as you find it. People notice straight away when something is not precisely where it should be. It could be something obvious, like a folded rug that has suddenly been laid flat. But more often, it's something almost indefinable that compromises the job. They just feel instinctively that something is wrong. Maybe their pen isn't in the position they always leave it, even by as little as 0.5 inch, or the morning sunlight isn't shining through the blinds exactly how it normally does, lighting up half the desk, or some dust has been disturbed. We might not consciously notice these things, but our subconscious does. It takes in every detail and tries to tell us. We aren't always clever enough to understand, but we feel that something isn't right. A switched-on target will know that even an out-of-place paperclip constitutes a drama, and will take whatever action he feels is called for. The fact that people would be on target gave this job a high chance of compromise, but I couldn't let it affect the way I thought about what I needed to do, just the way I planned it. I'd been successful on similar jobs in the past, so why should this one be any different? Thinking about making entry reminded me to charge up the electric toothbrush. I went into my bathroom and plugged it into the shaver socket. Back in the living room, I picked up the set of Allen keys. A large metal ring held about 20 of the things, in order of size. I chose the smallest one and eased it off the ring. The room was beginning to look like Santa's workshop, with sawdust, ripped packaging, plastic bags, clothes tags, and me sitting in the middle of it all. The Allen key had a right-angled bend about 0.5 inch from the end. With the pliers and hammer, I straightened it out until the angle was more like 45 degrees than 90, being careful not to snap the soft steel. Then, having ripped the metal file from its shrink wrap, I started to round off the end of the shorter section. It only took about 10 minutes. Going downstairs to the main door, I slipped it into the cylinder lock to check. It fitted perfectly. Back in Santa's workshop, I opened the pack of Isopon and mixed equal amounts of resin and hardener from both tubes on a piece of cardboard. I took it and the Allen key back to the bathroom. Not many minutes later, the key was fixed firmly to the oscillating steel shaft of the toothbrush, the bit the brush head would normally fit onto. When I'd watched the door of the target house being kicked closed, no keys had been turned. It had just been shut and left, which suggested that the lock was a Yale-type cylinder. This gadget should do the trick. Bringing back 2 white hand towels, I sat on the floor and started to file another Allen key the same way. What I had made with the toothbrush and first Allen key was a makeshift Yale gun, a device that simulates a key by manipulating the pins inside a lock. The oscillation of the toothbrush shaft would move the Allen key tip up and down strongly onto the pins. With any luck, it would displace them long enough for the lock to be opened. If not, it would be down to the old way. Still using the Allen key on the toothbrush, but with no oscillation this time. I would have to push up 1 pin at a time. Then hold it there while I attacked the next one in line. For this, a second Allen key was needed, and that was what I was busy filing down. Once I had attacked the second pin, I would simply move the other Allen key along, so that it held both pins up, then keep on going until, in theory, I could open the door. That was if it wasn't bolted on the inside, of course. Which it probably would be if they had even 1 brain cell allocated to security. It took me another hour to finish preparing the kit and packing it into a medium-sized dark blue day sack. Everything was wrapped in my nice white towels, so as not to make any noise or get smashed by the bolt cutters, the handles of which were sticking out each side of the top flap like a Major League V sign. Tom wouldn't be needing a day sack. The only kit he'd have with him was the ThinkPad and leads in their carry bag. Liv emerged from her corridor. By now the jumper was off, and she was in her tight jeans and a white t-shirt. No bra. That would have been interesting a couple of nights ago, but now I was getting on with the job. The circumstances had changed. She surveyed the mess as coolly as ever. Having fun? I nodded. Want to get Tom in to see what toys I've made for him? She walked past me to the lead room, and I got to my feet. I was still brushing off sawdust when they both reappeared. Tom laughed. Tell you what, mate, Lego would have been easier. I smiled my, yes, very funny smile. Tom, I'm going to show you how to use this stuff. I pointed at the hooks and straps by the settees. Okay, but one question. He was looking quite serious. I don't see an egg box or an empty washing-up liquid bottle anywhere. He looked at both of us to see if we'd got the joke. I didn't have a clue what he was on about, and nor did Liv. Blue Peter, you know, egg boxes, toilet rolls, sticky-back plastic. It was too late for a laugh. Oh, right. Blue Peter. I'd never watched it as a kid. Liv still didn't have a clue and clearly wasn't going to wait for an explanation. Tom watched her disappear into the kitchen. I even got a badge once. Right. Well, there's your clothes, mate. You're going to need a bit more on than you bought yesterday. He picked up the contact gloves and tried them on. Hey, Nick, I'll wear my silk stuff underneath and be a bit kinky, eh? I smiled. As far as I was concerned, silk thermals were about as much use as paper life jackets. Mr. Helly Hansen stuff was the one for me. He pointed down at the hooks and straps. Go on then, what are they for? When I explained, he looked a bit taken aback. We'll be like fucking Spider-Man or what? His head jutted, but not as confidently as normal. You sure you'll be all right doing this, Tom? Have you climbed before? Sure I have. He thought about that for a second. Can I have a practice?
Afraid not, mate. There isn't anywhere. He picked up one of the hooks and twanged an elastic band.
Is this the only way, Nick? I mean...
Listen, this is the only thing you've got to do for yourself. Everything else I'll do for you. I broke into a whisper, as if we were in a conspiracy that I didn't want Liv to join. Remember, we're in for a lot of money here. He seemed to spark up a bit, and I felt quite proud of my little speech. The coffee arrived, well, for Liv and me. The string of one of Tom's newly purchased herbal tea bags was hanging over the rim of the third mug. We sat down, Tom at my side. Okay, I said. What I want to do now is explain exactly how we're going to get into and out of this place with your... I looked at Liv as she pulled her feet up onto the settee. Box of tricks. There was no need to set out the various phases military style, as if I was briefing an orders group, running through all the actions on for each phase. It would be counterproductive. I didn't want Tom to have so much stuff floating around in his head that I ended up confusing him. If he got muddled, he might get even more scared. He didn't have to know why, just how. I unfolded the map and pointed at the key locations with a pen. This is where we're going to park. Then we're going to walk down here. I ran my pen down the marked track as he took small, sharp sips of his brew. Once we get to the area of the house, we climb the fence using the hooks and straps. Then I'll get us into the house and you can do your stuff. After that, it's out of there the same way. I'll tell you exactly what to do and when to do it. If you see or hear anything different, or there's a drama, stop doing whatever it is you're up to and stay exactly where you are. I'll be there to tell you what to do, okay?
Okay.
I want to leave dead on 9. So you need to be ready 15 minutes before. If the weather's good, we'll be in Helsinki before first light. Then we'll organise the exchange. This time they both nodded. Okay. Now I'm going to get something to eat and then get my head down for a couple of hours. And I suggest you do the same. I was going to treat him like an ET, escort to target, telling him only what he needed to know, and if there was a drama, all he had to do was stand still. I would be there to take action and tell him what to do. The less the person you're looking after has to think about, the better. I stood up and nodded a see you later to them both as I went to the kitchen for some of the cheese and cold cuts in the fridge. Tom left for his room. As well as not telling Tom too much to save confusing him, I also didn't want to scare him by suggesting anything about dramas, let alone the problems we were likely to have with the snow. Once people get negative thoughts into their heads, their imaginations go into hyperdrive and they start to flap. Every noise or shadow becomes a major event, which slows down the job and also increases the chance of a compromise. Tom already knew what to do if we got split up, without realising it. Get himself to Helsinki railway station. He had enough money in that bag to charter a private jet home. I started to pull the fridge to bits, throwing all sorts onto a plate. I'd have loved to have left straight away and be on target before it had a chance to snow, but what was the point? We couldn't get in until people were asleep. I knew better than to worry any more about the job. It only gets you all keyed up. Too keen to get on with it, then you hit the target before the time is right and fuck up. I headed for my bedroom with the food, pecking at it as I went. Liv had gone. Once on my bed, I started visualizing again exactly what I was going to do, with some more what-ifs, except that now in my film it had started to snow. There was a knock on the door. I looked at Baby G. I must have been asleep for 3 hours. The door opened and Tom appeared, his long hair dangling over his shoulders.
Got a minute, mate?
Sure. Come in. As if I was going anywhere. He came and sat on the bed, looking down and chewing his bottom lip.
I'm worried about this hook thing. Look, to tell you the truth, I ain't never done anything like that before. Know what I mean? What happens if I can't do it? You know, if I get it all wrong?
I sat up. His shoulders were hunched and his hair covered his face. "Tom, it's a piece of piss. Don't worry about it. It's all in the legs." I stood up. "This is how easy it is." Putting my hands above my head, I bent my knees and slowly lowered myself till my arse was level with the floor, then lifted up again. "Not exactly difficult, is it? Can you do that?" He nodded. "S'pose so." "Come on, let's see you then." As he lowered himself towards the floor, knees cracking and creaking, he looked and sounded very uncertain. But he managed to do it. I gave an encouraging smile. "That's all you need to do. If your legs can do that later on, we're home and dry. But remember, small movements. No more than a foot at a time, okay?" "Small movements. Gotcha." He didn't look convinced. "Just do what I do. Like I said, a piece of piss." "You sure?" "Positive." He bit his lip again. "I don't want to mess things up. You know, get caught or whatever. You know, what we talked about last night." "You won't. Fucking hell. Kids do this for fun. I used to do it when I was a kid, trying to bunk school." The school I was talking about was Borstal, and I only wished I'd known this little trick at the time. I would have been out of that shithole quick fast. "Tom, relax. Have a bath, do anything you want. Try your clothes on. Just don't worry about it. The only time to worry is when I look worried, okay?" He hesitated in the doorway. I waited for him to speak, but he changed his mind and turned to go. "And hey, Tom." His body stayed facing out, and he just turned his head. "Yep." "Don't have anything to eat when you get up, mate. I'll explain later." He nodded and left with a nervous laugh as he closed the door behind him. I stretched out on the bed and went back to visualizing each phase of the job. I wasn't happy about the prospect of snow, and I wasn't happy about not having a weapon. The vegetable knife I'd used to cut the cheese with wasn't much of a substitute. Chapter 20. I got up groggily just after 8 and took a shower. I hadn't slept, but because I'd been trying so hard I now wanted to. Dragging myself to the kitchen for a brew, I found Liv and Tom in dressing gowns, sitting on the settee with mugs in hand. They both looked as tired as I felt, and we exchanged only mumbled greetings. I still had one more thing to do with the kit before I double-checked the lot, so I took my brew with me to my room and got dressed properly. At just before 9 o'clock, I took everything down to the car. Tom was on parade, showered and dressed. Liv didn't follow us down. She would be emptying the house tonight and was probably already busy getting it sterile. She'd take our bags with her, handing them back with the money in them. Tom and I faced each other as I checked him out. First his pockets to make sure the only stuff in them was the equipment he needed. Daps, spare hook, nylon loop, and money. He didn't need 100 marks in change rattling around in his pockets, just the paper money in a plastic bag tucked into his boot to get food and transport if he was in the shit. Most important was the ThinkPad and leads, jammed into the nylon carry bag hanging over his shoulder but under his coat. I didn't want the battery getting too cold and slow on target. I then had to make sure that none of it fell out, especially his spare hook. I got him to jump up and down. There were no noises, and everything stayed in place in his large, padded blue check coat. Finally, I made sure he had his gloves and hat. "All right, mate?" "No trauma." He sounded convincing. I put the day sack on over my coat. We looked like Tweedledum and Tweedledee. "Okay, you check me now." "Why?" "Because I might have fucked up. Go on." He checked me over from the front first. Then I turned so he could check the day sack was securely fastened. Everything was fine until I jumped up and down. There was a noise coming from the pockets my spare hook was in. Tom looked almost embarrassed as he reached in and brought out the 2 nails that had been rattling around.
These things happen, I said. That's why everyone needs to be checked. Thanks, mate. He was very pleased with himself. It's amazing what a couple of well-placed nails can do to boost someone's confidence and make them feel they're contributing to things. Tom and I got into the car and wheels turned just after 9 o'clock. Liv still hadn't made an appearance to say goodbye. He was pretty quiet for the first 20 minutes or so. As I drove, I talked him through each phase again. From stopping the car when we got there, to entering the house and finding what we were looking for, to me turning the ignition back on once I had the ThinkPad securely in my possession. I concentrated on being relentlessly positive, not even beginning to suggest that things could go wrong. We got to the drop-off point after 3.5 hours, with me flapping every time I'd had to turn the wipers on to clear the windscreen of shit thrown up by cars in front, thinking that the snowfall had started. Once, in the firebreak near the targets, I killed the lights, but I left the engine running as I looked over at my passenger. "You all right, Tom?" When we'd done the drive past a couple of minutes earlier, I'd pointed out the track we were going to go down. He took a deep breath. "Ready to roll, mate?" "Ready to rock and roll." I could sense his apprehension. "Right then. Let's do it." I got out of the car, closing the door gently onto the first click, just enough for the interior light to go out. Then I unzipped my flies. Tom was on the other side of the car doing the same, exactly as I'd told him. I could only manage a little dribble as I checked the skies for even the slightest sign of snow. I couldn't see a thing in the darkness, of course, but somehow it made me feel better. I got the day sack and my coats out of the car and rested them against one of the wheels. It was bitterly cold and the wind was getting up, each gust biting at the flesh of my face. At least we should be out of it as we moved down the track, protected by the forest, and the noise of the swaying treetops would help cover any sound we made. The bad news was that the same wind would be bringing the snow. I put my coat on and watched Tom do the same as the day sack went on my back. So far, so good. He even remembered to close his door slowly to keep the noise down. After fully closing mine, I pressed the key fob. The lights flashed as I walked round to Tom and made sure he watched me as I placed the key behind the front wheel, covering it with snow. Getting back up, I went to his exposed ear and whispered, "Remember, no flaps." I wanted him to keep his ears exposed. 2 sets were better than 1, and I still wanted him to think I needed his help, though I wasn't holding my breath on that one. He nodded as our vapour clouds billowed together in front of us. "We're going to have to keep quiet now." I had to force myself to keep my mouth against his ear. This boy needed to do something about his earwax. "Remember, if you want me, don't call, just touch me. Then whisper right in my ear, okay on that?" "Got it." "Do you remember what to do if a vehicle comes?" Yeah. Make like Superman." His shoulders heaved up and down as he tried to suppress a nervous laugh. "Okay, mate. Ready?" He nodded, and I clapped him on the shoulder. "Right. Let's go then." I felt like an old sweat in the First World War trying to coax a young bayonet over the top. I set off slowly, my ears exposed to the night, with Tom 2 or 3 paces behind. When we were about 5 meters down the track, I had a check of Baby G. It was just before 1:45. Hopefully Friends was crap tonight and they'd gone to bed. We were going down the gentle incline, coming towards the bend that would take us into line of sight of the house, when I stopped, and so did Tom, just as he'd been told to. If I stopped, he stopped. If I then lay down, so must he. Moving back to him, I put my mouth to his ear. "Can you hear that?" I backed my head away so he could listen. He nodded. "Generator. We're nearly there, mate. Need another piss?" He shook his head, and I slapped him on the head in my best "what good fun this is" sort of way, and started to walk on. Keeping in the left-hand tyre rut,
The compacted snow solid beneath our feet, we slowly rounded the bend. All I could hear was the wind high above us, whipping the tops of the pines, the sound of Tom moving behind. And the generator, its throbbing getting louder as we closed in. I looked up at the sky. Fuck it. It didn't matter if it snowed now or not. I was totally focused on doing the job. Even my nose and ears didn't feel as cold as they had last night. There was nothing I could do about the weather, and nothing I could do about the conditions of the contract. It was tonight or nothing, and I was desperate for the money. Once we were virtually in direct line of sight of the house, I stopped again, listened, had a good look around, then moved on another 8 or 9 steps. My night vision had fully kicked in. I'd explained to Tom how to look at things in the dark, just above or below an object to ensure good focus, and how to protect his night vision. It was a waste of time explaining why he had to do these things. All he needed to know was how. From what I could see at this distance, there didn't appear to be any lights on in the house, nor anything else to indicate that anybody was up and about. That didn't mean, however, that I was just going to bowl up to the gate. Every few steps I stopped, turned and checked on Tom, giving him a thumbs up and getting a nod back. It was more for his benefit than mine. I just wanted to make him feel a bit better, knowing that somebody was thinking about him. We were a few meters short of the gap between the tree line and fence when I stopped again and listened. Tom did the same, 1 pace after mine. If they had NVG, night viewing goggles, and were keeping watch, we would find out very soon. There was nothing I could do about it. This was our only approach. Tilting my head so my ear pointed towards the house, I tried to listen just that little bit harder, my hearing trying to overcome the noise of the wind, while at the same time edging my eyes round in their sockets towards the house to check for movement. I must have looked like a mime artist to Tom. There was a faint glimmer of light coming from the left-hand shutter on the ground floor. It was far weaker than last night. I could only just see it. Did that mean everyone was in bed or crowded round the TV? I put my hand up in front of his face and signalled Tom to wait where he was. Then my fingers did a little walking sign motion. He nodded as I moved off into the darkness, following the wheel rut towards the gate. I was exposed to the wind once I'd passed the tree line. It was now strong enough to push against my coat, but not enough to affect my walking. Nothing much had changed on the other side of the fence. Even the 4x4 was parked in the same position. On the recce, there hadn't been any electrical current running through the fence. I would have known when I'd touched it. If there was some tonight, I was just about to find out. Biting off my right outer glove, I pulled the touch glove down and quickly felt the gate, not even taking a breath in anticipation. Fuck it. Just get on with it. If it was wired up, the shock wouldn't be any different because I'd hesitated. As I put the gloves back on, I checked the padlocks. They hadn't been left undone, not that I'd expected them to be. That would be too much like good luck. There was no way I could cut the gate chains or fence, because that would compromise the job. The bolt cutters, weighing a ton in my day sack, were only to get us out of the compound if we were compromised on target. Without them, we'd be running around in there like rats in a barrel. Getting out of a place had always been more important to me than getting in. Chapter 21. I headed back to Tom, and out of the wind. He hadn't moved an inch since I'd left him. Head down, arms by his side, a vapour cloud rising above him. Slowly easing the day sack off my shoulders, I knelt down in the wheel rut and tugged on his sleeve. Tom lowered himself to join me. You only take out one bit of kit at a time from a day sack, then deal with it, which means packing so the first item you want is the last bit you put in. Getting him to keep the day sack upright by holding the bolt cutter handles sticking out on either side of the top, I undid the clips and lifted the flap. Then, moving some of the toweling that stopped everything from rattling around, I took out one webbing loop and a hook. Twisting 2 turns of the strapping around the nail hook, where it emerged from the wood,
I handed the device, now with a 3-foot loop hanging from it, to Tom. He gripped the wood in his right hand, exactly as he'd been shown, with the hook angled down and protruding between his index and middle fingers. Attaching another webbing loop in exactly the same way to another hook, I handed it over, and he took that in his left hand. I then assembled the other 2 devices in the same way and reclipped and replaced the day sack on my back, then took one in each hand. Looking around at both the target and the sky, I noticed no discernible change in either. I just hoped it would stay that way. Taking a step closer to Tom, I whispered into his ear, "Ready?" I got a slow nod and a couple of short, sharp breaths in return. I started to move the last few meters towards the gate. My eyes were fixed on the house, but my brain was already crossing the fence. It was going to be our most vulnerable time. If things went wrong in the house, fine, I could react. Up there on the fence, we'd be fatally exposed, just like my friend hanging from his jacket cord, watching helplessly as they walked up and shot him. I stopped, my nose 6 inches from the gate, and turned. Tom was 2 paces behind, head bent to the left, trying to keep the wind out of his face. Turning back to the gate, I raised my right hand to just above shoulder height, the hook facing the diamond-shaped lattice, and gently eased the bent nail into a gap. The elastic bands around the nail were to eliminate noise, but I deliberately left the bend itself exposed. When I heard and felt metal on metal, I'd know it was correctly in position. Otherwise, if weight was applied with the hook badly positioned, there was a possibility of the nail straightening under the strain. That was why we both had a spare device. If there was a drama, and one of these things started straightening while we climbed, the other loop and hook would have to hold our weight while the knackered one was replaced. The bend in the nail engaged the fencing with the gentlest of scrapes, the bottom of the strapping loop hanging about a foot above the wheel rut. I inserted the left hook about 6 inches higher and a shoulder width apart. It was pointless at this stage worrying about being so exposed to view from the house. All we could do was just get on with it, hoping they didn't see us. There was no other way. If I'd tried the previous night to find somewhere to cross on the side or rear of the building, I would have left tracks everywhere for someone to spot this morning. And my boot prints sure didn't look like reindeer hooves. Even if I'd been able to recce all the way around, I would still face the problem of sighing inside the compound. At least the front of the house was crisscrossed by footprints and tire tracks. Gripping both chunks of wood so the hooks took my body weight, I placed my right foot in the right loop and, using my right leg muscles to push my body upwards and pulling up with my hands and arms, I slowly rose above the ground. As the loop began to take the strain, I could hear the nylon creaking, stretching just a few millimeters as the fibers sorted themselves out. The gate and chains rattled as the structure moved under my weight. I'd expected this to happen, but not so loudly. I froze for a few seconds and watched the house. Satisfied that the right loop was supporting me, I lifted my left into the bottom of the one about 6 inches higher. I was now a foot off the ground, only about another 44 to go. I didn't bother looking at Tom again. From now on, I was going to concentrate on what I was doing, knowing that he would be watching me closely and that he knew what was required of him. I shifted my body weight again until all the pressure was on my left foot and hand. Now it was this loop's turn to protest as it stretched that few millimeters for the first time. Lifting out the right hook, but keeping my foot in the loop, I reached up and put it back into the fence 6 inches above the level of the left one, again a shoulder width apart. Tom was right. It was like Spider-Man climbing a wall, only instead of suction pads, my hands had hooks, and my feet had loops of nylon strapping. I repeated the process twice more, trying to control my breathing through my nose as my body demanded more oxygen to feed the muscles. I checked below me. Tom was looking up, his head angled against the wind. I wanted first to gain height and clear the snowdrifts in the gap,
then traverse left over them and continue climbing near a support post. I didn't want us to climb directly above the wheel rut, not only because a vehicle or people might appear at the gate, but also because the higher we climbed, the more noise the fence would make as our weight moved it about. I was aiming for the first of the steel poles that the lattice sections were fixed to. If we climbed with our hooks each side of it, it would stop the fence from buckling and lessen the noise. I now moved vertically to the left 6 inches at a time. After 3 more moves, I was off the gates and onto the fence proper, and halfway up the first of the 3 sections that gave the fence its height. The smooth, unmarked snow was a couple of meters below me. There was still a few feet to go before I reached the support, but I didn't want to get too far away from Tom. Stopping, I looked down at him and nodded. It was his turn to play now and follow my route. He took his time. There was a slight grunt as he took the weights on his right leg, and I hoped he remembered what I'd said, that it was all in the leg muscles, even though that was a lie. He'd need quite a bit of upper body strength as well, but I wasn't going to tell him that. I didn't want to put him off before he'd even started. The gate moved and the chains rattled far too loudly for comfort. Thankfully the wind was blowing from left to right, carrying some of our noise away from the building. Tom hadn't quite got the hang of how to balance himself. As he went to insert his left foot in the loop, he started to swivel to the right, forcing himself round to the left so he was flat against the fence once again. I could hear clown music playing in my head already. As I looked down at him under my right armpit, I thought of all the other times I'd had to climb over obstacles or move along roofs with people like Tom, experts in their field, but simply unused to anything that demanded more physical coordination than boarding a bus or getting up from a chair. It nearly always ended up in a gang fuck. He looked so ridiculous that I couldn't help smiling, even though his incompetence was the last thing I needed right now. For a moment I thought I'd have to go back down to him, but he eventually got his left foot into the loop and made his first descent. Unfortunately, he was so jittery that he started to swing over to the left as he released the right hook from the fence. Tom worked hard at it, huffing and grunting as he struggled to sort himself out. Then, strangely, he found the traverse a bit easier. He still looked a bag of shit, but he was making progress. I kept my eyes on target while he made his way towards me. Moving up and across a few more times, my hooks were soon each side of the first support. The massive steel pole was maybe a foot in diameter. I waited again for Tom, who was generating less noise now that he traversed onto the more rigid fence. The wind burned my exposed flesh as I forced myself to look around and check. The snot from my runny nose felt as if it was freezing on my top lip. Ages later, Tom's head was less than a meter below my boots. Beneath us lay a deep drift of snow which extended back 5 meters to the tree line. Now that we both had a hook on each side of the support, the going was good and firm. All we had to do from here was climb vertically and get over the top. Pulling one hook away at a time, I checked the nails. They were standing up to the strain. Tom was going at it like this was Everest, great clouds of vapour billowing round him as he panted for breath, his head moving up and down with the effort of sucking in more oxygen. He'd be sweating big time under his clothes, as much from the pressure he was under as from the huge amounts of physical energy he was needlessly exerting. I moved another 6 inches, then another, edging my way upwards, wishing we were going a bit quicker. About 2/3 of the way up, I looked down again to check on Tom. He hadn't moved an inch since I'd last done so, his body shape flat against the fence, holding on for dear life. I couldn't tell what had happened, and there was no silent way of attracting his attention. I willed him to look up at me. He'd completely frozen, a common occurrence when people climb or abseil for the first time. It certainly had nothing to do with lack of strength. Even a child has enough muscle to climb. But some people's legs just give out on them. It's a mental thing. They have the strength and know the technique, but they lack the confidence. At last, he looked up. I couldn't make out his expression, but his head was shaking from side to side,
From this distance, there was no way I could reason with him or offer assurance. Fuck it. I'd have to go down to him. Extracting the right hook, I began descending and traversing to the left. This was turning into a Billy Smart circus act. Getting level with him, I leaned across until my mouth was against his left ear. The wind picked up more and I had to whisper louder than I wanted. "What's the matter, mate?" I moved my head round to present an ear for his reply, watching the house as I waited. "I can't do it, Nick. I'm fucked." It came out somewhere between a sob and a whimper. "I hate heights. I should have told you. I was going to say, but, you know." It was pointless showing him how pissed off I was. That's just the way some people are. It's no good shaking them or telling them to get a grip. If he could, he would. I knew he wanted to get over the fence just as much as I did. "Not a problem." Moving his head away from mine, he looked at me, half nodding, half hoping I was going to call it a day. I got my mouth into his ear again. "I'll stay alongside you all the time, just like I am now. Just watch what I do and follow, okay?" As I checked the house, I heard him sniffing. I looked back. It wasn't just snot. He was in tears. No point rushing him. Not only did we have to get over, but we had to do it again once we'd done the job. If it started snowing now, this really would turn into Billy Smart's evening performance. My feet were in the wrong position. His right foot was down, but mine was up. Moving to alter that, I put on my best bedside manner. "We'll just take it nice and easy. Lots of people are scared of heights. Me, I don't like spiders. That's why I like coming this far north. There's none of the fuckers here. Too cold, know what I mean?" He gave a little nervous laugh. "Just keep looking at the top of the fence, Tom, and you'll be okay." He nodded and took a deep breath. "All right? I'll go first. One step, then you follow, all right?" I slowly put my weight on the left strap, moved up one and waited for him. He shakily raised himself up level with me. We did the same again. I leaned towards his ear. "What did I tell you? Piece of piss?" While I was close to him, I quickly checked his hooks. They were fine. I decided to let him have a rest, let him bask in his glory and gain some confidence. "We'll rest here a minute, all right?" The wind gusted around us, picking up ground snow in flurries. Tom was staring straight ahead at the fence, just inches from his face. I was watching the house, both of us sniffing snot. When his breathing had calmed down, I gave him a nod. He nodded back, and I started climbing again, and he kept pace, stride for stride. We reached the top of the second of the 3 sections. Tom was getting the hang of it. A dozen or so more pulls on each side would take us to the top. I leaned across. "I'll go up there first and help you over the top, okay?" I needed to traverse again. I wanted to cross away from the top of the pole so we didn't kick off any of the snow that had collected on its top. Something like that would be too easy to notice in daylight. Tom was getting worried again and started to slap my leg. I ignored it at first. Then he grasped my trousers. I looked down. He was in a frenzy, his free hand waving towards the track as his body swung from side to side. I looked down. A white-clad body was fighting its way through snow that was nearly waist-deep in the gap on the other side of the track. Behind him were others, and yet more were emerging from the tree line and moving directly onto the track. There must have been at least a dozen. I could tell by the position and swing of their arms that they were carrying weapons. Shit. Malaskaya. "Nick, what do we do?" I'd already told him a few hours ago what to do if we had a drama on the fence. Do what I did. "Jump! Fuck it, jump!" Chapter 22. Gripping the wood hard and lifting with my arms so the hooks took my body weight, I kicked my feet from the loops and let go with my hands. I just hoped the snow was deep enough to cushion my 10-meter fall. I plummeted past Tom,
who was still stuck to the fence, and prepared myself for the jump instructor's command when the wind is too strong and the drop zone, which should have been a nice empty field, has suddenly become the M1. Accept the landing. I plunged into the snow feet first and immediately started a parachute roll to my right, but crumpled as my ribs banged hard against a tree stump, immediately followed by one of the handles of the bolt cutters giving me the good news on the back of my head. It was starburst time in my eyes and brain. Pain spread outwards from my chest, the snow that enveloped me muffling my involuntary cry. I knew I had to get up and run, but I couldn't do a thing about it. My legs wouldn't play. Eyes stinging with snow, I moaned to myself as I fought the pain and tried to work out how deep I was buried. Tom had found the courage to jump. I heard the wind being knocked out of him as he landed to my left, on his back. I still couldn't see anything from under the snow. He recovered, panting hard. "Nick! Nick!" The next thing I knew, he was towering over me, brushing the snow from my face. "Nick! Come on, mate! Come on!" My head was still spinning, my coordination screwed. I was no good to him. I knew it would be only seconds before we were caught. "Station, Tom! Go! Go!" He made an attempt to pick me up by my arms and drag me, but there was no way that was going to happen. It would have been hard enough for him in normal conditions, let alone in deep snow. "Tom! The station! Go! Just fuck off!" His breathing laboured a second time as he tried to take me with him. The pain in my chest increased as he pulled my arms, only to be relieved as he let me drop back down. At last, he'd got the message. I opened my eyes to see him pulling the spare hook out of his coat. For a split second I couldn't work out why, and then I heard grunting right behind me. The Malaskaya had got to us. Tom launched himself over me. There was the sound of a thud and a scream that was too low-pitched to be his. The next thing I knew, Tom fell beside me, sobbing. There wasn't any time for that shit. He had to go. I pushed him away from me with my hands. Not checking behind him, he left, stumbling over me on the way. I wanted to follow, but couldn't. Rolling over onto my stomach and pushing myself onto my hands and knees, I started to drag myself up out of the hole. As I crested the top, I saw Tom's victim, just 3 meters away and trying to get to his feet. He brought his weapon up, blood oozing from the thigh of his white, cold weather gear and all around the climbing hook that was embedded in it. Diving back down into the snow, I heard the unmistakable, low-level click-thud, click-thud, click-thud of an SD, the suppressed version of the Heckler & Koch MP5. The click was the sound of the working parts as they ejected an empty case and moved forward to pick another from the magazine. The thud was the gas escaping as the subsonic round left the barrel. I heard another click-thud, click-thud, as 2 more rounds were fired. I wasn't his target, but I lay there not wanting to move and risk getting hit. I wasn't even too sure if he knew I was there. The firing stopped, and I heard short, sharp breaths as the hooked body took the pain. Then more arrived, and I heard a shout. "Okay, buddy, it's okay." My pain suddenly disappeared, to be replaced by an enormous feeling of dread. Shit. They were Americans. What the fuck was I in here? The hooked man answered haltingly between anguished gasps. "Help me to the track, man. Ah, sweet Jesus." They were swarming all around me, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I got the good news. I turned my head and, as I opened my eyes and looked up, 2 white-covered figures with black balaclavas under their hoods were nearly on top of me, their breath clouds hanging in the cold night air. Hovering over me, one pointed his weapon soundlessly at my head. "It's okay, mate. I'm not going anywhere." The other came forward, snow crunching beneath his boots, keeping out of his mate's line of fire. Vapour was the only thing coming from his mouth. There still wasn't any communication between them. I heard gasps and laboured breathing as Tom's victim was helped back to the track. He was in a bad way, but he'd live. Other bodies passed, pushing hard through the waist-high snow, heading in the same direction as Tom. Any thought of escape, or trying to give them a hard time, was laughable. I curled up and waited for the inevitable subduing, closing my eyes and gritting my teeth to protect my tongue and jaw. The breathing was now directly overhead, and I could feel their boots disturbing the snow around me as I waited for the first kick to open me up for a search. It didn't happen. Instead, a cold, snow-covered glove pulled my hands from my face, and I caught a glimpse of a canister. I didn't know if it was CS, CR liquid, or pepper, and it didn't really matter. Whichever it was, and even if I closed my eyes, it was going to fuck me over big time. The moment I felt the ice-cold liquid make contact, my eyes were on fire. My nose filled instantly with even more snot, and I felt as if I was choking. The flames spread all over my face. I was conscious of what was going on, but was totally incapacitated. There was nothing I could do but let it take its course. As I choked and retched, a hand forced my face back into the snow. There were no commands to me, or any communication between the bodies. Snorting and gasping like a suffocating pig, I struggled for oxygen, trying to move my head against the hand that was still holding it down, desperate to clear the snow pressing on my face so I could breathe, but he wasn't letting that happen. A kick aimed at the side of my stomach got between my arms, which were wrapped protectively around it, and I half coughed, half vomited the mucus that had built up in my mouth and nose. As I rolled with the pain, Sprayman pulled me onto my back, arched because of the day sack. My neck stretched as my head fell backwards. I was still choking and snot was running into my eyes. A gloved fist hit me across the head and my jacket was unzipped. Hands ran over my body and squeezed my coat pockets. They found the spare hook, the vegetable knife, the makeshift Yale gun. Everything was taken from me, even the Polaroid film. One of them pressed his knee into my stomach with all his weight, and vomit flew from my mouth. The taste and smell of strong tea from the journey filled the air around me as it spilt onto the snow. I tried lifting my head to cough up the last remaining bits in my throat, only to be slapped down. There was nothing I could do but try to keep breathing. The character kneeling on my stomach was joined by the weapon pointer on my right-hand side, and his freezing, fat muzzle raked against my face, pushing into the skin. The two of them just knelt there, waiting. The only sounds were their heavy breathing and me snorting like a pig. They knew I was fucked and were just maintaining me in that position. From what I could make out through watery, painful eyes, they looked far more concerned with what was going on by the gate. I knew I had to recover from the impact of the fall and the spray before doing anything about getting out of this shit. I accepted I had no control over myself physically, but I still had control of my mind. I had to watch for opportunities to escape, and the quicker I tried to do it, the better chance I would have of succeeding. There is always confusion in the heat of things. Organisation only comes later. I analysed what I had seen. They were all in winter warfare whites. They even all had the same weapons and were highly organised, and at least two of them spoke English with American accents. This wasn't the Malaskaya, and this wasn't about commercial intelligence. I started to feel even worse about my future prospects, and was pissed off big time with Liv and Val, who obviously hadn't told me everything. I just hoped I'd be able to get my own back. I thought about Tom, and hoped that if he was alive he'd make it back to the real world as quickly as he could. He had tried to save me. The bullseye with the hook was probably more to do with luck than skill, but at least he'd had the bollocks to do it. Winning a fight isn't important. It's having the bottle to get stuck in that is. I'd been wrong about him. As I lay passively facing the sky, I felt something wet and cold dissolve on my lips. The first heavy flakes of a snowfall.
The few seconds of silence were broken by the crunch of snow coming from the direction of Tom's escape route. It must be the bodies returning from pursuing Tom or collecting his corpse. I tried to look, but my vision was too blurred for me to see anything. I was down in my hole, and they didn't walk near enough for me to see if they had him. If so, he must be dead. I couldn't hear him, and I assumed he'd be in pain if shot, or crying if captured, thinking about returning to jail. There was the crash of the chain as the gate was forced open, but still no sound from the two with me. Their silence made the situation feel even scarier than it was already. Tom and I were probably a sideshow they hadn't been expecting. They must have had their hands covering their mouths, trying not to scream with laughter, watching our attempt to climb the fence, just biding their time for when we were at our most vulnerable. Whatever we were trying to get hold of, so were they. That scared me very much. It seemed the race wasn't only against the Malaskaya. Things were happening at the house. The front door was being battered. Then I heard screaming cutting through the wind. Men's voices that couldn't be from one of the teams. These were the voices that went with high-pitched, big-time flapping. My two new friends were still looking around, and whatever they were waiting for, they got it. Muzzle Man tapped Spray Man on the shoulder, and they both stood up. It was obviously time to go. As soon as the pressure on my stomach was released, I was thrown over onto my front, face down in the snow, while the left-hand strap on my day sack was cut, accompanied by their laboured breathing. My right arm was dragged behind me as it was pulled away from my body. Gritting my teeth, I took the pain it generated in my chest. Then I was kicked over onto my back again, and I brought my knees up instinctively to protect myself. I didn't want eye contact. Not that much of it could be done in this darkness, but I wouldn't want them to construe any look I might give them as defiance and get them sparked up, or as a sign that I wasn't as injured as I was trying to pretend. Through semi-closed, angled eyes, I could only see one of them, swinging his weapon on its chest sling until it was across his back. Nightmare sounds were still coming from the house as he knelt down, gripping my throat with one wet, cold-gloved hand, putting another round the back of my neck, and started to pull me to my feet. I wasn't going to resist at this stage, and jeopardize any chance of escape. As my body emerged from the snow hole, the wind started hitting the tears and mucus on my face. My snot started to feel like freezing jelly. I was frog-marched, with hands still in place around my throat, following tracks that had already been made in the snow. Not leaving sign didn't seem to be a high priority for these boys. We went through the now open gate. I could feel the wind forcing the falling snow against my face and hear the crunching footsteps of my escorts. Looking towards the house, I felt like I'd dived into a swimming pool and was moving up towards the surface, the shimmering shapes and sounds slowly becoming more distinct. I made out more white shapes through the snow falling in front of me, in the lights that were now blazing on both floors. There were ransacking noises, furniture being thrown about and glass breaking, but the screaming had stopped. Still not a murmur from the team. The only reason the injured guy and his helper had spoken was probably because they hadn't realized where I'd landed. I was dragged past the 4x4 and bounced onto the wooden veranda, my shins banging painfully against the steps, no doubt adding to the bruises I'd got last night. They carried on along the veranda with me, the sound of their footsteps echoing along the boards. A battering ram had been abandoned on the threshold, a long steel pole with two rectangular handles on either side. The top hinge of the door had been pushed in, and the bottom one was holding the door at a 45-degree angle inwards, the glass from its windows in shards on the floor. These guys hadn't bothered with electric toothbrushes. We crunched over the broken glass and entered the house. The warmth enveloped me, but there wasn't time to enjoy it. A few paces inside, I was forced face down onto the wooden floor of the hallway. To my right were three other people, tied up and face to the floor, two of them in just boxer shorts and t-shirts.
Maybe this was the reason there was no voice contact. They didn't want these three to know who they were. The three captives looked about Tom's age, with long blonde hair. One of them had his done up in a ponytail. Another was crying, and his hair was sticking to his wet cheeks. Shit. And I'd been worrying how many bayonets would be on target. They looked at me with the same question in their eyes as I had in my head. Who the fuck are you? I looked away. They weren't important to me. Working out how to separate myself from these Americans was. As I turned my head, a boot tapped me on the side of the face and motioned for me to look down. I rested my chin on the floor and my hands were forced in front of me, where they could be seen. They'd taken prisoners before. I counted a few seconds, then lifted my eyes and tried to look around, trying to gather as much information as possible to help me escape. I saw no scenes of frenzy. Everybody seemed to know what they were doing. There was a lot of efficient movement by bodies in white, some with their hoods down, exposing their black balaclavas. There are many different reasons for wearing uniform, but mainly, in situations like this, it's for identification purposes. The atmosphere seemed to be that of an efficient open-plan office. They were all armed. Everybody had the same type of weapon, all suppressed. The pistol that each of them carried was very unusual. It had been a long time since I'd seen a P7, but, if I remembered correctly, it fired 7.62mm rounds. There were 7 barrels, each about 6 inches long, and contained within a disposable, Bakelite-type plastic unit. The unit was sealed and watertight, and clipped into a pistol grip. The rounds were fired conventionally by pulling the trigger, but instead of a firing pin, an electrical current was sent to one of the barrels each time the trigger was pulled, via terminals, which married up when the barrels and grip were clipped together. The power source was a battery in the pistol grip. Once all 7 rounds had been fired, you simply removed the barrel unit, threw it away, and put on another one. The P7 was originally designed to be fired at divers at close range and underwater, to penetrate their diving sets and, of course, their bodies. I didn't know if they were any good at longer range. All I knew was that they were silent and extremely powerful. Because of their size, they were being carried by these guys in shoulder holsters over their whites, along with thick, black nylon belt kit that held their HK mags. I couldn't remember who made P7s, or if it was the weapon's real name. Not that it really mattered to me at the moment. What did matter was that these people were uniformed and efficient, and they hadn't been sent here because the computers on site weren't Y2K compliant. They had to be from a security organization. CIA, maybe, or NSA. It didn't matter which. It was highly unusual for them to be carrying out such an operation within a friendly nation's territory. That sort of thing was normally left to dickheads like me, so that everything could be denied if it went wrong. The reason they were on the ground must be that they desperately wanted something that belonged to them, and, whatever it was, it must be so sensitive that they didn't want or trust anyone else to go and get it. Had I been trying to nick American secrets? I hope not. That was spying, and, with no help from HMG, I'd be lucky if I got out of prison in time to see Kelly's grandchildren. I realized what had been causing the dull glow from the left-hand side of the house. Through an open door, I could see it hadn't been room light escaping from the broken shutter, but the glare from banks of TV screens. I made out CNN, CNBC, Bloomberg, and some Japanese program, all with anchormen and women talking business. Running captions displayed financial information across the bottom of the screen. So it wasn't Friends after all. I felt even more depressed. This was just like the weather, getting worse every minute. In amongst the TVs were banks of computer monitors, most of them turned off, but some with streams of numbers running vertically down the screen, just like I'd seen Tom messing about with. The computers and BDUs were being unplugged, while more white-clad figures fiddled with other machines and keyboards in the room. I saw one hand sticking out from its whites and working some keys. It was immaculately manicured, feminine, and wore a wedding ring. The rest of the horizontal surfaces were in shit state, covered with sweet wrappings, pizza boxes, cans, and large, half-empty plastic bottles of Coke. It looked like a student's flat, but with a couple of truckloads of cutting-edge technology thrown in. I realised what they'd been carrying in last night from the 4x4. It must have been pizza time. My little recce was cut short when I saw pairs of black boots coming towards me, snow still in the stitching and laces. They were Dana boots, an American brand. I knew the make well, as I had a pair. High leg with leather outer and Gore-Tex inner. The US military wore them too. The Tom lookalikes on the floor behind me were moving about, or being moved. The one who'd been crying suddenly sounded muffled, as if he was resisting something. I risked turning my head to see what was happening, but I was too late. A hood got pulled over my head, smearing the snot even more over my top lip, mouth and chin. It was pointless resisting. I just let him do it as quickly as possible. I'd learned that the best thing to do was concentrate on breathing through these things and let your ears do the work. The drawstrings were pulled at the bottom, and I was in a world of total darkness. Not even the faintest glimmer of light could penetrate. My face started to sweat up rapidly as the hood moved against my mouth and then out again as I breathed and tried to recover completely from the spray. I heard boots on both sides of my head, followed by heavy breathing as my hands were forced together in front of me, and a plastic cuff was applied. The short, sharp sound of ratcheting was accompanied by the pain of the plastic tightening around my wrists. There was more movement next to me, and the rustling of clothes. The pizza boys were getting dressed. That was a good sign. They wanted them alive, and I hoped me too. Between the sounds of muffled sobs and zips being done up, I could hear, "Danke, Kitos, Spasiba, thank you." Obviously these boys didn't know the nationality of the men in white and were hedging their bets wildly, sounding off like Brussels translators. The floorboards flexed under the pressure of bodies walking past, heading towards the door. Trailing wires and plugs dragged and clattered across the floor just past my head. Some plugs hit the steel ram in the doorway and sent out a dull ring. I presume the computers were being lugged out. By the sounds of it, everything was being piled up outside on the veranda. The roar of engines filled my hood as vehicles drove into the compound. The temperature inside the house had started to drop as the wind whistled through the main door. To my left, I could just make out the low mumble of voices exchanging short sentences on the veranda as the vehicles approached. They stopped, and handbrakes were pulled up on lock. Engines were left running, just like a heli on an operational sortie. It never shuts down in case it doesn't start up again. Doors opened and closed, and there was a flurry of bootsteps around the veranda. I could hear the creak and echo of what sounded like the door of an empty van. It was confirmed when I heard a sliding door lock into the open position. This area was beginning to sound like a superstore's loading bay. I tried moving my arms, as if to get comfortable, but in fact to see if we were being guarded. My answer came very quickly when a boot made contact with my ribs, the same side as my fall. I stopped moving and concentrated on the inside of my snot-lined hood as I took the pain. I lay there, waiting for the agony to subside. The sobbing and snuffling next to me got louder. The culprit was given the same sort of booted persuader to shut him up, but it just made him worse. The boy was flapping big time, and he made me think of Tom. I was still hoping that he wasn't dead and had got away. Or was he, like this boy, hyperventilating in a hood, stuck in one of those vehicles? The floorboards still gave, and plugs clattered and rattled out towards the veranda. Others loaded the stuff into the wagons. I could hear their boots on the van's metal floors. The floorboards bent even more as the three lying next to me were hauled to their feet, amidst muffled groans and cries. The sobbing one was dragged past me and taken outside. The others followed. As the last of the 3 bodies passed, I heard a scream from the first one echo inside a van. I tried to convince myself they wouldn't go to all this trouble if they didn't want us alive. As I listened to the second being manhandled after his mate, Boots came for me, the creaking leather stopping just millimeters from my ear. 2 pairs of large, aggressive hands grabbed each side of me, under my armpits and on the arms, dragging me upright. I let my boots trail on the floor. I wanted to appear weak and slow. I wanted them to think I wasn't any sort of threat, somebody not worth worrying about. Just a grey man in a bad way. The 2 guys were grunting under the strain as we crossed the threshold onto the veranda. My toe caps banged over the door ram and back down onto the wooden floor. At the same time, my hands and neck were blitzed by the freezing cold. Then it moved onto my face as the hood, made wet with my condensed breath, started to get cold inside. Stumbling between my escorts down the steps from the veranda, I was dragged straight ahead. Then all of a sudden, they stopped at the command of a gloved clap and turned right, jerking me round with them. Perhaps they were going to separate me from the others. Would that be good or bad? Within 5 seconds of being dragged in a new direction, I knew I was indeed going into a different wagon. It wasn't a cold metal box. It felt like the back seat area of a 4x4. There was a climb up to get into it, and it was carpeted and very warm. I was short-term pleased. The door opposite was opened, and hands reached over, gripping my coat and pulling me in with grunts to match the effort. My shins scraped painfully over the doorsill, and I was finally pushed down into the footwell. I could feel one of the rear heating vents against my neck, blowing out hot air from under the seat. It was wonderful. Even through the hood, I could smell the newness of the interior. And for some reason, it made me feel a bit happier about my predicament. The vehicle rocked as somebody jumped into the rear seat above me, their heels digging into me one by one, followed by a muzzle jabbed into the side of my face, smearing mucus back towards my ear. Nothing was said, but I got the idea. Keep still. I was powerless to act anyway, so the best thing to do was just lie there and take advantage of the heat. Our rear doors were kept open, and the loading bay activity was still audible. A few feet away, I heard the telltale creak of a van door's retaining arm pushed back under pressure and then slammed shut. There was a double tap on the side of the vehicle to let the driver know it was secure, but no one moved yet. We must be waiting to go in convoy. A few seconds later, another sliding door was shut, and there was silence. There was still no talking from these people. Either they were working by hand signals, or they knew exactly what to do. The vehicle's suspension went into overtime as more bodies piled in. All the doors closed, and it felt as if there were at least 3 people on the back seat. Boots were all over the place, a couple of pairs digging in their heels to keep me down. Another kicked my legs out of the way so he could rest his feet properly on the floor. I wasn't going to argue. We seemed to be the first vehicle to move out of the compound, in low ratio to handle the wheel ruts and ice, with the windscreen wipers slapping side to side to counter the snow. One of the people in the front was pressing switches on the dashboard. There was a burst of music, some terrible Europop. It was turned off, and I heard them laugh quietly. No matter who they were and what side they were working for, at the end of the day they'd just done a job, and so far it had been successful. They were releasing a little bit of tension. I couldn't tell whether we'd reached the bend, because it was a long, sweeping curve, and I wouldn't feel it at this slow speed. But I soon sensed we were driving uphill. It wouldn't be far to go now before we hit the road. I was in deep, frozen shit, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. Chapter 23. We moved on for a few more minutes and stopped. There was a clunk as the driver disengaged low ratio and shifted into high, then set off again with a sharp left turn. We had to be on the gravel road, and the left turn meant that at least we wouldn't be driving past the Saab. That was further up on the right, towards the dead end. Did they already know where it was? Had they been here the night before, watching me carry out the recce, then followed me back to it? It made me worry about Tom again. Maybe they hadn't bothered to chase him too hard because they knew where he was heading. It wasn't whether he was dead or alive that worried me. It was just not knowing. We began to accelerate gently. The front passenger seat back moved and creaked under what must have been a very large body pushing against my face. He was probably trying to get into a comfortable position with belt kit on. The snow was now melting off the clothing of the three in the back and dripping down my neck. It wasn't the worst thing that had happened to me tonight, but it pretty much fitted in with the way my luck was going. There wasn't a lot I could do about it at the moment, apart from prepare for the ride by not tensing my body up and trying to relax as much as the 3 pairs of Dana boots would allow. The front passenger suddenly bounced around in his seat with a shout of, "What the fuck?" The accent was unmistakably American. "Jesus, Russians!" A split second later, the driver hit the brakes. There was a crash of metal and glass behind us and the heavy caliber sound of automatic fire. The clear-cut, no-messing New England accent and the sound of rapid fire got me flapping big time. It got worse as our wagon came to a quick, sliding stop, turning sideways on the snow. The doors burst open. "Cover them! Cover them!" The suspension bounced as everyone leaped down from the wagon, using me as a springboard. I suddenly felt very vulnerable, hooded and plastic-cuffed here in the footwell. A vehicle is the natural focus of fire. But I didn't care what was going on and who wanted what from whom. It was time to disappear. Wind whistled through the open doors and the engine was still running. The heavy automatic fire was only about 50 meters away. A series of long, uncontrolled bursts echoed off the trees. This was my opportunity. Pulling up my plastic-cuffed hands, I tried to tug the mask off my face, but the drawstring got stuck on my chin. My fingers were grappling with it when I heard hysterical shouting further down the road. The one advantage of working with Sergei and his gang was that I had learned to recognize some Russian. I might not know what it meant, but I knew where it came from. This had to be the Malaskaya. If I could get the hood off, my plan was to crawl into the driver's seat, then just go for it. As I was struggling with the string, I got a little reminder to keep my head down. Safety glass cracked as a round came through the rear windscreen and hit the headrest above me. At almost the same instant, 2 rounds from the same burst ricocheted off a slab of granite at the roadside and shrieked up into the air. There were more shouts, this time from American voices. "Move! Come on! Let's do it! Let's do it!" My 4x4 wasn't going anywhere, but other engines revved, doors slammed and tires spun uselessly in the snow. At last, I got the mask off. Pulling myself up, I couldn't feel any of my pain, and had just begun to move towards the gap between the seats when I realized it wasn't an option. About 5 meters away, at the side of the track behind a mound of granite, a white-clad figure was pointing an SD at my center mass. I knew because I could see the red splash of his laser sight on my jacket. The black-covered head screamed at me above the nightmare that was happening down the road. "Freeze! Freeze! Down! Down! Down!" Change of plan. With the laser on me, the only problem he had was not missing. There were more screams and shouts, mixed with the heavy Russian fire. I got down as flat as possible in the rear footwell. If I could have crawled under the carpet, I would have done. I was feeling even more exposed now I'd seen what was happening behind me. Headlights shone in all directions, illuminating the snowfall as the Americans tried to make their escape around the van that was directly behind our 4x4. It was off to the side of the track, its left wing wrapped around a tree. The driver must still have been in his seat, as I could hear and see the wheels spinning in a frenzied attempt to get back on the gravel. The shadows thrown by the headlights caused even more confusion as bodies moved within the tree line. I saw the muzzle flash of the Russian fire, but coming from way behind the convoy now. They were moving back. My cover must have seen movement in the tree line nearer us.
He brought his weapon up and started to fire, putting down a series of rapid, well-aimed 3-round bursts. It sounded pathetic compared with the heavier caliber opposing fire. These weapons were not designed to be used at long range. Even 20 meters was a long way for an SD. "Stoppage!" The boy needed to change mags. I watched as he gripped his outer glove in his teeth, keeping his eyes on me. The moment the glove was off, I saw a white silk touch glove in the headlights. The empty magazine went down the front of his white smock and, producing a new mag from his belt kit, he slapped it into place. He then hit the release catch, which told me these guys were the newer version of the SD. Even more indication that these were official. It was all very slick. I wasn't going to escape just yet. He had a holstered P7, and his weapons drills were so good that even with him under fire, there was no way I'd have time to do anything. I kept my head down and lay still. Wagons screamed past me with skidding wheels. The tree-loving one in the lead, glass smashed and holes in the bodywork, revving far too fast, trying to gain speed. Our vehicle group must have been giving covering fire while they moved out of the danger area. The New England voice was back in earshot. Move on! Come on! Let's go! The guy covering me got up, still pointing his weapon at me as he moved forward. He jumped into the wagon, ramming his heels down into my back and the weapon into my neck. The barrel was very hot, and I could smell cordite and the oily odour of WD-40. He'd probably smothered it in the stuff to protect it from the weather, and it was now burning off the weapon. The last thing I had a chance to see was him getting hold of the hood, then pulling it back down over my head. All the others were now jumping back in, making the vehicle rock with their weight. I felt the gearshift being engaged, and we started to move off faster than we should. The tyres slithering and sliding as we turned back on line to move up the track. The doors were slammed shut, and I was hit by a rush of air from above. The electric sunroof was opening. A moment later I heard click-thud, 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 and a yell of, "Get some! Get some! Get some!" as New England fired through the open aperture. I couldn't hear any reply from the Russians. One of the others turned and opened fire through the rear window, adding more holes to the safety glass. Click-thud, click-thud, click-thud. Empty cases hit the side window with a metallic ping, 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 then fell and bounced off my head. Freezing cold air blasted through the roof, then the motor whined and the rush of air stopped. "Anybody down?" "I didn't see anyone." That came from the rear. "If there is, they'll be in the wagons. No one was left." I got a heavy slap around the head. "Fucking Russians. Who do you think you are, man?" The front passenger was, without doubt, the commander. His accent sounded as if he should have been standing on an orange box fighting an election for the Democrats in New Hampshire. Not trying to sort out a gangfuck in Finland, but thankfully he seemed to be sorting it out rather well. I was still alive. There was a short pause, maybe while he marshalled his thoughts, then, "Bravo Alpha." He had to be on the net, listening to his earpiece. "Situation." There was silence from the others. Well-trained operators know better than to talk when somebody's on the net. The Democrats let out a cry. "Shit! They have Bravo's vehicle." He got back on the net. "Roger that. Did you total the kit?" There was 5 seconds of silence before he replied in a low, depressed voice. "Roger that, Bravo." He addressed the vehicle crew. "The sons of bitches have some of the hardware. Shit!" There was no reply from the crew as the Democrat composed himself before getting back on the net. "Charlie, Alpha, situation." He checked through all his call signs. There seemed to be 4 of them. Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. How many people at each call sign I didn't know, but there had seemed to be loads of them at the house. It seemed the whole thing had been a gangfuck for everyone. Me getting caught. Tom, well, I didn't know. The Americans and Malaskaya each only getting part of the hardware they wanted. As for the 3 Tom lookalikes from the house, they must be more pissed off than all of us put together. The radio traffic had been in clear speech, which indicated they were using secure and probably satellite comms, not like my Motorola's at the Intercontinental. As they transmit, these radios skip up and down through dozens of different frequencies in a sequence that only radios with the same encryption fill, fluctuating at the same rate and frequency, can hear. Everybody else just gets an earful of mush. He must have got a message from Echo. "Okay, roger that, Echo, roger that." He turned towards the bodies in the back. "Bobby has gotten hit in the leg, but everything's fine, it's cool." There was a sigh of relief from the back. I felt the fabric press against my face as he turned. "Is that asshole still breathing?" My cover answered. "Oh, yeah." He gave me another dig with his heel and a muttered insult in Texan drawl. I moaned in deep Russian acknowledgement. The commander's arse swiveled again, and my head moved with it. He got back on the net. "All stations, this is Alpha. We're still going as planned. My group will take the extra Paxes. Acknowledge." I imagined him listening in to the other call signs on his earpiece. "Bravo. Charlie, roger that. Delta, roger. Echo, roger D." It seemed that I was the extra Paxes. Whatever happened to me now, it would be down to the Democrat. We drove in silence for another 20 minutes, still on the tarmac road. By my estimation, we hadn't gone far. We couldn't have been travelling that fast because of the heavy snow. The Democrats got back on the net. "Papa 1, Alpha." There was a pause while he listened. "Any news yet on Super 6? More silence. Then, "Roger that. I'll wait." Papa 1 and Super 6 didn't sound like ground call signs. Where possible, these are always short and sharp. It stops confusion when the shit hits the fan or comms are bad, factors which normally go hand in hand. 10 minutes later, the Democrat was back on the net. "Alpha." He was obviously acknowledging somebody. There was silence then. "Roger that. Super 6 call signs are no-go, a no-go." After a pause of 2 seconds, he announced, all stations, okay, here's the deal. Go to the road plan. The extra Paxes still goes with me, acknowledge." Nothing more came from him as he got the acknowledgement from the other call signs. At least these guys were having a shit day too. The Super 6 call signs must have been helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft that couldn't fly in these conditions. In better weather, we would have been flown out of here by people who worked for their firm. 9 out of 10 times these are civilian pilots with background jobs as commercial flyers, so they have solid cover stories. They'd fly in on NVGs, maybe pick us all up, or at least the kit, injured and prisoners, and scream back out of the country to a US base. Or maybe, if they were helis, they'd land on an American warship in the Baltic, where the computer equipment and its operators would be sorted out and moved on to whoever was so keen to have them. If I didn't sort my shit out soon and escape, I'd land up with them in one of the Americans' reception centres. I'd been shown them in the past. The rooms ranged from cold and wet 3-by-9-foot cells to virtually self-contained suites, depending on what was judged the best way to get information out of Paxes like me. No matter how you looked at it, they were interrogation centres, and it was up to the interrogators, CIA, NSA, whoever they were, whether you got processed the easy way or the hard way. Fuck the pizza boys. I didn't care what happened to them. But now, being one of the Malaskaya, I'd be checking straight into my personal 3-by-9 with corner en suite. There was nothing I could do about that for the time being. I could only hope I'd have a chance to escape before they found out who I really was. Chapter 24. We drove quite slowly for about another 20 minutes. It was physically painful lying crammed in the footwell, but that was nothing compared with how depressed I felt about what the future held. "Papa 1 Alpha, at Blue 1. The Democrat was back on the net.
Papa 1 must be the operating base. The Democrat was counting down to it, sending a report line so that Papa 1 knew the group's location. A minute or so later, we turned a sharp right. Papa 1 Alpha, Blue 2. I could hear the material on the driver's arms rustling as he worked at the wheel, and the tyre noise told me we were still on tarmac and snow. There was a sharp right turn and my head was squeezed against the door. Then we were bumping over what felt like a sleeping policeman, and drove another 30 metres or so before the vehicle came to a halt. The Democrat got out, leaving his door open. As the rear doors opened, other vehicles passed and stopped all around me. The screech of tyres on a dry surface told me we were under cover, and judging by the echoes made by the vehicles, we were somewhere large and cavernous. The three on top of me started to exit. Elsewhere, engines were still running as other doors were pushed or slid open. People clambered out and walked around, but there was no voice noise, only movement. Then came the echoing clatter of steel roller shutters being pulled down manually with chains. Whatever kind of building we were inside, they didn't waste money on heating. Maybe it was an aircraft hangar, which would make sense if we were going to have a pickup with a fixed wing or heli. Then again, maybe it was just an old warehouse. I couldn't see a single glint of light through my mask. The air was becoming heavy with vehicle fumes. As soon as the 3 pairs of feet had used me as a platform to get out of the wagon, a pair of hands gripped my ankles and started to pull me out, feet first. I was dragged over the doorsill and had to put my arms out to protect myself as I dropped the 2 feet or so onto the ground. The dry surface was concrete. There was lots of movement around me, and the same sort of sound as there had been in the house, the shuffling and dragging of electric plugs. The equipment was being moved out of the vans. I heard the telltale clunk of metal on metal as working parts were brought back and weapons unloaded, along with the clicking of the ejected rounds being pressed back into magazines. I was turned over onto my back, and my feet were released and left to drop to the floor. I gave a very Russian moan. 2 pairs of boots walked round to my head. They pulled me up by the armpits and started frog-marching me. My feet dragged along the concrete, toes catching on bumps and potholes, and now and again colliding with a lump of brick or other hard debris. It might have seemed to the 2 either side of me that I was doing nothing, but at brain cell level, I was really quite busy, trying to take in all the sensory information around me. They dragged me past a wagon, and even through the hood I caught the aroma of coffee, probably them opening the flasks they'd had waiting for them at the end of the job. We passed some subdued sounds of pain and short, sharp breathing. It sounded like a woman. There were men around her. "Okay, let's get another line-up." It seemed that Bobby in call sign Echo was a woman. They were getting fluids into her and treating her GSW, gunshot wound. We kept moving, my feet dragging through bits of wood, cans and newspapers, theirs occasionally crunching down on plastic drinks cups. I heard the rip of Velcro, then was dragged sideways through a heavy door. They steered me round to the right as the door swung back. The pizza boys were already here. The sound of crying, moans and groans filled what felt like a smaller area than before. The echoes made it sound like we were in a medieval torture chamber, and even in the sanitizing cold this place stank of decay and neglect. A couple more paces and we stopped, and I realized the others were being kicked. That was why they were screaming. I heard boots making contact with bodies and the grunts of the kickers. I was pushed down to the ground and given a good kicking as well. The moans and sobs seemed to come from my right, and were now somehow muffled one by one. We weren't all in one big room. I guessed we were being put into cupboards or storage spaces. The moment my head banged against the toilet bowl, I knew where I was. A toilet cubicle. Another scream and a grunt echoed as the boys were subdued and persuaded into their new accommodation. I didn't know what was worse, their noise or the fact that the kickers were doing all this without a word, making best use of the echoes to put the shits up everyone. Guided by their kicks, I crawled into the far right corner of the cubicle. coming to rest on what felt like years of debris. The paper, I felt, was crispy and brittle, like very thin poppadoms. Still getting kicked, I felt a hard brick wall against my back and the base of the toilet pan against my stomach. I kept my head down and knees up in protection, gritting my teeth and waiting for the worst. Instead, my hands were gripped and pulled up into the air, the plastic now tighter against my wrists because they were swelling up. I felt a knife go into the plastic cuffs, and they were cut. Pinioning my left arm over the waste pipe at the rear of the toilet bowl, they grabbed hold of the other arm and shoved it underneath so I had a hand on either side. It was pointless resisting. They had total control over me. There was nothing I could do yet, apart from save my energy. They gripped my wrists together. I tensed up my forearm muscles, trying to bulk them out as much as possible. The plastic cuffs came on, and I heard the ratcheting and felt the pressure as they were tightened. I moaned as soon as it seemed the right thing to do. I wanted to appear as petrified and broken as the pizza boys. They left, slamming the door behind them. I tried resting my head against the pipe, but it was unbearably cold. If there was any water inside, it must be frozen solid. I lay there amongst the rubble and trash, trying to get comfortable, but feeling very aware of the cold floor through my clothing. There was a loud, prolonged creak as the heavy main door into the hangar area swung closed. Then there was silence, even from the pizza boys. Certainly no sounds of dripping plumbing. It was too cold for that. I couldn't hear any of the vehicles either. Nothing but pitch-black silence. A couple of seconds later, as if the pizza boys had all been holding their breath, waiting for the bogeymen to go away, the moaning and hooded sobs began once more. After a few moments of that, the boys muttered a few words to each other in Finnish, trying to give each other a boost. They sounded severely scared. I shifted my position in an attempt to get some pressure off my wrists, trying to find out if that extra millimetre or two of muscle flexing had given me any chance of moving my wrists in the plastic cuffs. As I stretched my legs, I connected with what sounded like an empty can. The noise as it rattled and scraped over the concrete gave spark to an idea. I waggled my head past the waste pipe, so that it was resting on top of my hands. Then, feeling with my teeth through the hood, I got hold of my right outer glove. That came off easily enough, and I let it drop to the ground, leaving the touch glove still on my hand. I reached forward with my head, positioning the bottom of the hood over my fingers, and got to work. I now knew the hoods were done up with a drawstring and ties round the bottom, and it wasn't long before it lay on the ground. It seemed a total waste of effort. The cubicle was in complete darkness, and now that I had the hood off, my head was getting cold. My nose started to run almost immediately. Leaning as far forwards as I could to free up my hands, I started to feel around on the ground. My fingers sifted through old paper cups and all sorts of garbage until I found what I wanted. I readjusted my body around the pan to make myself comfortable while I pulled off my other outer glove with my teeth. Then, with both touch gloves still on, I squeezed the thin metal of the drinks can between my thumbs and forefingers until the sides touched in the middle. I then started to bend the two parts backwards and forwards. After only 6 or 7 goes, the thin metal cracked, and soon the two halves were apart. I felt for the ring pull end and dropped the other one next to my gloves and hood. Feeling gently around the broken edge, I looked for a place where I could start to peel the side down like an orange. The sensation had virtually gone in my swollen hands, but the touch glove caught on the aluminium, and I found what I wanted, and started to pick and tear. My fingers slipped a couple of times, cutting me on the razor-sharp metal, but there wasn't time to worry about that. Besides, I couldn't feel the pain, and it was nothing to what would be inflicted on me if I didn't get away from here. Once I'd pared the metal down to under an inch from the ring pull end, I tried moving my wrists apart as much as possible. It didn't work that well because plastic cuffs are designed not to stretch,
but there was just enough play to do what I wanted. Cupping the can in my right hand with the sharp edge upwards, I bent it towards my wrist, trying to reach the plastic. If I'd left more tin sticking out, it would have gone further, but the edge would have buckled under the pressure. That was also why I used the ring pull end. The thicker rim gave the cutting edge more strength. I knew that establishing a cut into the cups was going to take the most time, but once I'd got into that nice, smooth plastic, I could go for it. It must have taken just a minute or two for the jagged tin to finally bite. Then, when I was about 3/4 of the way through, I heard the loud, echoing creak of the swing door opening. Light and engine noise spilled through a gap of about 2 inches under the cubicle door. There was the sound of boots on rubbish heading in my direction. The light got stronger, and I started to flap big time, dropping the can and scrabbling for the hood and, once it was on, trying to find my gloves. I didn't manage it, but just as I was gritting my teeth for the inevitable confrontation, the footsteps went past. There was a flurry of muffled pleas in English from the boys as their doors were kicked open and they got dragged out and subdued. They must have heard the Americans during the contact too, as there was no multilingual begging now. Doors banged, and soon I could hear their feet dragging past me. Within moments, the door swung shut and silence was restored. I felt around for the can end, not bothering to take the hood off. I couldn't have seen anything anyway. I started to work with more of a frenzy. I had to assume that they'd be coming for me next, and soon. After 2 or 3 minutes of frantic sawing, the plastic finally gave. Pulling the hood off, I felt around for the gloves and put them in my pocket, keeping just the touch gloves on. Next, I located the other can end. Getting slowly to my feet and enjoying being vertical, I felt around the cubicle. I found the door handle, opened it, and walked very slowly and carefully out into what I could feel was a narrow corridor with painted brick walls. A faint glimmer of light under the swing door trickled into the corridor about 10 feet up on my left. Picking my feet up, and putting them down with infinite care, my left hand supporting me on the wall, I made my way towards the light. As I got closer, I began to hear a vehicle engine revving, then starting to move off. Once at the door, I couldn't find a keyhole to look through, so, clearing the debris on the ground, I got down on my knees. Chains rattled as the roller shutter was pulled open. I wondered if the pizza boys were leaving town. Lying flat on the floor on my right side, I managed to get my eyeball close to the bottom of the door. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the bottom half of the can, the one I hadn't worked on. Using the light to find a place in the metal where I could start peeling this time. I got to work and put my eye back against the gap. I'd been right. It was some sort of hangar or factory space. It was mostly in darkness, but lit in places by 12-inch-long fluorescent lighting units, the sort that campers use. These had either been perched on the bonnets of wagons or were being carried around. The pools of almost blue light and shadow made the place look like the set of the Twilight Zone. Several vehicles were parked up in a row on the far left, about 40 meters away. Saloons, estates, MPVs and SUVs, some of which had roof racks piled with skis. My thumb slipped and ran along the ripped can. I still couldn't feel it, but at least some sensation was returning to my hands. Pins and needles had started to work their way around my fingers while I carried on peeling the metal back. I looked straight ahead to the exit, my only way out, then at the people who would try and stop me. They were mostly by the 2 remaining vans parked haphazardly in the middle of the hangar. A group of maybe 5 or 6 bodies were hurriedly unloading their weapons and taking off their white uniforms and bundling them into what looked like Lacom boxes. Aluminium air freight containers. They were in a hurry, but not flapping. No one was talking. Everyone seemed to know what was required. When one of the bodies did a half turn so that it was in profile, I realized that Bobby wasn't the only woman on this job. As they continued to throw off their kit, I could now see where the sound of Velcro had come from.
She was ripping apart the side straps from sets of body armour before stacking them in the boxes. Another group of maybe 8 were out of their whites and unpacking civilian clothes from holdalls. Others were combing their hair in the wing mirrors, trying to make themselves look like normal citizens. I caught a glimpse of the 4x4 I'd been transported in. Its back window safety glass was pockmarked with holes where the rounds had passed through. Beyond it were the shapes of the other vehicles used on the job, which were now probably going to be abandoned. Strike marks from automatic weapons were not the best kind of modification to be sporting at traffic lights. I couldn't see any evidence of the computer kit. I assumed they'd moved it straight on, along with the pizza boys and probably Bobby and the guy with a hook hanging from his thigh. They'd be in need of proper trauma care. Since the weather had put a stop to a quick exfiltration, the next destination would be a secure area like the US Embassy. From there, the equipment would probably be moved by a diplomatic bag back to the US. Dip bags are basically mail sacks or containers that by mutual agreement other governments cannot have access to, which means they can contain anything from sensitive documents to weapons, ammunition, and dead bodies. I'd even heard a story of the intelligence service bringing back the turret of a new Russian armoured personnel carrier, in what must have been a party-sized one. The pizza boys would be stuck in the embassy or a safe house until a heli could get in sometime tomorrow and airlift them out of the country. Unless there was a US warship in dock. If I didn't get a grip of this situation, I knew I'd soon be following them. Everyone was now out of their whites and in jeans, duvet jackets and hats. The woman was still organising the loading of the Lacons. Loud, metallic echoes filled the hangar as the boxes were moved into the vans. One man seemed to be running the whole show. I couldn't see his face from this distance, but he was the tallest of the group, maybe 6'2" or 3, and a head above everyone else. He gathered everyone around him and seemed to be giving them a brief. They were certainly doing a lot of nodding, but his voice wasn't loud enough for me to understand what he was saying. While he finished the briefing, the doors of the 2 vans slammed. Both engines revved, and they started to leave. Their headlights swept across the group as they turned towards the shutter. I felt around the rim of the half can in my hands as the chains went into action. I wasn't doing particularly well with it because I hadn't really been concentrating. I watched the Democrats' team disperse as they moved off towards the line of vehicles like aircrew to their fighters, lights swinging in their hands. They were probably going to split up and do their own thing, probably in exactly the same way as they'd come into the country in the first place. They would now be sterile of anything implicating them in the job. They would have cover documents and a perfect cover story, and would certainly no longer be armed. All they had to do was wander back to their chalets and hotels as if they'd had a good night out, which I suppose they had. None of them was dead. More engines revved. Doors slammed and headlights came on. I could see the fumes rising from exhausts. It looked a bit like the starting grid before a Grand Prix. The people from the embassy would probably take care of the abandoned vehicles. Their priority was to get away from here now that the equipment and pizza boys were safely on their way. Their only problem was that they had a little bonus. Me. It looked like the Democrats and another woman were taking on that responsibility. The vehicles were now leaving, but they were still on their feet, the woman with a set of jump leads dragging along the floor as she moved out of the way of the holiday makers. They were leaving nothing to chance. Red brake lights lined up as they took it in turn to exit and hang left. Snow was still falling. I could see it clearly now as full beams shone out into the darkness. Soon, there was just one car left stationary, its engine running and its lights blazing. The Democrat was sitting sideways in the driver's seat with his feet on the concrete, the glow of a cigarette intensifying as he sucked on it. The interior light was on, and I could make out thick curly hair on a very large head. The jump leads were thrown into the rear seat, and the woman disappeared into the darkness. At last, I'd finished the other half of the can. The blood from my fingers felt cold as it was soaked up by my touch gloves. It was a good sign. Feeling had returned to my hands. I was quiet for a few moments, with just the engine ticking over, and then chains started rattling and the shutter closed. The woman emerged from the shadows once again and bent towards the glowing cigarette. I couldn't make out any of her features because her hair covered her face. They talked for a moment. Then he turned back into the car to stub his cigarette in the ashtray. He was clearly too professional even to leave DNA evidence on the floor. By then, she was round the back, pulling open the boot. The Democrat started walking in my direction, his long legs silhouetted by the vehicle's headlamps. There was a flicker of bright, white light, then the fluorescent unit in his left hand burst into life. I could see that he'd just finished pulling his balaclava back on. I watched his right hand go under his coat and come out again holding a multi-barreled P7, which went into his coat pocket. My body banged into shock. He was coming to kill me. I made myself calm down. Of course he wasn't coming to kill me. Why would they have gone to the trouble of bringing me here? And why the hood to hide his identity? He was taking precautions in case I'd pulled my hood off. The car edged forward with the boot open as he got within about 10 meters of the door, the light still swaying in his left hand. It was time to get in gear. Otherwise, I'd soon be given a dose of the medicine I'd forced Val to take last week. I got to my feet and moved to the right of the door, away from the toilets, flapping at the prospect of taking on a guy of his size. All that stuff about the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's a myth. The bigger they are, the harder they hit you back. I wasn't sure how long the corridor was, but I soon found out. I'd only taken 4 steps when I banged into the end wall. Turning back, I faced the door, fumbling in my pocket for the other half can, breathing deeply to oxygenate myself in preparation. The door swung open with a metallic screech of its hinges, momentarily flooding the area with bright, white light. I could hear the car whining in reverse. He had turned right, his massive back to me now, as he took the first few steps towards my toilet cubicle. I moved quickly as the door closed, not exactly running, because I didn't want to trip over, but taking long, fast steps to get some speed and momentum, with my right arm raised. With the main door closed and car engine running, there was no way she was going to hear this. He did, though, and when I was still a couple of meters away, he started to turn. I focused on the shape of his head as I leaped up and at him. Landing with my left foot forward, I swung my whole body to the left, my right arm crooked and the palm held open. Sometimes a really firm, heavy slap to the face can be more effective than a punch, and that's absolutely guaranteed if you're wielding a sawn-off drinks can with razor-sharp edges. I hit his head, hard. I didn't care where the can connected, just so long as it did. There was a loud groan. I didn't feel the can digging in, just the pressure of my arm being stopped mid-swing as the rest of my body carried on swiveling. The light danced as the fluorescent unit in his hand clattered to the concrete, and he started to follow it. I swung to the right with my left arm slightly bent, still focusing on his head. I hit the mark. I could feel the softness of his cheek under the left half of the can, then felt it scrape around the contour of his jaw as he fell. He moaned again, this time louder and with more anguish. By now he was on his knees. As I brought my right hand down hard onto the top of his head, the metal edges dug deep, then hit bone, stripping back the skin as he fell. I gouged a thick furrow from his scalp. The can held for a couple more inches and then broke free. He slumped to the ground, hands scrabbling to protect his head. For a few more frenzied seconds, I continued to slash at his hands and head, then his hands fell away and he lay very still. He wasn't feigning unconsciousness. He wouldn't have risked dropping his hands and exposing himself to further attack. He had gone into shock, but he was still breathing. He wasn't dead. He was never going to get a job modelling for Gillette, but he'd live. There had been no other way out. If you're going to stop somebody, you have to do it as quickly and violently as you can. The fluorescent unit threw a pool of light across the floor and onto his balaclava. The wool still looked remarkably intact, as it does when a sweater rips and the tear seems to knit itself together, unless you look at it close up. Blood was seeping through the material. Dropping the cans, I rolled him over onto his back and, putting my knee into his face just to make things worse, I pulled out the P7 and a mobile that was also in there. That went into my pocket. My breathing was now very fast and shallow, and just slightly louder than the engine ticking over immediately beyond the swing door. I could see the red glow from the tail lights under the door gap, and my nose was filling with exhaust fumes. Getting to my feet, I got hold of the top of his balaclava and pulled it off. At last, I saw the extent of the damage. He had some severe gouges where the can had gone right through his cheeks, and flaps of skin hung across his mouth. In places, I could see bone through the blood-soaked, hairy mess of his skull. I pulled the mask over my head, trying to cut down on the chances of being recognized later. It was wet and warm. I checked his body for a radio as he whined weakly to himself. There was nothing. He'd have been planning to be sterile like the rest of them. He'd had to hang on to the P7 to sort me out. I turned towards the door. It was the woman's turn next. Pushing through, I moved into a cloud of red fumes and brake lights. The vehicle was no more than 3 feet away, engine idling, boot still open and waiting for me. I moved straight to the left-hand side as the swing door banged shut behind me. Bringing the pistol up into the aim, I pointed it to the woman's face, the muzzle a foot from the glass. If she opened the door, she couldn't knock the pistol out of line quickly enough to do anything about it. If she tried to drive forward, she would die first round. She stared, wide-eyed at the barrel from under her multicolored ski hat. In the glow from the instrument panel, I could see her trying to make sense of what her eyes were telling her. It wouldn't take her long. My blood-soaked touch gloves and the Democrat's mask would soon give her a clue. With my left hand, I motioned for her to get out. I was supposed to be Russian. I wasn't going to open my mouth unless I had to. She kept staring, transfixed. She was bluffing. She'd drop me at the first opportunity. Moving further back as the door inched open, I decided to put on a heavy Slavic accent. Well, what I thought sounded like one. "Gone! Gone!" She stared up at me with frightened eyes and said in a little girl voice, "Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." Then she opened her legs to show me a P7 nestled between her jeaned thighs. They were definitely travelling sterile. Otherwise, they would have had conventional weapons for this phase. I motioned for her to drop it in the footwell. She moved her hand very slowly downwards to comply. The moment she dropped it, I moved in, grabbing her by her shoulder-length dark brown hair and heaving her out of the car and onto all fours. With the P7 jammed into her neck, I felt for a mobile. It seemed I had the only one. Moving back 3 paces, I pointed at the far wall, where the car had originally been parked, and she got up and started walking. I didn't care what she did now that she was disarmed. All their radios would have been stashed. I had the mobile, and there was no one left that she could turn to for help. I got into the warm car, a Ford, threw it into first gear and screamed towards the closed shutter. She was probably in the corridor by now to find out what had happened to her friend the Democrat. Stopping alongside the 4 vans and the shot-out 4x4, I got out with a P7 in hand and splashed through the small puddles made by melting snow from the vehicles, ready to shoot out some tires. You don't just go up and fire straight at rubber. There's too high a chance of the round ricocheting back. You use the engine block to protect you. Lean round the wing and then do it. The P7's signature thud was nothing to the high-pitched ding that echoed round the hangar as the round hit metal. Then there was a hiss as air escaped under pressure. I took a look behind me. There was nothing happening from the corridor yet. Once all vehicles were taken care of, I jumped back into the driver's seat and aimed for the shutters, though this time in reverse, so the headlights were pointed at the swing door. If she came for me, I wanted to see. I braked, threw the gearbox into neutral and leaped out. The ice-cold metal chains burned my hands, even through the touch gloves as I pulled down in a frenzy to open the shutters. Raising them just enough to get the car out, I clambered back in and reversed out into the snowfall, pointing the vehicle in the direction everyone else had gone. I left the hangar behind, not knowing whether to feel sorry for the Democrat, relieved at still being alive, or angry with Val and Liv. I checked the fuel tank. It was nearly full, as I would have expected. The mobile went out the window and buried itself in the snow. No way was such a fantastic tracking device going to stay with me. The snow was falling heavily. I didn't have a clue where I was, but that didn't really matter as long as I got away. Pulling at the mask, I felt the Democrat's blood smear across my face. It finally came off, and I threw it into the footwell along with the other P7. Hitting the interior light, I took a look in the mirror. There was so much red stuff on me I looked like a beetroot. There was no way I could drive after first light or in a built-up area looking like this. The steering wheel too was smeared with blood from the touch gloves. I'd have to sort myself out. After maybe an hour I pulled off the road and had a quick wash in the freezing snow. Then, with a cleaned-up body and car and the blood-soaked gear buried in a snowdrift, I drove through the night, looking for signs that would steer me to Helsinki. The more I thought about it, the more severely pissed off I became. Whether Liv and Val knew about the Americans wanting to join in the fun, I wasn't sure, but I intended to find out. Chapter 25. Wednesday, 15th of December, 1999. I sat on the floor next to a radiator in the corner of the station, facing the row of telephone booths that displayed the DLB loaded sign. The black marker strike down the side of the right-hand booth was clearly visible from the bus station doors immediately to my right. I had a copy of the International Telegraph, an empty coffee cup, and, in my right pocket, a P7 with a full 7-round unit. Detached from its pistol grip in my left-hand pocket was the other unit, containing 3 remaining rounds. As soon as the shops opened that morning, I'd bought a complete set of clothes to replace the cold, wet ones I was wearing. I was now in a dark beige ski jacket, gloves, and a blue fleece-pointed hat. I didn't care if I looked a numpty. It covered up my head and most of my face. My pulled-up jacket collar did the rest. Pain lanced across my left shoulder as I adjusted my position. The bruising probably looked horrendous. There was nothing I could do about it but moan to myself and be thankful I hadn't fallen on anything sharp. I'd dumped the car off at a suburban railway station just after 8 o'clock that morning and trained into the city. The snow was still falling, so the vehicle would be covered by now and the plates would be uncheckable. On arrival at Helsinki, I'd pulled off the left luggage ticket from under locker number 11 and collected my bag, cash, passports and credit cards. I also checked for Tom's ticket under number 10. It was still wrapped in its plastic and taped under the locker. I'd been thinking about him a lot. If the Americans or the Malaskaya hadn't killed him last night, the weather would have. Tom had skills, but playing at Grizzly Adams wasn't one of them. I felt pissed off, but not too sure if that was for him or me. It was then that I wrote him off. There has to be a stage when that happens, so your mind can be free to concentrate on more important things, and I wasn't short of those. I left his bag ticket where it was. It would be an emergency supply of money and a new passport, once I'd tampered with it, in case what I was about to do went to rat shit. Despite my best efforts, I found I couldn't help feeling sorry for Tom as I sat and watched a constant flow of travellers moving through the doors. It was my lies and promises that had got him where he was now, face down in the snow, or bundled up somewhere in an American body bag. The thing that made me feel even guiltier was that I knew I was just as pissed off about not making any money as I was about his death. Cutting away from that, I buried my hands deeper into my pockets, wrapping them round the P7 barrels.
I was getting even more annoyed because I'd dumped the bag and blanket that could now be keeping my arse warm and comfortable, and because I knew that Tom's death would become yet another of those niggling little glitches that would surface in the hours before first lights while I tried to sleep. The station was packed. Father Christmas had already done 2 circuits, collecting money for neglected reindeer or whatever. People had been dragging in the snowfall on their footwear and, thanks to the large Victorian-style radiators, puddles had formed around the door area and gradually spread further into the station. I looked at Baby G. It was 14:17, and I'd been here over 4 hours already. I was gagging for another brew, but needed to keep a trigger on the doors. Besides, once I drank, I would inevitably need the toilet at some stage, and I couldn't afford to miss Liv when and if she arrived. It was going to be a long food and coffee-free day, and maybe night. From the point of view of third-party awareness, it's not too bad hanging around a railway station. You can get away with it for quite a long time. I adjusted my numb, cold arse again, deciding not to waste time speculating about what the fuck had happened at the Microsoft house. The facts were, I had made no money. Tom was dead, and I could be in a world of shit with the Americans and a universe of shit with the firm. If my involvement was discovered, I'd end up helping to prop up a flyover in a concrete pillar somewhere along the new Eurotunnel high-speed link. I'd never been too worried about dying, but to be killed by my own people would be a bit depressing. The longer I'd thought about what had happened on the drive last night, the more I'd boiled over with hostility towards Liv and Val. I had to come up with a plan that still got me what I needed and not waste time and energy trying to work out how to get even. Apart from anything else, that wouldn't pay any clinic bills. Plan B was taking shape in my head. The Malaskias' money would pay for Kelly when I lifted Val and offered him to them for cash. My life had been up for grabs for years, and for a lot less money. I had no idea how I was going to do it yet. I'd have to hit the ground running. But the first phase would be to let Liv think I had the ThinkPad with the downloaded information on it, and, because of last night's fuck-up, I'd only deal with Val now, and only in Finland. Who knows? If Val turned up with the money, I could just take that and save myself the hassle. But that wasn't the message I'd left in the plastic box I'd placed in the DLB. It was empty, just there so that when she came to get it, there was something to unload, so as not to arouse suspicion. Everything needed to be as it should be. As she left the station, I would grab her and tell her in person, so she made no mistake about what I wanted. I'd been sitting there for another 20 minutes when a large group of school kids on an excursion tried to get through the bus station doors all at once, juggling bags, skis, and Big Macs as they tried to walk, talk, and listen to Walkmans at the same time. Less than 30 seconds later, I saw Liv come through and walk straight past the loaded sign without even turning her head. But I knew she would have seen it. Her long black coat, Tibetan hat and light brown boots were easy to spot among the crowd as she moved through the hall, brushing snow from a shoulder with one hand and carrying 2 large paper Stockman bags in the other. She carried on past the kiosks and toilets, manoeuvring through the school kids, who were now waiting for one of their teachers to sort his shit out with the tickets. I kept my eye on the peak of Liv's hat. I had a good check to make sure she hadn't been followed in, just in case she'd brought any protection with her, or worse, in case the Democrat had a few of the party faithful on her tail. The hat disappeared as she turned left into the ticketing and metro hallway. There was no rush. I knew where she was heading. Once on my feet and past the school trip, I pinged her again, just about to sit on top of the DLB, next to some more kids. The busker was in his normal spot, knocking out some old Finn favourite on his accordion. The noise mixed nicely with the rumpus from a group of drunks on the other side of the benches. They were having an argument with Father Christmas, much to the amusement of those passing. Liv sat down as Santa poked the chest of one of the drunks. Staff began to step in to separate them.
I watched Liv bend down and pretend to mess around with her bags. Her hand moved to pick up the DLB. The empty container was pulled from the Velcro and dropped into one of the bags. It wouldn't get read here. I waited for her to leave, positioning myself in a corner so that whatever door she decided to head for, I wouldn't be in her line of sight. A few minutes passed before she stood up, looking towards the ticketing area and smiling broadly. Her arms went out as the man from St. Petersburg emerged, smiling, from the crowd. They embraced and kissed, then sat down together, talking in that smiley, hand-in-hand, nice-to-see-you way, their noses only inches apart. He was dressed in the same long camel hair coat, this time with a dark maroon polo neck sticking out of the top. Today he also carried a light brown leather briefcase. Making sure I wasn't in line of sight of the platform doors, I checked the departures and arrivals board high on the wall. The St. Petersburg train, going on to Moscow, was leaving from platform 8 at 15:34, just over half an hour's time. They talked for another 10 minutes and then both stood up. Liv's contact picked up her bags in one hand, his briefcase in another, and they walked towards the platform doors. Alarm bells started to ring in my head. Why had he picked up her bags? My heart started to pound even harder when they both went through the doors and out onto the snow-covered platform. Shit. Was she going with him? Maybe the courier had just given her the news about what had happened at Microsoft HQ, and Liv was bailing out while she could. I counted to 10 and pushed my way out into the cold. Platform 8 was to the right of me as I headed towards the left luggage area. The snow was falling gently, and there wasn't a breath of wind. I walked with my head down, hands in pockets. Glancing sideways across the tracks, I saw they were heading for the carriages about midway along the train. I walked slowly towards the left luggage room, watching until they got on board. Then, checking my watch as if I'd just remembered something, I turned on my heels. There were about 17 minutes to go before they left for St. Petersburg, and it looked like I'd have to go with them. I went past 2 of the Russian train staff, standing in the guards van at the rear of the train, their high-peaked Nazi officer-style caps pushed onto the backs of their heads as they glumly took a swig of whatever was in their bottle. I climbed aboard and entered a clean, though very old carriage, with a corridor facing the platform and compartments all the way along to my right. I moved along the warm walkway and sat down on one of the hard, fabric-covered seats in the first empty compartment. The strong, almost scented cigarette smell probably never left these trains. What now? I had money but no visa. How was I going to cross into Russia? Hiding in the toilets only works in Agatha Christie movies. Maybe a bribe could get me in. I'd play the dickhead tourist